36 warriors appeared in front of Lin Ming once more. But this time they were taller and larger, each of them around 10 feet high. Their golden armor was also a darker, mellower hue, and the strength percolating in their bodies had increased by several times. Their cultivation was similar to Lin Ming's, each of them equal to a middle divine transformation human martial artist. Not just that, but they had a solid foundation and their blood vitality was booming. If any one of them were chosen, they could have joined the Divine Realm first martial meeting and easily advanced into the top 20 spots of the finals. If these characters were alone, then Lin Ming could easily defeat them, even instantly kill them. But when 36 of them were gathered together to form a large battle array formation, their combat strength increased by many times over. This caused Lin Ming to feel that this situation was becoming increasingly tricky. Origin energy runes continued to cascade from the skies, burning down all around him. Then, suddenly, Lin Ming hurtled forwards, the phoenix blood spear in his hands thrusting outwards. He didn't wait for these 36 golden-armored warriors to suck up all the power from the burning origin energy runes. He immediately attacked, his target still the same essence gathering system warriors. The phantom of the heretical god tree reappeared behind him. The power of thunder and fire wove together. This first attack was one of his killing moves, Heavenly Tao Judgment. Spear light split through the void, emitting a horrifying screeching sound. A roiling wave of thunder and fire rolled up all around him, swept around by his spear, forming a massive red and purple vortex as it shot towards a golden-armored warrior. This golden-armored warrior did not hurry at all. The array diagram beneath his feet began to spin as power poured into his body. At the same time, the 11 other golden-armored warriors behind him stepped forwards, their hands reaching towards the first golden-armored warrior's back as they pooled their strength together to resist Lin Ming's spear strike. Bang! A crazy collision rang out. The earth shook and cracked, causing countless stones to fly into the skies before they were dissolved into powder by the chaotic energy. By coordinating their strength, the 12 golden-armored warriors forcefully resisted Lin Ming's attack. As Lin Ming saw this, his mind turned cold. He didn't think it was strange that his Heavenly Tao Judgment wouldn't be able to break through the array formation. How could this second, stronger version be so easily broken? But for just 12 golden-armored warriors to resist his attack, this caused a deep sense of crisis to rise in Lin Ming's heart. Who? At this time, Lin Ming felt the wind behind him begin to howl, killing intent rising from all around him. The other two groups of golden-armored warriors attacked Lin Ming together. The array diagram sparkled beneath their feet as countless law runes spun around. Lin Ming grimaced. If he had to receive both of these attacks at once, then it would be extremely hard. The power of space distorted beneath his feet. He instantly used the space laws, wanting to teleport away from here. But at this time, a terrifying power covered him. Lin Ming felt the power of space around him be immediately locked down, rendering his space laws useless. What? Lin Ming was surprised. He immediately realized that this strength was the domain he had felt before. During the first battle, this domain had also existed. But it was completely suppressed by Lin Ming's Grandmiss space and was unable to be used. But during this second battle, this domain was far stronger than before. Even though Lin Ming was using the Grandmiss space, he still wasn't able to completely nullify it. In this critical moment, this domain had bound Lin Ming's ability to flee through space. Damn! Seeing two terrifying beams of strength hurtle towards him, Lin Ming grit his teeth and erupted his energy to the limit. The 8 inner gates were opened all at once, and he used the Grandmiss space to protect his body. For a time, Lin Ming's body emitted an endless string of popping explosions as the phantom of an azure dragon materialized behind him. With a loud shout, Lin Ming smashed out with his spear, forcefully resisting these 2 attacks. Bang! The void shook, nearly collapsing. Even the star-heavy grand mist energy was torn apart by the terrifying energy. In the final moment, Lin Ming had used the Phoenix Blood Spear to defend against one attack. Then, he used a barrier of protective astral essence and his powerful body granted by the 8 inner hidden gates to withstand the other. Without any fancy collision, Lin Ming was sent flying hundreds of feet away. blood tumbled within him, his armor was torn apart, and he was injured all over. What a strong attack! Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corners of his lips. By relying on his formidable mortal body, he had only received minor wounds in that strike just now. But if this were to continue, he simply wouldn't be a match for the 36 golden-armored warriors. These small wounds would slowly accumulate over time as his physical strength was exhausted. As for the golden-armored warriors and their array formation, the origin energy runes burning all around them would constantly supply them with additional energy. Perhaps they could never be exhausted. If he couldn't break through their formation, then no matter how tenacious Lin Ming was or how fast he restored himself, he still wouldn't be able to avoid defeat. This array formation must have a weakness. This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. His own heavenly Tao judgment had already been blocked by just one group of the golden-armored warriors. Lin Ming was confident that although his striking power might not be the absolute highest amongst all the top young geniuses of the various races, it was close to that level. If even his attacks didn't have any effect, just what could anyone else do? Whoosh! 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 The 36 golden-armored warriors attacked once more. And at this time, Lin Ming didn't meet them in a head-on collision. He began to distance himself, relying on his speed to avoid them. As long as he didn't fall into their domain, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to use his space laws to avoid their attacks. Before he found out the method to break their array formation, Lin Ming didn't want to waste any more strength. Like this, the trial had turned into a protracted battle. And at this time, in the outside world, a full 4 hours had passed. Even if Lin Ming's final battle was in a deadlock, he still used far less time than the other martial artists had. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry. As he dodged, he began to adjust his breathing and frequency at which he absorbed heaven and earth origin energy, reaching a balance between consumption and replenishment. Slowly, Lin Ming discovered that although these 36 golden-armored warriors belonged to the 3 great cultivation systems of essence, energy, and divine, there were still different cultivation methods used between all of them. Amongst the body transformation technique group, there was the Saint race's body transformation technique, the 9 Saint transformations, the human race's body transformation technique, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and also the monster race's body transformation technique, Nirvanic Rebirth. Although the 12 body transformation technique warriors each belonged to a different race, there were differences among each one of them. Their cultivation methods were each a single one of the concept of the 33 layered heavens. As for these puppets' attacks, they matched with the post-celestial Tao diagram beneath their feet, complementing each other in an impregnable and impeccable manner. What wonderful skills! To form this type of array, perhaps the one who did so was the Supreme Elder who created the Azura Road. They must have mastered 33 types of cultivation laws, or perhaps it was 36 kinds. Lin Ming focused his eyes on the leaders of the 3 groups of golden-armored warriors. His original assumption had been that the saints, humans, and spiritas were the strongest of the 3 great systems, thus they had to be the leaders. But now it seemed that he was wrong. The leader of the body transformation system warriors was not a saint, and the leader of the essence gathering system warriors was not a human. The 3 leaders among the 36 golden-armored warriors were an even purer form of energy than the rest. This was particularly true for the golden-armored warrior that led the soul-forging system group. Lin Ming could feel a familiar aura from him. It seemed as if this were Lin Ming was shocked. This aura actually seemed similar to the magic cube. This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Then, after several more breaths of time, he finally understood. The reason that the golden-armored warrior array formation was composed of 36 individuals and not 33 individuals was because not only did this array formation represent the foundation of the 33 layered heavens, but also the magic cube, demon bead, and the mysterious purple card that he had yet to hear any news about. Within the 33 layered heavens, essence, energy, and divine each corresponded to 11 different heavens. Moreover, there was a divine object that corresponded to them too. These were the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card. According to what Divine Dream had said, the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card each represented a single layered heaven, a universe unto itself. It was only that these divine objects had yet to evolve. They were considered universe seeds. If these three divine objects could evolve into a true universe, then there might be 36 layered heavens instead. This was the principle which this array formation came from. Thus, the three leading warriors of the three groups did not belong to any race, but were instead pure energy bodies. After realizing all of this and looking at the array formation of the 36 golden armored warriors once more, Lin Ming suddenly had an inspiration. If he wasn't wrong, then even though these three leading warriors were the strongest points of the array formation, they were also where its weakness lay. As long as he could block these three warriors from interacting with the other 33 warriors, then Lin Ming would only need a single breath of time. After realizing this, Lin Ming's blood began to boil over with fighting spirit. After he dodged several continuous attacks, he then hurtled himself towards these three groups. This time, the one he targeted was the not Essence Gathering System group, but the Soul Forging group. This was also the group which resonated with the Magic Cube. Amongst the three groups of golden armored warriors, Lin Ming was most familiar with the Essence Gathering System. But in terms of only the leader, Lin Ming's familiarity with the Magic Cube had reached the same as his own flesh and blood. God-forbidding seal. In just a fraction of an instant, Lin Ming formed thousands of seals. The black hole seed was summoned by Lin Ming. The surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began to rush towards him, forming a dark gray vortex. Tens of thousands of God-forbidding seals began hurtling towards the 12 warriors of the Soul Forging System. Lin Ming no longer attacked the golden armored warriors themselves, but the energy connections between them. He could already see that they were freely exchanging energy through the array diagram beneath their feet. As long as he could sunder this connection, he could instantly strike down the leader of the Soul Forging System warriors. Seal. The God-forbidding seals were in essence miniature black holes. They had the ability to swallow all and seal away all. For a time, countless energy routes were severed between the golden armored warriors. But these golden armored warriors clearly had some sort of wisdom. They seemed to understand Lin Ming's plan and began to immediately attack the God-forbidding seals, wanting to destroy them all. At the same time, the other two groups of golden armored warriors also attacked Lin Ming. Lin Ming ignored them all. From within his inner world, a gray stone door appeared. This stone door was originally the size of a book, but as it appeared it began to rapidly increase in size. Above the stone door, a series of mystical patterns and runes appeared, circulating all around it, as if they contained the most ancient of secrets. This was the Primordius Gate. Suppression. Lin Ming shouted out loud. With a loud explosive sound, the massive Primordius Gate came slamming down, cutting off the energy connections and also resisting a great number of attacks. The attacks of the many golden armored warriors were originally extremely fierce and sharp. But as these attacks struck the Primordius Gate, they were like hail striking a steel plate, unable to do anything at all. At the same time, Lin Ming attacked. His target was the leader of the Soul Forging System warriors. Lin Ming's attack was deliberately and carefully planned. He poured in all of his strength, even opening the Gate of Life and burning his blood essence without hesitation. With the Gate of Life as a foundation, he could freely burn a part of his blood essence without permanent loss. However, this only lasted for a short period of time, and after he did this he wouldn't be able to use it for a long time afterwards, otherwise he would permanently damage himself. Thus, Lin Ming wouldn't use this move unless he had to. And now, Lin Ming had used this ability to allow his striking power to reach the limit, in order to achieve a one-shot kill. He only had one chance to attack. This was because he could feel that these golden armored warriors had a mind of their own. After one defeat, they would be on guard for his attack and wouldn't fall for it a second time. See, 7 or 8 energy channels were disrupted by the God-forbidding seals. And the Primordius Gate also blocked the attacks of the other two groups of golden armored warriors. Like this, the golden armored warrior leader in front of him fell into an isolated state, cut off from most others. There was less than a handful of other golden armored warriors that were able to help him. Beneath the golden armored warrior leader's helmet, a flash of cold brilliance shined from his eyes. With a howling sound, a Viridian soul sword shot out from between his eyebrows. This soul sword seemed to consume a great deal of the golden-armored warrior leader's strength. After bringing forth this soul sword, his eyes dimmed down to near darkness. At the same time, Lin Ming had already summoned the black hole seed from within his inner world. In that instant, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began crazily gathering towards this black hole seed. Even the origin energy runes that were providing power to the array formation were sucked into the black hole seed. Eternal darkness. Ka. The earth ruptured as countless rocks were swept up by wild waves of energy, shooting into the skies. This was the strongest attack Lin Ming could currently use. Underneath the impact of this tyrannical energy, the magic cube within Lin Ming's body began to faintly stir. After reaching the divine transformation realm, Lin Ming had gained the ability to partially activate the magic cube. Now, as he used eternal darkness, he also began to activate the magic cube's power. Lin Ming's target was the soul forging system warrior, and the magic cube was the ultimate nemesis of all souls and minds. The magic cube itself didn't appear, but the aura that belonged to it spread out, covering the 12 golden-armored warriors. The golden-armored warrior leader suddenly shook, and the soul sword that he had shot towards Lin Ming exploded into flashing shards before vanishing. Not just that, but the golden-armored warrior seemed to suffer some sort of massive backlash as the light that surrounded its body began to wildly fluctuate. Without the support of its fellow warriors, the golden-armored warrior leader was far weaker than Lin Ming, much less now that Lin Ming was also using the magic cube. "It's over," Lin Ming coldly shouted. The phoenix blood spear as well as the black hole seed came crashing down. Pong! With a loud explosion, the golden-armored warrior shattered into countless fragments. And these fragments were also swept up by the black hole seed, disappearing from sight. He had broken through. Lin Ming let out a long breath. Now that he had struck down that golden-armored warrior, it basically meant he had thoroughly won and completed this trial. Just as Lin Ming was about to follow up his attacks, he suddenly paused. After the black hole seed absorbed all those broken light fragments, those light fragments actually gathered together to form deep blue god runes that separated from the black hole seed, slowly spinning in the air. A black hole had infinite gravitational strength. It was even able to swallow light. At a black hole singularity, space and time also came to a terminal end. Could be said that the black hole laws dominated these laws. But these blue god runes calmly floated out from the black hole seed. This entire scene appeared simple and easy, as if the massive gravitational force of the black hole seed didn't even exist. This caused Lin Ming to suck in a cold breath of air. He had no idea what boundary the senior who created the Azura Road had reached, but even after billions of years or tens of billions of years, the god runes he casually left behind as a legacy actually contained such wonderful principles behind them. However, he had no time to probe these laws further. The battle had still not ended. Lin Ming revolved his strength to the limit, stimulating the magic cube once more as he attacked the soul forging system warriors. Now that they had lost their leader, the remaining 11 golden-armored warriors were in a state of disorganized chaos. At this time, the power of Lin Ming's burnt blood essence had yet to disappear. With the magic cube supporting him, he was like a tiger amongst a flock of sheep. The phoenix blood spear swept out as the black hole seed recklessly swallowed all energy. One by one, the golden-armored warriors were swept up in his attacks and shattered into fragments. These fragments of light slowly gathered, forming god runes. These god runes were all blue, meaning they were blue soul-level god runes. The second group of golden-armored warriors was much stronger than the first. Even though their array formation was torn apart, their individual strength couldn't be looked down upon. Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates once more. With the power of the black hole seed, he was able to engage in a fierce melee with them. He went on a complete offensive barrage, resisting the attacks of the other golden-armored warriors with his body. Every time he attacked, he would aim for their weakest point, instantly killing them. Less and less golden-armored warriors remained, and more god runes floated in the air. Most of the names of these god runes had a prefix: the 33 layered heavens. 33 layered heavens, 9 stars of the Tao Palace. 33 layered heavens, 9 divine shifts. 33 layered heavens, nirvanic rebirth. 33 layered heavens, 9 revolution rebirth. Oh! Each concept condensed into a single rune. After Lin Ming killed off the remaining golden-armored warriors, all of them had become runes. There were a total of 36 runes. These 36 runes were all blue in color. They slowly floated in the air before dividing into 2 groups. One group had 33 runes and one group had 3 runes. These 2 groups of runes began to fuse together in the sky, condensing into their final rune forms. And the center of these runes were a deep black-red color. In other words, they were zenith black runes. This was just like Soul White had said. When a complete set of runes combined together, they could sometimes rise to an even higher level. These 2 runes, without any indication, began to fall down towards Lin Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The runes entered Lin Ming's body without him resisting at all. He allowed it to freely occur. The moment that these runes fused into his flesh and blood, Lin Ming felt as if his soul was touched. Then, the complete information of these 2 god runes was transmitted to his mind. These 2 runes were respectively called the Protection of God and the Blessing of God. The former came about by fusing 33 runes together. This god rune could directly increase a martial artist's combat strength. As for the latter, its function was quite unique. It didn't increase one's combat strength, but its usefulness far surpassed the first god rune. This second god rune was used to increase the height of one's destiny. If one possessed it, then one could turn the dangers of mystic realms into fortunes, turning bad luck into good. This blessing of God. As Lin Ming realized what the use of this blessing of God was, his thoughts stirred. He had some faint associations in his mind. At this time, outside of the game world, over 4 hours had passed since Lin Ming had entered the dimensional realm. Normally, a martial artist would have to spend 14 to 16 hours to gather the 50 skull badges needed for the blue soul level reward. This was mainly because no one could be like Lin Ming and simultaneously possess an extremely powerful sense and combat strength. In the broad grasslands, he was able to rapidly find the hiding prey and kill them. 4 hours, someone said that this human youth skull was the Zenith Black level reward. What do you think? Currently, no one doubted that Lin Ming would be able to easily complete the Blue Soul level checkpoint. After all, that was just how strong Lin Ming was. He had even easily defeated a 1-star Azura. Moreover, Lin Ming's cultivation had been the lowest of all the trial challengers that entered, so the prey he had to face would be weaker. In this sort of situation, it could be said that gathering the 50 skull badges for the Blue Soul level reward was as easy as taking a stroll through the park, with absolutely no difficulties at all. If the people present had to sum it up, they were simply on a completely different level from Lin Ming. As for the Zenith Black level reward, that degree of difficulty caused all the martial artists present to feel daunted. In the City of Discord, let alone collecting 100 badges to obtain a Zenith Black level reward, even collecting 60 or 70 badges was a rarity that had almost never occurred. Throughout the entire history of this city, there might not be anyone who had accomplished that. Perhaps in ancient times there were some people that had obtained 100 skull badges in the City of Discord, but that sort of knowledge was long lost in the dust of time. No one was able to keep records that far back. No one knew just what Lin Ming would achieve, but at this time, the transmission array portal suddenly shimmered. Someone was coming out. Besides Lin Ming, everyone else had been eliminated. If there was someone coming out, then it could only be Lin Ming. How could this be? 4 hours, it was that fast? In the opinions of these people, taking 4 hours to complete the Zenith Black level mission reward was impossible. Even completing the Blue Soul level checkpoint was impossible in such a short time. That human boy was defeated? Impossible. He is so strong that he can complete that Blue Soul level checkpoint even if his eyes are closed. If he used only 4 hours, that is simply because he is too strong, not because he was unable to complete the checkpoint. It's just that with only 4 hours, obtaining the Zenith Black level reward is unlikely. No one knew just what Lin Ming had experienced in the game world. The portal flashed once more and then Lin Ming appeared. He didn't have any visible wounds or injuries. Or perhaps he was wounded but had already recovered in the game world. In the slaughter-filled Azura Road, no one wanted to be injured with enemies all around. The guards of the Silver Snow Corps brought forth the Wheel of Destiny. The simple and heavy metal disc was set down in front of Lin Ming. It looked stained and ancient, revealing an aura that seemed to come from the beginning of time. Trial Challenger. You may place the skull badges you obtained within the Wheel of Destiny to obtain the corresponding rewards. 50 skill badges correspond to a blue soul level reward, and 100 skull badges correspond to a zenith black level reward. As the Silver Snow Guard spoke, he looked curiously towards Lin Ming. He too was looking forwards to seeing just how many skull badges Lin Ming had obtained. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He was thinking to somehow conceal the fact that he won the zenith black level drawing reward, but with the method to get the reward the way it was, he was doomed to be unable to hide it. In the City of Discord, being too high profile wasn't a good thing. This was especially true if it was known he had obtained something like a zenith black level reward. After all, this was bound to arouse the jealousy of others and even bring life-threatening dangers onto himself. In the City of Discord there were always those that were stronger, for instance Holy Lord level martial artists. Lin Ming took a deep breath and placed all the badges in the Wheel of Destiny. His speed was extremely fast, and along with him blocking the view of his hands, no one was able to see how many skull badges he put in. How many were there? I couldn't see it, but I feel there were more than 50. If it was more than 50 but less than 100, then the reward was still the same as obtaining 50, a blue soul level reward. You may draw, a Silver Snow Guard said from not too far away. Lin Ming had completed 2 checkpoints at once, so he could draw twice. Now he began his first drawing. This was also the blue soul level drawing. At Lin Ming's level, a blue soul level drawing reward wasn't too valuable to him. He was aiming towards completing over 90% of the Azura Road's smelting trial. To him, only the second drawing mattered. Lin Ming stood before the Wheel of Destiny. Everyone's eyes were locked onto him. The legends said that this Wheel of Destiny was an artifact created by the Azura Road Master himself. It grasped the destiny of the world and controlled strange and profound laws. According to a trial challenger's destiny, 3 types of drawings were possible. The worst drawing choice was to obtain a blue soul level mission badge. The next possibility was to obtain a rare blue soul level god rune. As for the best reward, that was also the most mysterious. That was to draw destiny. In these last several millions of years, no one had ever managed to do this. After 2-star and 3-star Azuras made their drawing, even they were unable to draw the third possibility. The most they obtained was a rare blue soul level rune. This was already an extremely good result. Lin Ming didn't hesitate in front of the Wheel of Destiny. He poured his true essence into it and started his drawing. The Wheel of Destiny quickly spun as the runes atop it lit up one at a time. No one knew just where it would stop. It's begun. What great resolve. A normal person would take several deep breaths and pray to the heavens before starting their draw. After all, a person can only obtain a reward once in their lifetime in the hunter game, so how could they not avoid all chances of being careless? But this human youth didn't even bat an eye before he began his drawing. Let's see what he pulls out. Everyone's eyes were glued to the Wheel of Destiny. It spun faster and faster, reaching incredible speeds. Then it slowly decelerated. The lights lit up over and over, and the final shining rune would indicate just what Lin Ming would obtain. After 10 breaths of time, the Wheel of Destiny stopping spinning. The final several runes shimmered, dimming down and leaving behind a single shining dagger rune. The blood-dripping dagger, that is, the first possibility, a mission badge. Many people present had already thoroughly researched the Wheel of Destiny. They knew what rewards every rune on the Wheel of Destiny represented. The first possibility was a mission badge. It was also the worst possibility. This human, he is so strong and yet he draws out this garbage? His luck is too bad. In the legends, the drawing that the Wheel of Destiny lands on is related to that person's destiny. This human youth is so incredibly talented and yet he gets the worst choice. Does he not have any destiny upon him? He made such a ridiculous scene, but his final result was the same as Lord Dugu Li's. Hilarious. I originally thought that at the worst he would draw the second possibility, or perhaps even the third. Many people came here to watch because they wanted to see a different result. After all, it was natural to want to personally witness something that only occurred every several thousand years. But in the end, what Lin Ming drew was the first possibility. He was no different from the many other trial challengers that had come before him. This left everyone a tad disappointed, but there were also many people gloating over Lin Ming's drawing. As these people thought that even a peak genius drew something similar to them, their mood was much happier. However, at this moment, something occurred that left them all dumbfounded. After Lin Ming completed his first drawing, without any delay at all, he poured all of his energy into the Wheel of Destiny and directly began his second drawing. What Lin Ming poured into the Wheel of Destiny was no longer just true essence, but true essence, astral essence, and spirit essence all as one. This was also called the power of divinity. The second drawing. Heavens! He really completed the Zenith Black level checkpoint. It was just 4 hours. This is too abnormal. Before this, there were some people who speculated that no matter how talented Lin Ming was, it would be impossible for him to pass the Zenith Black level reward challenge. After all, besides the most ancient of times, in the last several 100 million years of the City of Discord's history, there had never been a person who appeared that was able to obtain the Zenith Black level reward. This caused everyone to subconsciously think that no matter what happened, Lin Ming would never succeed. But now, all of them watched as the Wheel of Destiny began to spin around, as if it was screaming to them that all their previous thoughts were wrong. The Wheel of Destiny rapidly spun, yet Lin Ming maintained his calm. But in this moment, within his flesh and blood, there was a god rune that was faintly shimmering. This was one of the 2 god runes that Lin Ming had obtained in the world of the Hunter game after he defeated the 36 golden armored warriors for a second time, the Blessing of God. This was a Zenith Black level rune. With it, he could directly increase his own destiny. In a crucial life or death moment, or perhaps in the danger zones of a mystic realm, he could rely on this rune to turn bad luck into good, saving himself from the precipice of doom. However, Lin Ming also believed that no matter how wonderful this blessing of God was, it could not increase his destiny infinitely. Destiny was illusory and ephemeral. Empyreans and even true divinities could not fully unravel it. But there was something that everyone knew, and that was that destiny was not endless, whether it was for a sect, a dynasty, or even an unrivaled martial arts master. If they freely spent their destiny, then they would eventually overdraw it and it would slowly exhaust itself. This was what others meant when they said that one's destiny was over, that their days had come to an end. Destiny needed to be accumulated. For a sect to raise a peak supreme elder, that could take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years of accumulated destiny. And once they succeeded, this would also greatly exhaust their destiny. Perhaps after that extreme supreme elder died, the sect would begin to decline. This was the so-called decline after the flourish. What goes up must eventually come down. Whether it was a sect or a dynasty, this sort of phenomenon would occur because their destiny was exhausted. When Lin Ming made his first drawing, not only did he suppress the power of the Blessing of God, but he also only activated the Wheel of Destiny with true essence. His goal was to not pull out anything good. But this time, he pushed the Blessing of God to the limit and activated the spinning of the Wheel of Destiny with his strongest energy, 3 essences as one. He believed that since the Azura Roadmaster also cultivated the concept of the 33-layered heavens, then using the combined power of essence, energy, and divine would allow him to obtain the approval of the Wheel of Destiny much more easily. In addition, there was the Blessing of God that he had obtained from the Hunter game. This sort of God rune might have been especially left in there for this exact drawing. Lin Ming had sacrificed his first reward in order to hedge everything he had on this second drawing to obtain the best result he could. The Wheel of Destiny rapidly spun. The shining runes atop the disc had already gathered into dazzling beams of light. As Lin Ming steadily stared at the spinning Wheel of Destiny, he also kept his guard up at full alert. At the start, No one believed that Lin Ming would be able to complete the Zenith Black level mission. They only thought that his talent was a bit refreshing. Thus he attracted the attention of so many people. Even if Lin Ming were to complete the Blue Soul level checkpoint and pulled out a relatively high reward, no one would covet his possessions because he had enough strength to protect himself. But if Lin Ming were to complete the Zenith Black level mission and draw out something even more precious, then that was not some small event. That was something that could alarm even holy lords and world kings. In the city of discord, where there were no rules but strength, Lin Ming would be placed in an extremely dangerous situation. The wheel of destiny began to slow down. All of the martial artists present watched with breath abated. In the center of the wheel of destiny, there was an ancient rune word, destiny. This was also the most mysterious reward of all. Of course, besides Lin Ming, not many people bothered looking at the destiny rune. They simply didn't believe that Lin Ming had a chance of pulling it out. If Lin Ming was able to obtain the Zenith Black level reward and obtain a single drawing chance, that was already a nearly unbelievable event. As for drawing that mystical destiny rune, that was simply a joke and a half. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Lin Ming, but that in the minds of these people, the possibility of drawing that destiny rune never existed to begin with, no matter who tried. The Zenith Black level reward was something only seen every several 100 million years. As for drawing the third possible Zenith Black reward, the degree of difficulty in accomplishing that was inconceivable. Many people suspected that in the last several 100 million years, in all the cities on the outskirts of the Azura Road, there had never been anyone capable of drawing that third Zenith Black reward possibility. The runes continued to shimmer. Some conscientious people had already taken out sound-transmitting talismans, ready to send out news of what was happening. Lin Ming had only spent 4 hours in the Hunter game, and with no one thinking that he could ever have obtained the Zenith Black level reward, news was limited to those in Black God Fort, with no one outside knowing. But now, many people had the idea to rob all of Lin Ming's harvests. Although Lin Ming was talented, his cultivation was actually limited. A rare Zenith Black God rune could not only enhance one's strength, but it was also a necessary rune required to open the way to the Azura Road's final smelting trial. Even if it were impossible for anyone in this city to participate, they could still sell it for an unimaginable level of wealth. None of these little actions escaped Lin Ming's notice. However, he didn't bother with them. At this time, the Wheel of Destiny had nearly come to a stop. The hundreds and thousands of runes shimmered on and off without any pattern to them. Because the Wheel of Destiny had nearly stopped spinning, these runes lit up for longer and longer, and the speed at which they alternated shining became increasingly slow. The runes would light up for almost an entire breath of time. This meant that the end result was soon about to appear. The sun of suffocation, the soul-bleached bones, the fiery Buddha's blade, the stone of resurrection. Every shining rune had its own name. Finally, a rune named the Rainbow Bridge lit up for almost 3 breaths of time before fading away with an almost daring unwillingness. Then the last rune lit up. Everyone's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their eyes with blatant disbelief. Well, it was more accurate to say that this was not a single rune, but 2 runes joined together to form a word. This word was the most mystical possibility of all, destiny. This was the third reward, the ultimate rune, destiny. Everyone was shocked, speechless, but Lin Ming's actions were quick. He tamped down the rising excitement in his heart and placed his hand on the Wheel of Destiny. At that moment, he could feel something forming within the Wheel of Destiny. This was likely the reward he was about to obtain. A white light radiated out, shining over everyone watching. It was like a second sun had risen inside Black God Fort's second level, making everyone close their eyes from the glare. The third reward, destiny? Moreover, it's the third reward from the Zenith Black drawing? Is this reality? Am I dreaming here? This is too strange. How can there be such a freakish genius? In the hall, everyone's eyes went red with jealousy. And at this time, the dazzling thing that was being formed appeared. Lin Ming didn't even bother looking at it. With a wave of his hand, that object directly submerged into his palm. It didn't go into his spatial ring, but directly drilled into his body. He didn't bother investigating with his sense, but strode straight down the platform. Soul White. Lin Ming sent out a true essence sound transmission. Master, this old servant is here. Soul White was also completely dumbfounded. But he too could feel how tense the atmosphere was. There were countless pairs of eyes targeting Lin Ming like daggers. We're leaving. As Lin Ming walked down from the platform, many martial artists present held their breaths, their eyes shining brilliantly. They stared at Lin Ming's hand. The divine light that appeared had hidden itself in there. They didn't know what Lin Ming had drawn. In order to confirm that, they would need to chop off Lin Ming's right hand. Everyone in the city of Discord was a desperado, those who did evil without caring for the lives of others. Some people began to trace their spatial rings, their auras rapidly revolving. If it wasn't for Lin Ming being far too strong, they would have already attacked. Although fighting was forbidden in Black God Fort, this so-called rule was only a commonly accepted custom in the city of Discord. At this time, who could still care about such customs? But they also knew that trying to steal away the mysterious object that Lin Ming had drawn in the chaos of battle was impossible by virtue of their own strength. Instead, they could easily draw the disaster of death upon themselves. Even so, in the face of such intense greed, with a chance that they could ascend to the heavens in a single bound, how many people here could still hold themselves back? Everyone began to think that perhaps the god of fortune would descend upon their bodies. Perhaps in the ensuing chaos they could steal away that mysterious object without others knowing. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold and callous light. He walked forwards one step at a time, making others retreat from his path. In the eyes of these people, the suppressive aura Lin Ming gave off was far too strong. The Zenith Black level reward that hadn't been obtained for the last several 100 million years had been obtained by him, and during the drawing even that most mysterious third reward was obtained by him. This type of person most likely had an unrivaled destiny on their side, and most likely some unimaginable ability. Whoever tried to attack him first would likely die a most miserable death. Some people even made way for Lin Ming. This was because they were pressured by his aura. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded out. Little brother, how about coming to the City Lord Mansion for a little visit? I'm sure that the great City Lord would appreciate such a handsome young elite as yourself. Lin Ming turned around. Atop the platform, a tall silver-armored guard had appeared. This person's entire body shimmered with a sparkling light. He was a Spirida's martial artist. There was a great difference between this person's silver armor and the other silver snow guards. This person's armor looked heavier, and there was also a silver kirin carved into it. It was obvious that this person held a very high status in the Silver Snow Corps. As soon as Lin Ming saw this person, his pupils shrank. This person actually had a Holy Lord level cultivation. Currently, Lin Ming didn't fear Holy Lords, but that was only early Holy Lords. This silver-armored guard was not someone as simple as an early Holy Lord no matter how he saw it. This was because this guard was a Spirida's, so he was unable to accurately measure his cultivation. But even so, Lin Ming could approximately judge him to be equal to the middle or late human Holy Lord realm. Although Lin Ming was confident he could escape, this was sure to delay him by a great deal of time. In his current situation, this delay could prove fatal. Moreover, more and more powerful people would catch up to the scene. Even the City of Discord's City Lord might arrive. At that time, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. As the silver-armored warrior put forth this invitation to Lin Ming, this acted like a trough of cold water being poured over everyone's head, immediately extinguishing their greedy hearts and having them calm down. Whatever mysterious object had been drawn, it wasn't something they could obtain even at the cost of their lives. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then smiled. Well, if Sir extends me such a gracious invitation, then this junior won't refuse. Master! Behind Lin Ming, Soul White felt his heart gripped. He wanted to remind Lin Ming that the City Lord of the City of Discord had a World King level cultivation. If Lin Ming were to enter the City Lord Mansion, he would never emerge from there. No matter how strong Lin Ming was, there was nothing he could do in front of a World King powerhouse. As Soul White was about to speak, Lin Ming waved his hand, signaling him not to speak again. At that time, Soul White felt space twist as he was received into Lin Ming's extreme violet ring. Atop the platform, the silver-armored guard remained unmoved as he saw this scene. He kept his sense locked onto Lin Ming. No matter what Lin Ming did in the next moment, he would still be able to take the initiative. Then, shall we go now? The silver-armored guard smiled. Lin Ming nodded and uttered out a stiff, "Okay." Just as his voice fell, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a brilliantly cold light. At the same time, all of the strength hidden within his body wildly erupted. True essence, astral essence, and spirit essence gathered together, 3 essences as one. Simultaneously, Lin Ming also unleashed the Grand Mist energy within him. The Grand Mist space surged forth. Who? A terrifying force field spread out, covering a radius of 100 feet and trapping hundreds of people inside. Within this force field, the massive pressure left everyone short of breath, making it feel as if their blood vessels would crack open. Boy, it seems you want to do things the hard way. On the platform, the silver-armored guards suddenly attacked. Meanwhile, the other silver-armored guards also moved, including every other guard in Black God Fort. Black God Fort forbids all fighting. All offenders shall have their martial arts crippled. A guard shouted out loud. Lin Ming only sneered. At this time they were still looking for a reason to attack him. Heavenly Tao Judgment. The phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming thrust out his spear. His goal was the leader of these silver-armored guards. As the surrounding martial artists saw this terrifying divine light rise up, all of them felt a cold chill shoot up their spines. This attack was far too strong. Even the shockwaves might be enough to kill them. It was true that they were greedy, but they weren't greedy to the point of entering a fight they were sure to die in. Once the city lord arrived and involved himself in this mess, no one here would be able to escape. Run! As the martial artists saw the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation about to explode, all of them rushed out like a tide, fearing that they would die in the aftermath. At the same time, the silver-armored guard captain also extracted a tall silver tower shield from his spatial ring. He shouted out loud, taking a sudden step back as he defended against Lin Ming's strike with this tower shield. Bang! A terrifying explosion of energy swept up a storm, causing the entire floor to collapse. These floors were created from timeless god stone and also had an array formation to support them. But underneath Lin Ming's attack, the entire level began to cave in. Even the main structure of Black God Fort violently trembled as if it wanted to implode. In this life or death moment, Lin Ming shouted out, "God-forbidding seals, enter my body." His 10 fingers flashed as hundreds of God-forbidding seals formed in the air. These God-forbidding seals of the divine seal art were able to seal away everything. However, this time Lin Ming wasn't targeting an enemy, but himself. The God-forbidding seals were similar to miniature black holes. If Lin Ming thrust these God-forbidding seals into his body, this in itself was already an extremely dangerous course of action. If he made even the slightest mistake, then his blood vitality and muscles would be swallowed up. If that happened, the backlash would cause him to be immediately defeated. Lin Ming didn't plan for that. Rather, the reason he used the God-forbidding seals was to swallow up the divine sense that the silver-armored guard captain had placed into his body. In this sort of situation, how could he let someone lock onto him with their sense? This was the same as waiting to die. Chi. The faint traces of divine sense were inexorably and wildly swallowed up by the God-forbidding seals. The silver-armored guard captain's body suddenly shook. This divine sense was connected to his spiritual sea. Now that it was swallowed in such a crude manner, it was unavoidable for him to suffer a counterattack. Although it was far from injuring him, he didn't feel any better off. "Boy, you want to die?" The silver-armored guard captain cried out. He took a sudden step forwards, but at this time, the second level rang out with a rumbling bang once more as another explosion occurred. This was also Lin Ming's attack. He didn't use Heavenly Tao Judgment again, but rather the Thunderfire Annihilation that he hadn't used in an extremely long time. Thunderfire Annihilation was naturally far weaker than Heavenly Tao Judgment, but in terms of blast radius and the flames and divine light that it created, it was superior to heavenly Tao judgment. This was because the power of Thunderfire Annihilation was scattered in a much larger area, and although it seemed powerful, it was actually quite weak. As for heavenly Tao judgment, all of that strength was condensed together into a relatively smaller scope. For a time, pained cries rang out all throughout Black God Fort. A massive amount of timeless God stone fragments were sent scattering into the air. Lin Ming wasn't aiming for a killing strike. Rather, he wanted the largest blast effect possible to cause the entire building to fall into absolute chaos. Many people began to flee and many were also injured. Even though they had all begun retreating, it was inevitable that they would be caught up in the shockwaves. Pa! 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 The crystal windows of the second floor were shattered. In order to avoid dying in the chaotic battle, many martial artists broke through the windows and jumped out. What followed behind them were tongues of fire and thunder. You little brat! Do you think you can create some confusion and escape? How ridiculous! The silver-armored guard captain had already guessed Lin Ming's plan. He spread out his divine sense, wanting to lock onto Lin Ming's position. I have already remembered your soul aura. Do you know what a soul aura is? That is as unchangeable as your bones. Even if you change your appearance, you still won't be able to escape my sense. This is the unique ability of the soul race. As long as I remember your soul aura, even if you flee to the ends of heaven or the edges of the sea, I will still find you and catch you. As he laughed, he started moving to chase Lin Ming. But at this time, the smile froze on his face. He discovered that he actually couldn't sense Lin Ming's aura. It was like he had completely vanished. How is this possible? The silver-armored guard captain was immensely surprised. By spreading out his divine sense and locking onto someone's soul aura that he remembered, he could instantly track someone down even within a range of several thousand miles. But now, within the entire scope of his divine sense, Lin Ming had disappeared. This is impossible. The silver-armored guard captain didn't dare to believe what had happened. From the time that the chaos happened until now, only a single breath of time had occurred. It was impossible for Lin Ming to run several thousand miles in this small span of time. If he were to use the Great Void Shift to pass through space, then he could indeed cross such a distance, but using the Great Void Shift required a certain amount of time to set up. Couldn't be instantly used whenever someone wanted to. Where is he? The silver-armored guard captain was panic-stricken. When Lin Ming had drawn the third possible reward for the Zenith Black level drawing, he had already sent a message to the City Lord. But now, the person had disappeared from his sight. The consequences for this failure would be serious. As the guard captain thought of how ruthless and cruel the City Lord could be, all he felt was fear. Chase after him, the silver-armored guard captain breathlessly ordered. Many other silver-armored guards began to run out from Black God Fort. But currently, there were numerous martial artists milling about the street. In this confusion, how could anyone search for Lin Ming's trail? The silver-armored guard captain was at a loss of what to do. In this brief delay, almost 10 breaths of time had passed. For a peak martial artist, 10 breaths of time was more than enough to cross several hundred miles. If they were skilled in the space laws, then they could go even further. It was likely that the human youth had already fled the city of discord. Damn it! Damn it all! How did he do this? How was he able to conceal his soul aura? The silver-armored guard captain crazily shouted. But then, his complexion distorted and his entire body turned icy cold. He could feel a terrifying aura approaching. The City Lord had arrived. The City Lord has come. The silver-armored guard captain's face instantly drained of blood. In that moment, he felt the space tighten around him. Soon, a black-robed man slowly appeared. This person wore a silver mask and his entire body emitted a thick demonic energy. Every silver-armored guard fell silent. The pressure that this black-robed man emitted was too great. As the personal guard of the City Lord, they understood just how terrifying he actually was. Everyone envied the Silver Snow Corps for their status, resources, and free residence that they enjoyed. But in truth, only they knew their own pain. To be under his command was the same as being in a cage with a tiger. As the subordinates of the City of Discord's city lord, they had to be cautious at all times. The slightest slip-up could result in the most severe form of punishments. These were the rules of the Azura Road, completely different from the rules that govern sex in the outside. The rules and following penalties were 100 times more severe than in the outside world. Where is he? The city lord's voice seemed to rise up from the nine-nether abyss. The silver-armored guard captain fell to his knees, lying prostrate on the ground, too afraid to move. This subordinate was useless, he fled. This subordinate had locked onto that human boy's soul aura, but for some unknown reason he was able to change his soul aura and suddenly disappeared from sight. This subordinate should die. The silver-armored guard captain grit his teeth, his voice trembling as he spoke. Humph! You have a Holy Lord-level cultivation, and you can't even stop a divine transformation junior from escaping. Just what use have I left for you? The city lord traced his spatial ring, his entire body exuding killing intent. The silver-armored guard captain shook. He knew that the city lord was an utterly cruel and merciless man. Even if a Holy Lord powerhouse disobeyed him, he would execute them without any hesitation. City Lord, this subordinate begs your forgiveness. Please allow this subordinate a chance for redemption. The silver-armored guard captain could barely keep his calm. In the face of death, no one was able to remain unmoved. Even holy lords that lived tens of thousands of years were no exception. The city lord's eyes flashed with a cold light, his fingers still tracing his spatial ring. He didn't immediately answer. Although only a few breaths of time passed, this short period of time was like years to the silver-armored guard captain. The city lord finally released his spatial ring. Do you know what it means to obtain the third Zenith Black reward from the Wheel of Destiny? In all these years, in all the countless cities of the Azura Road, how many people have been able to obtain this legendary reward? Do you know that this reward is said to be related to the mysterious Azura Road Master? You are just garbage. Even though this is the greatest lucky chance in the last 100 million years, it actually disappeared from before my eyes. You should have reported to me at the very start. Not after he pulled out the Zenith Black level reward. The city lord was enraged. In his opinion, this destiny should have been his. The treasures of the Azura Road were obtained by those that had the strength to grasp them. Lin Ming's treasures, the things that he obtained in the City of Discord, should all be his. However, he actually wasn't able to grasp this chance to ascend to the heavens in a single leap. This was intolerable. As Azura Road Master, as the silver-armored guard captain heard this news, he began to tremble. He never imagined that mysterious reward would have such significant meanings to it. Just who was the Azura Roadmaster? That was the legendary ruler of the 33 heavens. From start to finish, the silver-armored guard captain had never imagined that Lin Ming could obtain the Zenith Black level reward. After all, this reward was far too rare. If the silver-armored guard captain had reported to the city lord after Lin Ming had entered the game world, but Lin Ming didn't manage to obtain the Zenith Black level reward, then he would have equally suffered for reporting something so minor to the city lord. Afterwards, when Lin Ming had come out, he was extremely crafty. When he had placed the skull badges into the Wheel of Destiny, he had hidden the number of badges he obtained so that no one knew whether it was 50 or 100. Like this, he had managed to delay for a dozen plus more breaths of time. Only like this had he been able to escape before the city lord arrived. In truth, from start to finish, the silver-armored guard captain had done nothing wrong. Even so, he had gotten the worst of the worst results. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame his own luck for being too bad. Not only did he encounter such a rare and improbable event, but this human youth also had techniques to conceal his soul aura. He had truly stumbled into a bout of bad luck. Now he was forced to suffer in silence, unable to vent his bitterness. After all, who would dare to argue back in front of the city lord? He could only kneel down and await his punishment. I will not kill you today and will spare your worthless life. It is not because I am showing you mercy, but only because you have remembered the soul aura of that human. I will give you a single chance to redeem yourself. However, even though you can avoid the death penalty, you cannot avoid the punishment for your crimes. I will imprison you for 200,000 years and also plant a slave seal in your body. If you cannot complete the mission assigned to you, then you can die. In the myriad cities of the Azura Road, after several hundreds of millions of years, this unbelievable destiny, this heaven-defying chance, had occurred within his city of discord. Yet he wasn't able to obtain it. How could he be resigned to this? Yes, I thank the city lord for such mercy. The silver-armored guard captain felt his back slick with sweat. Death was truly too terrifying. As for the lot of you, you will also all be punished. Everyone here is imprisoned for 50,000 years. If anyone can catch that human, then generous rewards await you. If you cannot, then all that awaits you is death. The city lord's voice was icy as he looked at everyone else. All the guards knelt on the ground, too scared to speak. After the events at Black God Fort, the entire city of Discord was placed on high alert. When the city lord learned that Lin Ming had escaped, he used a 1,000-mile sound transmission to inform the guards to start the Great Array Formation and seal up the city. The city lord did this because he thought Lin Ming might not have necessarily left the city of Discord. If he searched the city, he might be able to make some gains. And, more importantly, the city lord wanted to place a total blockade on all news. He then scanned the logbook for that day in Black God Fort and captured all the martial artists that had appeared there, imprisoning them all. Then, each one of these people had soul-searching god runes used on them to comb through their memories. If any one of them had passed on news to others, those other people would also be equally captured and imprisoned. Then, they would have memory-sealing god runes placed within them. This sort of crazy method reflected the tyrannical rules of the Azura Road. Here, strength was everything. With strength, one could ignore all public opinion and do whatever they wished. As for things like mercy or benevolence, that was simply a joke. The reason for blocking this news was to prevent other top masters from joining the hunt for Lin Ming. Normal martial artists wouldn't know just how valuable the thing Lin Ming obtained was. They only went to look for the fun of it. Even the silver-armored guard captain was the same. Although he knew that what Lin Ming obtained was rare, he didn't know just what it meant. But, just because these ordinary martial artists didn't know what it meant didn't mean that the other city lords didn't. If this news spread out and other city lords decided to join in on the action, it would be far more difficult for the city of Discord's city lord to capture Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming was completely unaware of all the changes occurring within the city of Discord. He had already fled 50,000 miles north. Here was a forested mountain range. Lin Ming carved his own cave dwelling in this mountain range and temporarily went into seclusion. He had already changed to a completely different appearance. He wore a black robe made from energy, and he was of medium height with average, ordinary looks. His complexion was a bit yellower and his chin a bit pointier. His eyes drooped a little and he looked completely common, like someone you wouldn't notice in a crowd. Now that he needed to escape, the more low-key his appearance was, the better. The reason Lin Ming was able to flee this calamity was all because he cultivated the Divine Dream Law's bodily rebirth technique to a high enough boundary. Not only could he easily change his appearance, but he could also change the aura of his soul. Even a great world king wouldn't be able to easily see through his camouflage. When he had planned to leave Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to go on an adventure and temper himself, the first place he chose was not the Azura Road, but the Saint Convocation Heaven, where the Saint race ruled supreme. Lin Ming had dared to go to the Saint Convocation Heaven because he was able to rely on the bodily rebirth technique. Just from this alone, Lin Ming felt a heartfelt admiration towards Divine Dream. She had actually managed to research the soul forging system to such a refined degree and establish her profound Divine Dream Law. Of course, that ordinary Holy Lord level Spirita's guard captain wasn't able to easily see through Lin Ming's disguise, and part of the reason for that was also because of the magic cube. The magic cube had allowed Lin Ming to understand the Divine Dream Law to such a degree that he nearly reached Frost Dream's level of talent. It looks I won't be able to use my original appearance anymore. Then, I'll use this appearance to continue participating in the Azura Road trials. It should be safe enough. Lin Ming had confidence in his own appearance-changing technique. Even if he were to stand in front of the city lord himself, the city lord wouldn't be able to recognize him. Only an Empyrean would be able to see through his disguise. Now that the dangers had abated, Lin Ming focused on his right hand. He wanted to see just what it was he drew. Whatever it was, he had risked his life to obtain it. Moreover, it was something that hadn't been seen for several hundreds of millions of years. Shouldn't be too bad. A faint green light appeared in Lin Ming's right hand, slowly gathering together. Finally, it formed a green jade. Lin Ming looked at this jade. It was a deep green and the size of a baby's palm, just like a jade pendant. The surface of the jade had strange carvings on it. Compared to the complex language of the divine realm or saint race, this sort of writing was far simpler, only comprised of 4 strokes. Lin Ming looked at the jade for half a day. He couldn't recall anything about these characters. Just what is this? There isn't any explanation at all. Lin Ming couldn't understand just what effect this ancient jade had. All he could feel from this ancient jade was a vague primal aura, as if it had existed for countless years. However, even after hundreds of millions or even billions of years, this jade remained clean and bright. As he held it in his hands, there was even a slightly warm feeling. Perhaps it can be used when opening the final trial? Lin Ming thought out loud. Just as he was preparing to place it in the magic cube space, a sudden spiritual message flashed in his mind. This message had no words, but it still managed to transmit some blurry information to him. Lin Ming's mind stirred and he poured his divine sense into the ancient jade. Immediately, he could see some faint lines within the ancient jade. These lines formed a complex design. As Lin Ming looked at it, he could feel that it was somewhat similar to a map. And all around this map were blurry comments. As for these words, Lin Ming was able to understand them. They consisted of the divine realm's language as well as the saint race's language. During the period of time after Lin Ming came into contact with the saints and the spiritas, he slowly studied their language. A martial artist had photographic memory, and it wasn't too much of a hassle to learn a new language, especially for someone with peerless perception like Lin Ming. Great desolate god trove. Lin Ming slowly read the words, one at a time. Soul White. Do you know what the great desolate god trove is? Soul White emerged from Lin Ming's extreme violet ring, slightly startled. Great desolate god trove? This old servant does not know, but I have heard of the Great Desolate before. That is an extremely large area in the Azura Road, a completely wild and savage wilderness region. Many martial artists go there to temper themselves, but even they only journey around the edges. As for the depths of the Great Desolate, no one dares to go that far. In its depths, there are powerful ancient desolate beasts and even god beasts. Moreover, there is quite a number of them. It is said that there are numerous rare and hidden treasures in the Great Desolate. If one is lucky enough, if your destiny defies the heavens, then you may even find bones of long-dead god beasts. That is a land filled with immense lucky chances, but it is also extremely dangerous. Those who go there are always hanging on to life by a thread, with 9 chances of death and only 1 chance of survival. Lin Ming sucked in a cold breath as he heard Soul White's description. God beast. Up until now, Lin Ming had only seen 2 god beasts with his own eyes. The first was the Black Dragon in the Eternal Demon Abyss, and the second was Empyrean Demondon's contract beast. A normal god beast was slightly weaker than an Empyrean, but there were some god beasts with powerful bloodlines and inherited strengths that were able to compare favorably with peak Empyrean powerhouses. In terms of strength, Empyrean Demondon's god beast and the Black Dragon in the Eternal Demon Abyss were on completely different levels. Although Lin Ming had never seen the Black Dragon within the Eternal Demon Abyss fight, he could confirm that it was no weaker than Empyrean Primordius was in the past. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Black Dragon to fight side by side with Empyrean Primordius. In this Great Desolate there really might be a god trove, and the lines in this ancient jade might be the map to that ancient ruin. As Soul White saw Lin Ming develop the idea of going to the Great Desolate, he hurriedly discouraged him. Master, with your cultivation it is far too early for you to go to the Great Desolate. That place is different from the world of the hunter game. The hunter game is only a trial and its difficulty is determined by your cultivation. However, the Great Desolate is different. That is the true world, where only your strength matters. I believe that Master should instead look at that rare Blue Soul level mission first. Still, a Blue Soul level mission isn't easy to complete either. There are many 2-star Azuras that form teams in order to complete Blue Soul level missions. Lin Ming nodded. It was true. His strength was a bit too low right now. He might as well finish the rare Blue Soul level mission first. Lin Ming took out the Blue Soul level mission badge and poured his divine sense into it. Then a piece of information spread through his mind. Precipice Cliff. Leave a name upon the Emperor's Stone. This short sentence was the so-called mission. What sort of place is Precipice Cliff? Lin Ming asked. Soul White ruefully smiled as he heard this. He said, what a coincidence. Precipice Cliff is also at the Great Desolate, but it is located at the edges. It isn't too dangerous there. Oh? So it seems no matter what, I'll need to take a trip to the Great Desolate. Is this Emperor's Stone located on this Precipice Cliff? The aim of this mission was clearly to have Lin Ming go to the Great Desolate and leave his name upon the Emperor's Stone. At the very least he had to leave some sort of symbol. Lin Ming guessed that this Emperor's Stone likely had some sort of array formation. Once this array formation came into contact with his mission badge, the mission badge would turn into a god rune, the rare Blue Soul level god rune he would obtain from this mission. After Lin Ming understood the mission details, he spent several days in his cave dwelling adjusting himself. After he reached his best state, he left. Destination, the Great Desolate. Azura Road, the Great Desolate. No one knew just where the Great Desolate ended. It was said that the deeper one went into the Great Desolate, the more strange and fantastical phenomena one would see. Moreover, the space and time there was extremely disorderly, and even Empyreans that were skilled in the space and time laws could easily become lost in the space labyrinths. It was said that the Great Desolate eventually led to another unknown space, perhaps a world that was no longer a part of the Azura Road. In short, the depths of the Great Desolate were a forbidden zone. Currently, Lin Ming was only at the very outermost edges of the Great Desolate. He was still incomparably far from reaching anywhere near the center. This land was named the Great Desolate, but it wasn't desolate at all. Instead, there were mountains that towered for hundreds of thousands of feet with ancient, high trees that reached into the skies. Their roots gripped the earth like dragon claws, and within these primal groves, all sorts of vicious beasts flitted about. The reason that the Great Desolate was called the Great Desolate was that whoever stepped into that land, no matter who they were, would feel an ancient and prehistoric breath overwhelm them. It was said that the terrain of the land had remained pristine and unchanged for the last 10 billion years. Every inch of that land had experienced endless years. This also caused Lin Ming to feel a deep sense of respect towards this land in his heart. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A magnificent river surged in front of Lin Ming. The waters were turbulent and wild, as wide as a sea, seeming to contain an infinite strength. Soul White said, Master, this river is called the Desolate Springs and it runs through the Great Desolate. When a martial artist wants to enter the Great Desolate, they usually follow the path of this river forwards. If we follow this river, it will be a bit more secure, and we will also arrive at Precipice Cliff. All right? Lin Ming nodded. It really was a wise decision for him to bring Soul White under his control. It saved him a great deal of trouble. As Lin Ming wanted to go forwards, the clarion cry of a bird rang through the skies, alarming many vicious beasts hiding in the grass. Lin Ming saw a massive bird as large as a hill soar through the heavens, its wings blocking out most of the sun. This scene left Lin Ming secretly dumbfounded. This bird was several miles long. Although it was far smaller than a golden-winged roc, it was still on a completely different level from other birds. Bang! Crash! The giant bird landed atop a cliff. Lin Ming silently revolved the divine dream law, shielding his own figure as much as possible to avoid being spotted by the giant bird. In this Great Desolate, he had to remain absolutely vigilant. Otherwise, it would be easier for him to encounter some existence that he couldn't afford to provoke. If he did that, then escaping would be an impossible hope. Soul White said, "Master, we are only about 1,000 miles away from Precipice Cliff. We should be a bit more careful when we follow the desolate springs and we won't encounter any dangers. The vicious beasts around the desolate springs have low striking power. As long as they are not provoked, they won't attack others. Once we reach Precipice Cliff, then Master can leave a name upon the Emperor's Stone and complete the mission." "I understand." Lin Ming nodded. As they walked forwards, they actually encountered a fair number of martial artists. These people were doing as Soul White had said and were walking alongside the river. This was the safest entryway into the Great Desolate. Out of the many martial artists, there were those at the Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, and Divine Lord realms. They either came to the Great Desolate to adventure or to complete some sort of mission. Of course, the missions they were given might not be to go to Precipice Cliff. During this time period, Lin Ming saw massive slaughterfests take place around him, as well as some squads picking up the bones of rare beasts. These were not the bones of god beasts, but some ancient desolate beasts that had a faint bloodline connection to god beasts. These bones had existed here for far too long, and the marrow had already drained away, leaving nothing behind but bones. In Lin Ming's eyes, these ancient desolate beast bones were extremely wonderful treasures. Even so, they were much worse than the azure dragon bone he had found before. However, these sorts of beast bones still caused dozens and hundreds of people to kill each other in a struggle to obtain them. Finally, over half these people died, leaving pools of blood to drench the earth. The final strongest powerhouse carried off the beast bones even as he was severely wounded. As Lin Ming was watching this, he noticed that it was likely this powerhouse had received grievous hidden wounds that would be difficult to recover from. In fact, this powerhouse had also burnt 20 to 30% of his blood essence. If he wanted to restore just that, then he would have to pay an extremely deep price. This place is really filled with the scent of blood. In the Azura Road, strength is king. Fighting and killing over treasures is far too common. Even if you don't fight, others will fight you all the same. Lin Ming sighed. These common martial artists or martial artists from small influences lacked far too many resources. Their only recourse to advance in their road of martial arts was to desperately struggle with their lives on the line. "Hey, brat, have you been here all along? Have you seen any beast bones? Did you see who they were taken by? Where did that person go?" Lin Ming didn't jump into the struggle for beast bones. Even so, trouble came knocking on his door regardless. Lin Ming turned around to see several saint and imp race martial artists approaching him. They were backup called in by their comrades, but while they had been catching up, their comrades had all been killed. They didn't feel anything towards their comrades' death. Rather, what they were concerned about was the whereabouts of the beast bones. "I have no idea." Lin Ming shook his head. He didn't bother telling these people which direction the severely wounded martial artist had run off in with the beast bones. "Hey, don't try to lie to me. Let me search your soul a bit. If what you say is true, then I won't kill you." Out of the small group, an old imp man spoke as he licked his lips, chuckling as he reached out a hand towards Lin Ming. He simply didn't believe Lin Ming's words. If Lin Ming were here, why wouldn't he have seen who took the beast bones? Lin Ming frowned. This imp wanted to search his soul and said it in such a calm and casual manner, as if he were asking for directions. He didn't want to kill anyone here, but some people actually came seeking their own death. The old imp laughed as he saw Lin Ming was resisting. "Ha, brat, I already know you are lying. You might be the friend of whoever took away the beast bones. Or perhaps the bones are on your body." The old imp stretched out his skinny chicken claw-like hand to grasp Lin Ming. A thick killing intent flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. In the next moment, a red and purple light flashed out, slicing through the void. The old imp suddenly shook, his entire body shivering. His stretched-out hand also froze where it was as his fingers trembled. He looked down with disbelief etched in his eyes. There was a massive bloody hole in his chest. You! Damn it! Kill him!" The other martial artists around the old imp were all enraged. "Fight together. This boy isn't simple at all." They never thought that Lin Ming would sneak attack in such a manner just now, nor did they recognize his true strength. Come then, all of you can die together. Lin Ming waved the phoenix blood spear. At the same time, energy erupted from his body as the heavy grand mist energy surged outwards, blocking out the space all around him. As these people were enveloped in the grand mist space, they immediately felt a terrifying suppressive pressure pushing down on them. Let alone attacking, even breathing was becoming difficult. Ah! Wait! Some people miserably cried. However, once Lin Ming attacked, he didn't hold back at all. The phoenix blood spear swept out with a thick arc of spear light. In just several blinks of the eye, all of these people were killed by Lin Ming. Blood splashed everywhere. Lin Ming wiped off the blood from the phoenix blood spear and shook his head. They kill others like cutting grass. These Azura Road people are really mentally insane. As Lin Ming was speaking out loud, he heard the faint explosions of energy just several dozen miles away. It was clear some people had started to fight. I'll go around them. Lin Ming didn't want to be caught up in any more troublesome matters. If there was some battle taking place on the road, then he would just circle around them. However, after 10 miles, he stopped his footsteps. The fighting taking place in the distance was actually quite unusual. From the wild and heated origin energy in the air, he could feel that the two sides fighting were all masters, completely incomparable to the trash he just killed. Who is fighting? These swift and fierce energy collisions, this is definitely a battle between extraordinary individuals. Moreover, how could these sounds? Lin Ming's hearing was extremely sharp. Even from such a distance he could hear what sounds were coming from that chaotic battlefield. As he heard a familiar sound, an astonished light flashed in his eyes. I guess I'll go take a look. As Lin Ming spoke, he rapidly rushed towards the battlefield. The 20 to 30 mile distance took only several blinks of time. At this time, he heard someone shout out, "Wings of the Dark Phoenix!" For a time, the aura of a god-beast shot up into the skies. Lin Ming was extremely familiar with this aura. 10 years ago, within the arena of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, he had fought against this aura. Wings of the Dark Phoenix, a god-beast's aura. Is it Xiao Moxian? She also came to the Azura Road? Just who is she fighting? Lin Ming was extremely startled to discover that Xiao Moxian was one of the people fighting. But as he thought about it further, it wasn't strange at all. With the great calamity ready to erupt at any moment, Xiao Moxian would also want to rapidly increase her strength. But in the Divine Realm alone, it would be hard for her to find sufficient space to grow. She needed rivals and opponents. She needed a new world to broaden her horizons. And she needed pressure that would force her to transform into someone greater than she was before. The Azura Road was indeed a very good place to go. Then, after arriving here, Xiao Moxian had at some time obtained a mission to go to the Great Desolate. And her appearing here was also reasonable, because the Desolate Springs was the safest entry route into the Great Desolate. As Lin Ming thought of this, he sped up. He could clearly see the phantom of a dark phoenix in the distant skies. Lin Ming had fought with Xiao Moxian before, so he clearly understood that this was her bloodline strength. The phoenix true form. Unless she encountered some formidable opponent, Xiao Moxian wouldn't easily reveal this ability in the Azura Road. It was similar to an elephant revealing its ivory tusks or a rhinoceros revealing its horn. It would arouse the greed of others. Lin Ming's guess was correct. Xiao Moxian was indeed placed in a great crisis. The cause was simple. After Xiao Moxian entered the Azura Road, the first place she stopped was Wave City. After entering Wave City, she went to the mission-issuing area similar to the City of Discord's Black God Fort, and then she also participated in the trial game there. With Xiao Moxian's talent, obtaining the 50-badge Blue Soul level reward was far too simple, and even obtaining the Zenith Black level reward wasn't difficult at all. After Xiao Moxian had 2 drawings, although she didn't draw the Destiny reward that Lin Ming had drawn, she had still pulled out the second Zenith Black reward possibility, and the best one at that. If she drew that, the value of the God Rune would only be slightly worse than the Destiny reward. This would be enough to cause all the martial artists in Wave City to go crazy with greed. In addition, her Blue Soul level reward was likely the most precious third possibility type 2. When these factors were added together, the result could be imagined. Xiao Moxian was now besieged from all sides. fires scorching the starry skies. Hoo hoo hoo. Black flames swept up a storm. Xianxia wielded her swift long whip, the speed reaching unimaginable degrees as if she would tear apart space itself. Flames burnt along the whip's length. Every time the whip lashed out, martial artists would be torn apart, leaving behind nothing but bloody fog. Corpses were already piled up all around her. These corpses were either torn apart by long whip strokes or charred into cinders. As for Xianxia, her long hair was scattered about and blood stained her face. Her large pitch-black eyes were filled with a cruel and ruthless light. Although she normally seemed naughty and cute, she actually had the blood of the monster and demon races flowing through her veins. When it came to killing someone, she could instantly become a dark enchantress, showing no mercy at all. She had already been fighting for a long time, and dozens of people had been killed by her. The rocks all around were dyed black and red, and all the surrounding plant life had withered away. There were many wounds crisscrossing her body, and even her expansive dark phoenix wings were wet with blood. This blood was hers. The battlefield was already thick with the scent of blood and death. Xianxia was like a dark angel, her body brimming with a terrifying power as she harvested all life around her. I'm sure that she must have a true phoenix bloodline within her. She might even be the descendant of a phoenix. In the group of people, a holy lord martial artist suddenly shouted out. He clearly had a considerable amount of experience. In the midst of this intense battle, he had been able to see through Xianxia's bloodline. A phoenix body. How could a descendant be born from a phoenix mating with other races? If so, then us brothers have really hit the jackpot. Just a single drop of her blood essence is incomparably precious. If we can capture this woman and dual cultivate with her, we can suck up her essence and even swallow her primal origin energy. We can even use her blood to make medicine to obtain unimaginable benefits. Ha ha ha. Use her for medicine? That ruins the fun too much. This is truly a top-quality woman, the most outstanding kind of all, so how can we use her as medicine? We should enjoy her as thoroughly as we can. When we capture her, we can plant a slave seal within her and make her serve us faithfully. Little girl, don't resist us. We have enough people that you will be captured sooner or later. No matter what you try, we will place a slave seal rune within you and enjoy your body. Ha ha ha. The leading martial artists increased their violent barrage of attacks. These people all had a Holy Lord level cultivations for a total of 4 Holy Lords. Although they weren't strong Holy Lords, several of them added together formed a terrifying strength. It would be almost impossible for Xianxia to escape the siege of these people, and even someone like Lin Ming would find it difficult. Xianxia formed more seals as she wrapped her body in black flames. Mystical runes began to shine over her face, neck, and arms. These runes were the law runes of a dark phoenix that were inscribed into her body. They were the miracle of laws that she inherited from her mother, the symbol of a god-beast. These runes shimmered with a brilliant black light. The power of laws began to crazily surge around Lin Ming. Black flames soared to the heavens, sweeping across the skies. Don't struggle, little girl. It is useless for you to delay for time. Do you really think that that old man will be here to rescue you? Perhaps he already died at Wave City, or at the very least he was mutually wounded together with Wave City's city lord. Otherwise, how would the 4 of us be able to enjoy such a lucky chance? The 4 holy lords spread out, attacking Xianxia from afar. Bang! Flames crazily detonated. Several martial artists that attacked Xianxia were turned to ash. But the 4 leading Holy Lord powerhouses actually retreated. One of them even casually grasped a minion beside them to use as a shield. That unlucky martial artist was directly burned down to nothing, but the Holy Lord powerhouse behind him was completely fine. The ones sieging you are all our slaves controlled by god runes. Don't you know that there are god runes that can specifically act as slave seals for others? If you burn them, that isn't any loss to us at all. In fact, you will have needlessly wasted your strength. Ha ha ha. This Holy Lord was from the demon race. He was short, with pointy ears and nearly black skin. At this time he was fiendishly smiling as his eyes greedily swept over Xiao Moxian's body. In truth, they also knew that Xiao Moxian was extremely strong. If they were to truly attack in a head-on fight, then no single one of them alone was Xiao Moxian's match. Even if they joined forces, Xiao Moxian could still counterattack and kill off one or two of them. Thus, they used the many slaves under their control to wear down her strength. This was the safest and most methodical tactic. Xiao Moxian's eyes shined with a cold light. Although she possessed a nearly unparalleled physique, she had indeed consumed far too much energy and was nearing her limit. Her inky black eyes narrowed as she glared at the demon Holy Lord who had just spoken. Killing intent rose from all around her. "You are courting death." Bang! At this moment, a volcano seemed to erupt within Xiao Moxian. Her strength rapidly ascended as her aura violently gushed out, causing the earth to shake. In that instant, it was like a true phoenix was awakening within Xiao Moxian. This is the demon Holy Lord that was speaking before suddenly paused. He felt the space around him tighten as a terrifying strength swept at his direction. Xiao Moxian had ignored all others to attack him. Her only goal was to wipe out the Holy Lord who had shouted just now. "Old Fourth, be careful." Not too far away, two of the other four wave saints also moved to help him. As for the last one, he attacked Xiao Moxian. He was too far away, so he didn't have enough time to help his comrade. Thus he thought of attacking Xiao Moxian to force her to retreat. Xiao Moxian realized that there was an attack coming at her from behind, and she also realized the consequences of being struck. But she ignored it, stubbornly attacking as she did before. Her long whip howled as dreadful black flames formed a raging inferno that smashed into the demon Holy Lord's body. The demon Holy Lord cried out miserably as half his body was struck. Many of his organs broke, his meridians cracked, and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? He found this all unbelievable. How could Xiao Moxian suddenly erupt with such a titanic strength? She has burnt her bloodline, the bloodline of a dark phoenix. The Holy Lord behind Xiao Moxian shouted out as he attacked her. His saber came roughly chopping down upon her back. Xiao Moxian had spent all of her strength and attention to strike that demon race Holy Lord, so she had no time to turn around and defend. Instead, she wrapped her wings around her body, revolving all of her strength to resist this saber strike. See, a saber slashed through Xiao Moxian's protective true essence and cut down at her phoenix wings. Blood splashed out and her face paled. Her body was sent flying backwards until she crashed into a cluster of rocks. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rocks shattered and Xiao Moxian was buried within the debris. But in the next moment, a massive amount of broken stone was swept away by her black phoenix wings. Xiao Moxian stood up, but as she did, she revealed that only one of her phoenix wings was upright. The other wing was hanging at a strange angle. That saber strike just then had cut through her wing bones. In addition, there was also a 3-foot-long wound. It was unknown just how deep it was, but it had already injured her organs. If she didn't possess a phoenix's body, then she would have already lost all combat strength. "Old Fourth, are you okay?" Two of the Holy Lords caught the demon race Holy Lord. Although half his body was ruined, he still had a single breath of life. In that life or death moment just now, the other two Holy Lords had been able to bear a part of Xiao Moxian's attack, saving his life. "This damned girl!" The boss of the four wave saints shouted out, his eyes shining with a ruthlessly sharp light. "She has burnt her phoenix blood." A phoenix god beast was the only creature in the universe that could freely burn its blood essence without diminishing its fires of life. This was because they could rebirth themselves within the flames of nirvana. However, this also had a premise, and it was that a phoenix that combusted its blood essence had to have completed at least a single nirvana, otherwise it was difficult to do so. Currently, Xiao Moxian had yet to undergo her nirvana. Thus she could burn her ancient phoenix blood at most only once. If she did it any more, then she would damage her life force, just like an ordinary martial artist burning their blood essence. "Let's attack together. She is already exhausted. Right, no one hold back. We can't have this little girl pulling out some trump card like what she did to Old Fourth. We'll steal away the treasure she drew. Keep her lowly life and plant a slave seal in her and then train her well. The 4 wave saints said, their eyes glimmering with greed and perversion. Among the 4 of them, the 3 that still had their battle efficiency stood up. Their strength began to echo between each other before it suddenly burst outwards. Hoo. Energy gushed out. These people all came from the demon race or the saint race, and their different strengths converged together to form an array diagram. Within this array diagram, the phantom of a giant sea monster began to emerge. This sea monster was massive, with dozens of tentacles, resembling something like a massive octopus. Attack! The 3 of them all attacked with their sabers. As their sabers came slashing down, Xianxia glared at them, her eyes cold and implacable. At this time it was no longer possible for her to burn her ancient phoenix blood any further. Even burning a little of her blood just now had placed a tremendous burden on her body. Even in this completely exhausted state where she was like a flickering candle in the wind, she still slashed out with her whip at the 3 sabers. At the same time, she took out a jade slip from her spatial ring and poured her true essence into it before crumbling it. This was a defensive-type jade slip. Although it was very valuable, it was impossible for this alone to defend against the joint attack of the 3 holy lords. At most it would reduce the wounds that she received. Accept your fate. The 3 holy lords cruelly cackled, their speed increasing until they were like 3 meteors that hurtled towards Xianxia. The array diagram appeared above their sabers, and the giant sea monster behind them savagely roared as it sent several tentacles thrusting towards Xianxia. In that moment, the earth suddenly shook and space was torn apart. The mountain stones tumbled down in an avalanche as the power of space groaned in the air. The 3 holy lords didn't even have time to respond. They saw Xianxia disappear from their sight, replaced by a thick ancient stone gate that fell down from the clouds, separating them from her. What is this? Cut it down! The 3 holy lords were extremely fast. Their attacks didn't slow down in the least as they slashed out at the stone gate. In fact, it was impossible for them to slow down, just like someone that was racing suddenly coming to a complete stop. If they did so, then the energy and momentum in their attack would create a backlash against them and injure them instead. The array diagram upon their sabers shined even brighter. The octopus-like sea monster roared out and slammed its tentacles at the stone gate. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Energy exploded. All of the attacks fell down on the stone gate. Wild shockwaves spread outwards, causing all the nearby stones to disintegrate. The sea monster phantom that bore the brunt of this impact was torn apart. As for that heavy stone gate, it merely shook a little without showing any signs of damage. After that, the array diagram atop the 3 holy lords' sabers also cracked apart. Because they were too fast, all of them crashed into the stone gate. For a time, they were completely knocked senseless. Puff! The boss of the 4 wave saints spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he hadn't been attacked just now, he had taken a rebound injury. This was like a person punching at a stone wall with all their strength. Although the wall would be fine, their hand would be injured. What happened? This sudden change in events left the holy lords all perplexed and startled. The holy lord boss suddenly looked up in the sky to see a youth wrapped in a black cape. This youth held a long spear. His build was ordinary, as was his appearance. His face was a bit yellow, making him seem like someone that would never be noticed in a crowd. Without a doubt, the stone gate that came down just now had come from this person. Who are you? The 4 wave saints' expressions changed as they saw this common-looking youth appear in front of them. He seemed quite young, but his first move was to put forth such a strange magic tool. It was unknown just what this magic tool was forged from, but its defensive power was unmatched and unshakable. Just by looking at it, one could tell it was an extremely precious treasure. Normally, they would have had thoughts of stealing it away, but if they were to fight now, they would have to fight both Xianxia and the strange youth together. That was a completely unwise decision. He is a human. Moreover, he is at a divine transformation realm cultivation. It doesn't seem like he is that girl's companion, so he shouldn't know what treasure she has on her. No one should know our whereabouts either. One of the 4 wave saints said. When Xiao Moxian had escaped Wave City, she had undergone a void shift and escaped. Luckily, one of them had a rare tracking rune that was able to lock onto her position from afar. There was an extremely small number of these tracking runes. Although it wasn't just them who possessed one, the 4 Wave Saints were sure that when Xiao Moxian escaped, there were no surrounding martial artists that had one on them. As the Wave Boss looked at Xiao Moxian, he could tell from her expression that she didn't know just who this other person was. As long as they weren't companions, then everything would be much easier. Don't look down on him just because it seems he has a divine transformation realm cultivation. He could be using some sort of secret method to hide his cultivation. After all, he is definitely not a fool, and no one would attack someone clearly stronger than they are. The 4 Wave Saints didn't lower their guard because their enemy had a mere divine transformation realm cultivation. The black-caped youth grasped his long spear and slowly floated down between the 4 Tide Saints and Xiao Moxian. This youth was naturally Lin Ming. After Lin Ming changed his appearance, not only did his looks become plain and ordinary, but even his soul aura had been altered. Not even Xiao Moxian could see who he was. Friend, I advise you to not meddle in the business of others. In this Azura Road, we rule by the law of the jungle, and the strong eat the weak. Those who can't mind their own affairs are likely to die. If you leave now, then we might give you some benefits before we send you on your way. But if you insist on sticking yourself into this situation, then don't blame us 4 Wave Saints for being rude. The Wave Boss warned Lin Ming. 4 Wave Saints. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched upwards. It seemed that the martial artists of the Azura Road really preferred to form teams and give themselves some silly name. The Black Iron Ghost Triad he met before was also the same. Lin Ming glanced over at Xiao Moxian. As he arrived, he saw Xiao Moxian burn her ancient phoenix blood to nearly kill one of the 4 Wave Saints. It had to be known that the 4 Wave Saints were all holy lords. Their cultivation could not be compared to that of the Black Iron Ghost Triad. If the 4 of them joined together, their strength would rise even further. Even so, Xiao Moxian had been able to persist for such a long time and nearly kill one of them. The corpses that littered the ground all around were an alarming scene. These massive numbers of divine transformation and divine lord realm martial artists were all slain by Xiao Moxian. Their lives had been cut down with single strokes, their blood dyeing the stone and earth red. This strength was absolutely bewildering. This is incredible. Perhaps even that Imperial Prince Naki isn't any more talented than Xiao Moxian, but Xiao Moxian is also far younger than he is. A divine body seen only once every billion years is indeed extraordinary. Lin Ming was flabbergasted. In the Great Calamity, Xiao Moxian was sure to be a strong heroine who played a leading role. Who are you? Have we met before? Xiao Moxian's true essence sound transmission echoed in Lin Ming's ear. She didn't recognize the Primordius Gate, nor did she see through his changed appearance. There is no point in bothering with who I am. Let's speak after we finish off these fools. Lin Ming's voice had also changed, becoming thin and hoarse, not appealing to listen to at all. Xiao Moxian grinned as she heard Lin Ming, revealing a pair of cute sharp fangs. However, these fangs were stained red with blood, giving off a sad and mournful beauty. Great! Xiao Moxian raised her long whip. At this time, she was still able to laugh. Even though she was like an oilless lamp just now, she had been able to restore some of her origin energy in this short period of time. It could only be said that a god-beast body was far too formidable. Friend, it seems you want to die no matter what. The 4 Wave Saints could sense that Lin Ming wasn't ordinary at all. But at this time it was too late for them to give up on their goal. They surrounded Lin Ming, but Lin Ming took this time to attack. As soon as he struck out, he did so with all his strength. His opponents were holy lords, and although they were weak holy lords, the 3 of them added together couldn't be underestimated. Bang! The Primordius Gate was sent hurtling forwards by Lin Ming once more. Its momentum was broad and glorious, like an endless avalanche. It's this stone gate again, the 4 Wave Saints grimaced. Don't try to defend against it. Spread out and attack him, the Wave Boss said with a sound transmission. His entire body erupted with astral essence, and he rushed forwards like a slippery eel, circumventing the Primordius Gate to attack Lin Ming himself. After all, he was still a Holy Lord powerhouse. When his saber slashed out, combined with his great mortal bodily strength, the saber wind was incomparably fierce and sharp. This saber strike could even shear a mountain in half. However, even though the wave boss was fast, Lin Ming was even faster. Lin Ming's figure flickered as he revolved the space and time laws, instantly shooting off towards the third wave brother. The phoenix blood spear thrust out and the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation twisted together atop the shaft. Heavenly Tao judgment. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Red and purple spear lights surged, shrouding down towards the third brother with overwhelming momentum, blocking off all possible paths of escape. As Xiao Moxian saw this, her eyes widened. A move that controlled the power of thunder and fire? This move seemed somewhat similar to that one fellow's techniques. As Xiao Moxian thought of this, she didn't hold back either. The long whip in her hand slashed out like a viper towards the second wave brother. Her physical state was very poor right now, so she couldn't engage them in frontal combat, but to use some long-ranged attacks to siphon off the attention of one or two of them was possible. What fascinating strength! But what a pity, you still can't do anything to me. The third wave brother that was being covered by heavenly Tao judgment took out a green ruler from his spatial ring. This ruler immediately grew to 10 feet long before he brought it pounding down, wanting to smash apart the power of heavenly tribulation. But at this moment, from all around Lin Ming, a horrifying atmosphere spread outwards. This atmosphere was boundless and ancient, containing an incomparably suppressive feeling. Grand mist space. Who? Star-heavy grand mist energy wrapped around the green ruler, instantly slowing it down. The potential within the attack also diminished rapidly. MM? The third wave brother was shocked. This sudden change left him panicked. Be careful, the wave boss shouted. He wanted to move to help the third wave brother, but it was too late. With a loud rumbling explosion, the third wave brother was struck by the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. He soared backwards, his chest covered with red as he spat out great mouthfuls of blood. His mortal body was powerful enough that he didn't receive a fatal wound, but his combat strength dropped precipitously. Behind Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian was watching all of this occur. She wasn't placed within the grand mist space, so she didn't feel the suppressive aura directly, but she could still vaguely feel the aura of the grand mist great Tao. This person is also skilled in the grand mist laws? In Xiao Moxian's mind, the figure of Lin Ming inevitably appeared. Whether it was the power of thunder and fire or the grand mist laws, those were all abilities utilized by Lin Ming. This was especially true for the grand mist laws. Very few people understood them. If one wished to learn them, they would need an abnormally high perception in order to perceive the grand mist laws from chaos stones. After all, in this universe grand mist energy had nearly disappeared. Even so, Xiao Moxian couldn't confirm that this youth in front of her was Lin Ming based on those abilities alone. In the end, this was the Azura Road and not the Divine Realm. Xiao Moxian didn't know that Lin Ming had come to the Azura Road, and that Divine Dream, in order to protect Lin Ming, had kept his whereabouts an absolute secret. In addition, there were countless martial artists from the various universes here that studied every law possible, so someone appearing that was similar to Lin Ming could occur. Lin Ming's attacks became increasingly ruthless. He revolved his strength to the limit with every move, each move bearing down more and each move aiming to take a life. He was even stronger than Xiao Moxian. By himself in a 1-against-3 situation, he managed to suppress the 3 wave saints. In terms of striking power, the 4 wave saints were powerful, and if they were to fight 3 against 1, they shouldn't have been placed in such a disadvantageous position. However, Lin Ming had the Primordius Gate withstanding attacks for him. The Primordius Gate was like an indestructible aegis. No matter how wild or brutal the attacks were, the impact would only cause a slight tremble. Let's break through this gate first, the wave boss shouted out with a true essence sound transmission. How do we break it? Even a world king wouldn't be able to do anything to it. This stone gate must be an Empyrean spirit treasure. Another one of the wave saints said. Out of the 3 of them still standing, Their third wave brother had already been severely wounded by Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment. Even speaking caused him to vomit blood. That's right, it is because it is an Empyrean spirit treasure that this boy shouldn't have been able to completely refine it. According to common sense, it should also be impossible for him to move this stone gate. It must be because this stone gate has a spirit of its own that is allowing the boy to control it. Even so, without the absolute control of a martial artist, this stone gate is in the end nothing but a lifeless object. As long as we can overcome the stone gate, then we will win, the wave boss said. Then, he suddenly pulled out a black ghost banner and tossed it into the skies. This ghost banner rose up with the wind, drawing demonic words in the air. Woo, woo, woo. Sad and shrill cries echoed out from the ghost banner. All sorts of resentful spirits began to stream out it. These spirits were personally killed by the wave boss and enslaved by him before being sealed into the ghost banner. Once they were taken out, their pained resentment soared to the heavens. These resentful spirits gushed out like a tide. They didn't attack Lin Ming but instead rushed towards the Primordius Gate. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. This sort of tactic was a bit surprising. Who? A massive number of tortured spirits screamed out, hurtling towards the stone gate without a care for their existence. The Primordius Gate contained the aura of the Grand Mist laws. Once these spirits rushed towards it, they would be torn apart by the Grand Mist laws. However, they continued on no matter the cost, tens and hundreds of thousands of them wrapping around the Primordius Gate. As the wave boss saw the resentful spirits he refined perishing in droves, he felt his heart drip with blood. But at this time, he didn't have the luxury to care about it anymore. As long as he killed this youth, he could obtain his treasures. Moreover, he would be able to obtain that charming young woman and her Zenith Black level reward. This was a great temptation. With these treasures, he could leap up to the heavens in a single bound. Take this opportunity to attack him, the wave saints shouted out loud. Runes began to shimmer all over their bodies. These were the god runes unique to the Azura Road. The god runes of the Azura Road, besides the special functions they had, could greatly increase a martial artist's strength every time a complete set was gathered. Master, be careful. These people have gathered 3 sets of gold runes and half a set of blue soul runes. They are considered the highest peak 2-star Azuras, and can enjoy the blessings of heightened strength from the Azura Road. Soul White warned from within Lin Ming's spatial ring. Lin Ming's eyebrows arched up. This situation was becoming somewhat tricky. These wave saints were originally skilled to begin with, and now with the god runes increasing their strength, they would become even more difficult to deal with. It wasn't a problem for Lin Ming to fight a weak holy lord, but now there were 3 of them, all stronger than average. If Lin Ming wanted to kill them all off, then that would be difficult. After all, as long as they separated and escaped, then there wouldn't be anything that he could do. If he couldn't eliminate them all here, then they would reveal Xiao Moxian's location, bringing about even greater troubles. Dealing with several weak holy lords was already Lin Ming's limit. If he had to deal with a world king, then there was no chance for him to win. Moreover, because those resentful spirits had wrapped themselves around the Primordius Gate, it would be hard for him to move it for some time. This was the weakness of him being unable to completely refine the Primordius Gate. Because of that, he was only able to treat the Primordius Gate as a shield and not as the immeasurably powerful Empyrean spirit treasure that it was. Otherwise, if Lin Ming had fully refined it, then he would have been able to erupt the energy contained within with just a thought and cause all those hateful spirits to disintegrate instantly. Master, you also have god runes. Although they aren't complete, they are still Zenith Black level runes. If you summon their power within your body with an arcane technique, then you can also increase your strength. Rising half a small boundary in strength shouldn't be a problem at all. Oh! Lin Ming was surprised. The 2 runes could increase his strength by half a small boundary. Lin Ming was already at the peak of the middle divine transformation realm. If he increased his cultivation by half a small boundary, then that would almost be the equivalent of entering the late divine transformation realm. The Azura Road takes god runes as manifestations of the laws, and they are things created by the Azura Road Master. The Zenith Black runes that Master obtained are extremely rare. Using them to rise half a small boundary shouldn't be a problem at all. As Soul White spoke, Lin Ming had already started pouring his true essence into the god runes. For a time, from between his eyebrows and on his right hand, faint red-black runes began to shine. Black and red were the colors of zenith black runes. As the wave saints saw Lin Ming's body began to radiate a black and red light, they were shocked. This is zenith black runes? How is that possible? Zenith black runes were normally something that only City Lord level characters possessed. Moreover, the zenith black runes they had were usually of a lower realm. But the two zenith black runes shining on Lin Ming's body both blazed with a divine light, emitting an extraordinary and terrifying aura. Behind Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian also saw the bright shimmer of these zenith black runes. She had already been at the Azura Road for long enough that she understood what this red and black light meant. Who is he? Xiao Moxian's large eyes widened until they were like brilliant black gems. She couldn't stop looking at Lin Ming as she took an increasing interest towards him. She really wanted to know what the answers to her questions were, but she didn't ask. Xiao Moxian had a childlike innocence and naivete. The more she wanted to know something, the less she would ask about it. Instead, she would investigate herself. Only then was it fun. This brat. The wave saints felt the situation become increasingly messy. This boy was so young and yet he possessed zenith black level runes. They suspected that Lin Ming had an unfathomably deep background. However, they had already tossed their lives into the ring and it was impossible for them to retreat. The greater background a person had, the more ruthless they had to be in utterly exterminating them. They didn't even think that Lin Ming would ever let them go. Attack together. We must kill him. The wave saints drew out their sabers and attacked. 3 sabers gathered as one, their strength instantly increasing by several times. They joined together the power from the god runes as they attacked Lin Ming. This was their strongest attack. Line of the Deep Sea. A terrifying power erupted, rushing forth like a raging tsunami. From behind the wave saints, the sea monster phantom that attacked Xiao Moxian appeared once more, hurtling towards Lin Ming. Master, be careful, Soul White cried out in alarm. Although Lin Ming was talented, his cultivation was simply too low. If he had to resist the strongest attack of these wave saints that were 2 large boundaries higher in cultivation than he was, then that was simply a crazy decision. Xiao Moxian was also worried for Lin Ming. Without caring for the exhaustion that racked her body, she slashed out her whip, hoping to reduce the pressure on him. As for Lin Ming, he remained calm and unhurried. His soul force reached into his inner world and a dark gray light howled out. Your tactics were good, but unfortunately, I have more than this stone gate. As Lin Ming spoke, there was a loud metallic ring, a gong that originated from the most primeval era, bringing with it the endless breath of the great Tao laws. A heavy and ancient bell suddenly fell down from up high, covering Lin Ming within it. This ancient bell exuded a vast and boundless aura. The surface of the bell was carved with images of flowers and creatures, phoenixes and dragons, leviathans and rocks, and even Tao patterns similar to those of chaos stones. This was the Primordius Bell, another one of the Empyrean spirit treasures that Empyrean Primordius had left behind for Lin Ming. When Lin Ming first entered Primordius Palace, he had knelt in front of this ancient bell for 3 years, fully perceiving the highest truths of the great Tao contained within, using this bell to directly refine the Primordius martial intent. The attacks of the wave saints completely fell onto the Primordius Bell. Clang! The Primordius Bell was rung by the attacks of the 3 people. A visible sound wave radiated out in response, causing space to tremble. Within this horrifying bell sound, everything was crushed. Wherever the sound wave went, the ground collapsed and mountains were destroyed. The wave saints bore the brunt of this attack. Their blood swelled up within their bodies, tumbling about, nearly causing them to fall from the skies. Their saber lights as well as that roaring sea monster had all completely exploded into bits, turning into nothing. Not only had their attacks failed against Lin Ming, but they had been struck by the sound wave of the Primordius Bell, causing them to suffer a severe wound from the backlash. What do we do? What kind of magic tool is this? A trace of blood spilled out of the wave boss mouth. With great difficulty he suppressed the roiling blood within his body. But at this time he saw a giant bell come falling down on him from above. In the next moment, they were all covered inside of that ancient bell. This is bad. The wave boss was bewildered. Without a doubt, this ancient bell was also an Empyrean spirit treasure. Just by attacking it, the reverberating shockwave had caused such massive damage. If someone were actually able to activate this ancient bell, then they could likely extinguish a person's body and soul. Push away this bell and fly away. It's impossible for this human boy to truly control this bell. It must also be a lifeless object. As long as we don't strike it, we won't suffer a backlash. The wave boss instantly judged. As a Holy Lord level powerhouse, he had a rich depth of combat experience. But at this moment, the space in front of them distorted and a black-caped youth stepped out. Lin Ming had actually entered the space covered by the primordious bell. Now, within this mere 100-foot radius of space, there were 4 people. What sort of concept was 100 feet to a top master? That was the same as being face to face. None of you will leave here. This place shall be your graveyard. Lin Ming's expression was coldly indifferent as he raised the phoenix blood spear. This damned brat. The wave saints were shocked. Their first thought was that this boy in front of them had gone out of his mind. For 4 masters to fight within a small 100-foot radius space, that was no different from melee combat. It would be difficult to use any moves and one would barely have enough time to attack, much less defend. This was a suicidal method of fighting. Even a saint race martial artist wouldn't choose such a violent and extreme method of fighting. They would leave some space between them and their opponents so that there was a reaction buffer time. Moreover, Lin Ming was a human and humans focused on the essence gathering system. What they specialized in were long-distance attacks. Even though the Wave Saints saw that Lin Ming dual cultivated in body and energy, he was still nothing but a human. How could a human compare with a saint? Not just that, but within this sealed space, any explosion of energy would be increased by several times. This was a completely desperate combat tactic. Brat, do you want to die? He's dug his own grave. Let's kill him together. Just as the 3 Holy Lord powerhouses were about to attack, a sharp light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. The grand mist space suddenly erupted as it flooded the entirety of the primordious bell. OM dash. OM dash. Grand mist energy spread out, bounced back again and again by the primordious bell, its strength constantly superimposing. In that instant, the power of Lin Ming's grand mist space increased by several times. Not just that, but the primordious bell forcefully condensed the grand mist space, causing the power of this force field to become far more formidable. It had to be known that when Lin Ming was in Primordious Heavenly Palace perceiving the Primordious martial intent, he had done so by kneeling within the primordious bell and withstanding the horrifying pressure of grand mist energy. For 3 whole years, Lin Ming had withstood an immeasurable degree of pressure. And now, Lin Ming had released the grand mist space to the limit. Its power constantly increased beneath the shimmering Tao patterns of the primordious bell. He planned to engage the Wave Saints in a brutal battle beneath this suffocating pressure. What is this? What a terrifying pressure! The Wave Saints' complexions changed. Trapped within this space with the heavy pressure crashing down on them, they were able to display less than half their strength. Don't let this brat take the initiative. We must forego all defense to attack and kill him. 3 sabers chopped down on Lin Ming. In an all-out attack situation within a 100-foot radius of space, Lin Ming had nowhere to dodge. This was because those blazing saber lights had already covered all the space within the primordious bell. Lin Ming's tactic could be said to be fighting with his back against the wall. This was a do-or-die situation. In order to create a situation where he could display his greatest degree of strength, he had also fallen into great danger. But the advantage of this was that every escape route was cut off, including even his own. There was no one that would be able to run away from this small battlefield. Even if someone were skilled in the space laws, it would still be impossible for them to escape at such a close distance and with such a powerful force field suppressing them. In the violent combat within the Primordius Bell, only one side would emerge alive. Lin Ming had chosen this tactic in order to stop the four wave saints from escaping. Otherwise, there was no way he would be able to keep all three of them from fleeing. Lin Ming's eyes were grim. At this moment, a walnut-sized black sphere spun out from his inner world. This was Lin Ming's black hole seed. A black hole was the most peaceful and also most terrifying celestial body in the universe. In a radius of 100 feet, the might created by summoning this black hole seed was hard to imagine. In that moment, all of the energy within the Primordius Bell was sucked into the black hole seed. This included even the power of space and time, leaving distortions all around. With a massive gravitational force used within this small space, any movement would consume an incalculable amount of strength. When this was combined with the dreadfully heavy suppression of the Grand Mist space, the Wave Saints' three sabers came to a screeching halt as if they had fallen into a swamp. All of the saber light was being sucked into that black hole seed. What is this? Shit. Do you really plan on dying together? As the black hole seed appeared, the wave boss felt a chill shoot up his back. He instantly realized just how dangerous this move was. In this sealed space, if the force field and that black sphere were to collide with their ultimate attacks, then the resulting explosion would contain an unimaginable destructive power. Lin Ming himself would also have to withstand heavy injuries. At this time they couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. And if they didn't attack and only Lin Ming did, then they would be left in an even more miserable state. Stop! Stop! Are you insane? You want to die together with us? Lin Ming ignored all their shouts. The black hole seed he summoned shot towards the Wave Saints. Eternal darkness. As the Wave Saints saw this life-reaping black hole seed fly towards them, they all fiercely clenched their teeth and slashed out with their sabers. Their saber lights collided with eternal darkness. Bang! A horrifying explosion sounded out in that sealed space. Divine light wantonly fired off into the walls of the Primordius Bell, bouncing back and forth with an even more terrifying potential. That tyrannical shock wave along with that dangerous force field was enough to tear everything to pieces. Even a martial artist's body was no exception. Although Lin Ming had absolute confidence in his defensive abilities, even he didn't dare to use his own body to directly withstand such an attack. Thus, the moment that Lin Ming hurtled out eternal darkness, he also summoned the Primordius Heavenly Palace from within his inner world. Primordius Heavenly Palace contained spatial array formations. It could be shrunk or enlarged and was an indestructible fortress. This was Lin Ming's own safety shelter. However, 100 feet was simply far too short a distance and the explosion was far too fast. Even though Lin Ming had summoned the Primordius Heavenly Palace when he had attacked, he was still struck by the wild shock wave as he was entering it. Pong! With a dull thump, Lin Ming felt as if he was struck in the back by a billion-gene divine hammer. All of his blood vessels, muscles, and organs seemed as if they would explode. He was sent flying forwards before smashing into a wall of Primordius Heavenly Palace. Bang! Lin Ming bounced on the ground. He felt his blood vitality tumble within his body and his vision turn dark. At the same time, the Primordius Bell also shot up from the ground because of that gigantic explosion. However, the Primordius Bell was far too heavy and there was also a massive amount of Grand Mist energy contained within, making it as heavy as a small planet. Thus, it didn't bounce too high. On the contrary, the earth beneath the Primordius Bell suddenly sunk down and all of the land for several miles was blown away by the impact like a giant meteor had crashed into the ground as the shock wave spread outwards. Not too far away from the Primordius Bell, Xianxia was startled. She revolved her true essence to the limit and wrapped herself with her remaining wing to protect her body. Clang! A thunderous bell peal rang into the heavens. Xianxia was sent flying backwards as she received a light shaking injury. The main problem was that she had been too heavily wounded from before, so she found it a bit difficult to resist the shock wave. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Mountains collapsed and rivers were forced to change course. Several surrounding mountains were flattened by this shock wave and numerous frightened people and vicious beasts were sent tumbling through the skies. The wave saint that Xianxia had nearly killed before exploded into a mass of bloody fog underneath this shock wave. As Xiao Moxian saw this, she was well aware just what had happened, and she also correctly guessed how that shock wave was produced. Within the Primordius Bell, Lin Ming and the remaining Wave Saints must have all used their finishing blows in a frigid final battle. Even in the outside, such a dreadful collision of finishing blows would cause near-fatal injuries. And within the limited space of the Primordius Bell, the destructive power of that collision would be increased by several times. Even though Lin Ming dual cultivated body and energy, and even though his defensive abilities were extremely high, if he were still sucked into that sort of explosion, he would inevitably suffer a miserable fate. After all, when exchanging finishing blows like that, both parties would use at least 90% of their energy to attack, so where would they have the strength left to defend? Hey! Hey! Don't you dare die! Xiao Moxian shouted out in panic as she saw the Primordius Bell still shaking. Stop scaring me. I haven't even figured out who you are. You can't die like this. I don't want to owe anyone any favors. Xiao Moxian ran over to the Primordius Bell. Someone she had never met before had suddenly rescued her. If this mysterious person had even paid with his life, then Xiao Moxian would be at a loss for what to do. And at this time, within Primordius' heavenly palace, Lin Ming was wiping the blood from the corners of his lips. He stood up and looked down at himself. His clothes and battle armor beneath it had completely broken apart. But this was only a minor problem. He waved his hand, forming new clothing with energy. He had received some minor wounds on his back that weren't too serious. This was because he hadn't been made to withstand too much of the impact, and also because the Zenith Black God rune, the protection of God, had provided him with a considerable increase to his defensive abilities. What a fearsome strike! Lin Ming flew out from Primordius' heavenly palace. He reached out his hand and Primordius' heavenly palace rapidly spun as it shrank before flying back into his inner world. And around Lin Ming, there was nothing but bits and pieces of flesh and blood everywhere. The Wave Saints couldn't be any deader than this. The explosive effects of the black hole seed in such a small and sealed-off space had surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. The Wave Saints had likely never imagined that this was possible. The Wave Boss and Third Wave Brother were from the Saint race, and their mortal bodies were tenacious enough that they left behind pieces of their bodies. But as for the Wave Second Brother, he had become puddles of goo. At the Middle Divine Transformation Realm, Lin Ming had eliminated 3 Holy Lords. This sort of battle success would have caused even the good fortune Saint's son to drop his chin in shock. Of course, Lin Ming had been able to accomplish this mostly because of the treasures that Empyrean Primordius had left behind to him. If they had fought outside of the Primordius Bell, then even though Lin Ming would have been able to defeat them after several rounds of combat, it wouldn't have been possible for him to kill them. I wonder at what time I'll be able to kill 3 Holy Lords without relying on external objects or traps, and just with my strength alone. Only then will it be considered fierce enough. As Lin Ming was thinking to himself, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the Primordius Bell. Hey you, Black Cape Boy, are you still alive in there? Don't scare me like this. Damn, how could this bell be so heavy? Xiao Moxian poured her true essence into the Primordius Bell but found it hard to lift. This surprised her. Even though she was injured, she could still use her true essence to lift a large mountain. But now she couldn't even lift this ancient 100-foot bell. Ack! It's so heavy! Xiao Moxian finally raised up a side of the Primordius Bell. As Lin Ming saw this, he was even more startled. The Primordius Bell contained a great deal of Grand Mist energy within it. Even for him, he would need to expend a great deal of strength and effort if he wanted to lift the Primordius Bell without utilizing the Grand Mist laws. For Xiao Moxian to use brute force to accomplish this proved just how abnormally strong she was. Lin Ming stretched out a finger and poured his Grand Mist laws into the bell. In the next moment, the Primordius Bell floated upwards. Outside of the Primordius Bell, Xiao Moxian felt this ancient bell she was struggling to lift suddenly lighten and float upwards, leaving her surprised. Was there really someone alive inside? In this sort of situation, Xiao Moxian didn't think that the young man who rescued her would be able to survive. Even if he luckily lived through that explosion, his entire body would be drenched in blood and he would be near the point of death. Although she said that, Xiao Moxian didn't think that someone she never met before would sacrifice their life to randomly save her. If he dared to enter this bell, then he should have some method to live. Thinking of this, Xiao Moxian quickly took out life-saving pills from her spatial ring to prepare to save him. These pills even included a transcendent divine pill that was especially prepared by Empyrean Demon Dawn to save her life. However, when the primordious bell completely floated upwards, Xiao Moxian was shocked as she saw the scene within. There were scattered pieces of flesh and blood everywhere, as well as broken bits of sabers. Standing amongst these bloody ruins was the black-caped youth. He didn't seem wounded at all and still had a calm appearance as before, as if he had been uninvolved in the vicious battle within the ancient bell. Xiao Moxian's jaw dropped, her overly large eyes becoming even rounder. You aren't injured at all? Xiao Moxian couldn't help but admit that at this moment, Lin Ming was exuding a brave and dashing air, unfathomable like a sea, where it was impossible to tell just where the limits of his strength were. If it weren't for his yellowed skin and ordinary looks, if he were just a bit more handsome, then he could be described as a perfect young heroic elite. Hey you, are you okay? Xiao Moxian's 2 fingers continued to twitch. She wanted to walk up and touch Lin Ming, to see if he would strangely fall apart once he was touched. I'm fine, but you should hurry and take some medicine. It isn't safe to be injured in this Azura Road's great desolate. Lin Ming faintly said. Xiao Moxian was sincerely convinced of this youth's tenacity. In the end, she was the one who needed medicine more. Just what sort of feed had this farm animal eaten that he grew up so fierce? Xiao Moxian undid her phoenix true-form body transformation. With half a wing broken, even though she possessed a heaven-defying god-beast body, she still had to take some time to heal herself. After swallowing down some pills, Xiao Moxian sprinkled some valuable golden healing powder on her wounds. As she did this, she would occasionally glance over at Lin Ming, her eyes filling with curiosity. Hey, you're really amazing. Do you have some sort of special physique? In that bell, what sort of technique did you use to block the impact of all that energy? Hey, are you one of those martial artists that are born in the Azura Road? I see that your cultivation is at the middle divine transformation realm. How old are you? Xiao Moxian was like a curious child. She immediately asked many questions. When Lin Ming was in the primordious bell, he had used eternal darkness. However, because he was hidden within the bell, Xiao Moxian hadn't seen this. Otherwise, she would have been able to confirm his identity. Heavenly Tao Judgment, Grand Mist Laws, in addition to eternal darkness, when these 3 things were added together, it was more than a coincidence. Lin Ming didn't even have time to respond to this barrage of questions before Xiao Moxian giggled. You remind me of this one abnormal fellow I knew before. Well, I mean that he was so strong that it was abnormal. Lin Ming wouldn't have been surprised at all if Xiao Moxian recognized who he was. Although he could change his appearance and his soul aura, he couldn't change his techniques. Then, a little bag that hung on Xiao Moxian's waist suddenly wiggled, as if there was something that was struggling to climb out. Xiao Moxian seemed to recall something. She chuckled and then opened the bag. This bag was only the size of a fist, but after it opened, a little furry ball came rolling out. Lin Ming was stunned. As he fixed his eyes on this ball, he saw that it was a little yellow dog. Its entire body was plump and round and looked extremely cute. As this little yellow dog appeared, it began to whine towards Xiao Moxian several times, like the howls of a baby wolf. Big Yellow, you are being naughty again. I already said that you are too young, so you can't fight yet. Be a good little boy and stay in the beast bag, Xiao Moxian said. Lin Ming was bewildered. This round yellow puppy was Xiao Moxian's contract beast? Xiao Moxian came from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and was a proud daughter of heaven. Just what sort of contract beast would she have? Just by looking at this big yellow in front of him, it was hard to imagine what sort of bloodline a round little puppy like this had. That's right, Big Yellow, this brother here has saved us. About that, Xiao Moxian suddenly turned to Lin Ming. You're quite fierce. The 2 of us should form a team together. Don't worry, I am also very fierce. I won't drag you down, Xiao Moxian sincerely said. As she spoke, she unconsciously revealed the tips of her canines, making one think that she was up to no good. Form a team. Lin Ming was stunned. Forming a team was actually quite a good idea, but how would any loot be divided? Normally, one would obtain one rune or perhaps two. Collecting a full set of runes wasn't easy to begin with, much less two complete sets. At this time, Soul White had already guessed what Lin Ming was thinking. Master, it's common for martial artists to form teams in the Azura Road. The 4 Wave Saints were also the same. As Soul White spoke, Lin Ming recalled his adventure so far in the Azura Road. Indeed, he seldom saw solo martial artists. Not to mention the 4 Wave Saints, but even the roving gangs of bandits, the Black Iron Ghost Triad, or the various teams in the Great Desolate were in the same situation. Forming a team had clear advantages in the chaotic Azura Road. Whether it was combat strength or survivability, it was far superior to that of a single person. If we form a team and obtain God runes, how would we divide them? Lin Ming asked. Then Soul White replied with an unexpected answer. Soul White said, "There is an easy solution. Normally, when martial artists collect God runes, it isn't to complete sets but to sell them for resources. If so, then you can divide the resources equally. For extreme geniuses like Master who are gathering complete sets of God runes to participate in the final trial, then that can also be done by several people together. Completing one set of God runes is enough because out of the many God runes, there is one called Transmission Connection that can form a complete set. There are 5 God runes in this set, and it allows a person, no matter how far they are, to directly transmit themselves to another person's side. In this way, a team can continue into the final trial together. Moreover, within the Azura Road, there are many missions that are far easier when done in a team. So there's something like that," Lin Ming said, a bit dumbfounded. It seemed that these God runes had many mystical and wonderful uses that he had yet to learn. During his battle with the 4 Wave Saints, Lin Ming had felt some of the benefits of having God runes. "Master, don't let the runes of those 4 Wave Saints go to waste." Lin Ming nodded. He stepped in front of the Primordius Bell and put it away with a wave of his hand. Underneath the Primordius Bell, vague God runes were already shimmering above the ruined corpses of the Wave Saints. These God runes were mostly at the gold level. Lin Ming waved his hand and received all of them. The 4 Wave Saints had 3 complete sets of gold runes and half a set of Blue Soul runes. But these Blue Soul runes were the worst grade of all Blue Soul runes. All of these runes were taken by Lin Ming. The runes that were taken from the bodies of others could be used to participate in the final trial after they were completed, but they couldn't be used to grant himself the title of Azura. In order to become an Azura, he had to gain runes obtained from missions. Currently, Lin Ming wasn't even a 1-star Azura. In order to enter the final trial, I'll need to gather 36 complete sets of God runes. Are any of these 3 sets of gold runes part of the 36 required sets? Lin Ming asked. Soul White shook his head, saying with regret, "I fear that Master will be disappointed. The 36 complete sets of God runes required to open the final trial are all extremely rare runes. But these runes are very common." I didn't think it would be so easy either. As Lin Ming was speaking, Xianxia took out some food from her spatial ring to feed the small yellow puppy. The little yellow puppy hummed in happiness, its cries very lovable. Even so, Lin Ming could recognize that there was a great strength within this tiny dog that had yet to develop. "Hey, I owe you a life, but my life is really valuable, so let's say I owe you a great favor instead." Xianxia glanced over at Lin Ming. "What should I call you?" Lin Ming pondered for a moment. As he was considering whether it was necessary to hide his identity from Xianxia, he perked up. He turned around and looked towards the distant horizon. There was a young martial artist flying towards him at breakneck speed. This youth was from the monster race. If he dared to brazenly fly in the skies above the Great Desolate, then he was either impatient enough that it was worth the risk or he had the capital to do so. Seeing this young man fly in from the distant skies, Lin Ming put down any idea of revealing his true identity. In Lin Ming's opinion, it really wasn't necessary to reveal his identity to Xianxia, and towards someone unknown, he wouldn't casually reveal something vital like it. Looking at Xianxia's expression, it seemed as if she knew who this monster youth was. This person also seemed to come from the divine realm. Was he Xiao Moxian's companion? Just as this thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, his suspicions were immediately confirmed. Junior apprentice sister, I found you. The youth fell down at a quick speed, causing a wave of dust and smoke to rise up. Junior apprentice sister, are you safe? The youth who flew here wore blue clothes, and although he wasn't too handsome, he had an extraordinary temperament. He was definitely an outstanding genius. I'm fine. Xiao Moxian's expression was lukewarm as she spoke to this senior apprentice brother of hers. This caused Lin Ming to be a bit confused. This youth should have arrived at the Azura Road with Xiao Moxian, so how come he was safe but Xiao Moxian had been besieged instead? Had they been forced to scatter because they were being chased? Is Old Blue okay? Xiao Moxian asked. The Old Blue she referred to was an old monster race man who was responsible for acting as Xiao Moxian's guardian in this adventure through the Azura Road. That monster race old man himself had a great world king cultivation. After Xiao Moxian's incident in Wave City, the old monster race man had fought the Wave City Lord in a brutal battle. When Xiao Moxian escaped, the two of them had still been fighting. The monster youth said, Old Blue severely wounded the Wave City Lord, but he was also injured himself. Although that Wave City Lord is weaker than Old Blue, he had many god runes and was supported by the laws of the Azura Road, so he was able to injure Old Blue too. Although Old Blue doesn't have any life-threatening injuries, he was marked with a tracking god rune by the Wave City Lord. This sort of mark can only be undone with a corresponding unbinding god rune, and that sort of god rune is extremely rare, so it will be difficult for Old Blue to find one for some time. Old Blue is safe and that Wave City Lord won't be looking for him to fight. But if he were to come here, then you would also be discovered by the Wave City Lord. For the treasure you obtained, the Wave City Lord will definitely take any risk to lead his subordinates to you. The Azura Road's god runes possessed laws far beyond the control of any Empyrean. The rules they established were completely beyond the influence of a great world king powerhouse. Before this Old Blue was able to find the corresponding god rune to unbind the tracking rune on him, the Wave City Lord would be able to find out where he was. If Old Blue were to return to Xiao Moxian's side, that would instead place her in even greater danger. Oh, so it's like that? When Xiao Moxian heard that Old Blue wouldn't be around to protect her anymore, not only was she not worried, but she became even more excited. A faint hint of elation rose in her eyes. And, according to what Old Blue said, due to security reasons, he wants us to return first. We are only at the edge of the Azura Road, so returning to the Divine Realm shouldn't be difficult at all. Once we recover, we can return here and continue adventuring. This method will be safer and will also be more prepared next time. Junior apprentice sister, what do you think? Xiao Moxian was the precious child of the monster race and Demon Dawn bloodline. When Old Blue came to the Azura Road, he was willing to sacrifice his life to protect Xiao Moxian. But now that he was injured and also had a tracking mark placed on him, there was no way he could continue to protect her. He was afraid that Xiao Moxian would have some accident. Thus this was all he could do. I don't want to go back. Xiao Moxian devilishly smiled. That's perfect. I wanted to adventure through the Azura Road myself to begin with. What's the point of adventuring if I'm going to be monitored at every moment? Do you think I came here for vacation? For a genius to grow, they had to experience the pressure of true life or death battles. Moreover, Xiao Moxian naturally had adventurous and wild blood running through her veins. If she didn't take risks, she wouldn't be at ease. Now that she knew she could go through the Azura Road by herself, she was naturally much more excited. Junior apprentice sister, please don't speak so carelessly. Although a genius truly does need pressure to grow, you are different from those common geniuses. Your body has half of a god-beast bloodline and you are the descendant of a true god-beast. Even if you only ate and slept every day without doing anything at all, you would reach the realm of an Empyrean sooner or later. There is just no need for you to take such a great risk to come adventuring. As long as you live a calm and diligent life and adventure under the protection of your elders, you can still easily become an extreme Empyrean. The monster youth was extremely worried as he saw how eager Xiao Moxian was to travel through the Azura Road alone. He immediately cautioned her. However, Xianxia naturally hated following the rules of others to begin with, so why would she listen to his advice? Humph, who cares about an extreme Empyrean? I already said that I will become a true divinity in the future, and that is only the barest minimum. You can hurry up and return by yourself. Don't bother me anymore. Xianxia dismissively waved her hand, hinting for the monster youth to leave post-haste. The monster youth was left speechless. Become a true divinity, and that was also the barest minimum? This junior apprentice sister of his had ambitions that were far too high. He ruefully smiled and then embarrassingly said, "Junior apprentice sister, you are being too mischievous. If something happens to you, how can I explain that to grandfather? Then again, hey, stop being so nagging, you're just like some old lady. Do you still have something you need to say? If not, then we're going to leave first." Xianxia broke apart the monster youth's argument. She raised her chin towards Lin Ming, indicating for them to leave. The monster youth's smile froze on his face. This was an extremely embarrassing matter for him. He was one of the most outstanding young elites of the monster race and also one of the likely candidates to be the next monster emperor. Otherwise, how could he have been able to enter the Azura Road with Xianxia to adventure together? But now, he had been labeled a nagging old lady by Xianxia. How could he feel comfortable about this? Junior apprentice sister, since ancient times the truth has never been easy to hear. As the monster youth spoke to hear, he suddenly realized something. He turned to Lin Ming and said, "Wait, who are you?" The monster youth had naturally noticed Lin Ming, who wasn't standing too far from Xianxia. But after he glanced over his humble and common appearance as well as his divine transformation realm cultivation, he didn't pay further attention to him. But now, Xianxia wanted to go through the Azura Road and also bring this shabby-looking young man with her? And most importantly of all, he was a human. As someone born of the monster race, he was raised with a negative impression of humans. He didn't want Xianxia to have too much contact with humans at all. Moreover, he also knew that this junior apprentice sister of his had an extremely high-handed mind and normally didn't have a liking for anyone. Now, she didn't even want him to accompany her as she traveled through the Azura Road. So why would she bring this boy with her? Just what specialty did this young man have? He had been together with Xianxia for most of the time, so where had this unknown boy suddenly come from, and why did the two of them seem to be on good terms with each other? Lin Ming originally didn't have any plans to bother responding to this monster youth. But then he also saw Xianxia curiously looking at him. It was obvious that he would need to reply to this question sooner or later, so he simply said, "My name is Lin Lanjian." Lin Lanjian was the name that Lin Ming had used before when he entered the four divine kingdoms and was being chased down by the Azura divine kingdom. Lin Lanjian? So your surname is also Lin? You have the same last name as that abnormal fellow I know. Xianxia couldn't help but inevitably form these associations. Her senior apprentice brother frowned, grumpily saying, "Junior apprentice sister, you plan on journeying through the Azura Road and you want to go with this young man too? Why do you care so much about what I want to do?" "Of course I have to care. This person comes from unknown origins and there is nothing we know about him. All we know is that he is a human, and you should know that humans are greedy and deceitful liars. In these last several billions of years, how many great wars have erupted within the divine realm between humanity and us monsters? How many of our people have died? This is because humans have always lusted after our resources." The monster youth had no goodwill towards humans. He didn't hold anything back as he spoke out loud in front of Lin Ming, the same as cursing Lin Ming to his face. This caused Lin Ming to frown. In truth, Lin Ming also acknowledged that humans were a truly greedy and deceitful race, but the other races were no exception. The saints, the monsters, the demons, all of them were the same. Lin Ming coldly said, "There is no need to speak so high-handedly as if you are any better or more noble than everyone else. There are wars between every race. Are you trying to say that you have never attacked others for their resources before?" Lin Ming's words were forceful and aggressive, each one drawing blood. The monster youth couldn't refute them. It was true. In many mystic realms he had attacked others for their treasures. Then again, it should be said that this was common amongst all martial artists. There's no point in endlessly arguing. Lin Lanjian, let's go. Where did you say you wanted to go? Xiao Moxian clearly didn't like this monster youth minding her matters. Towards this senior apprentice brother who constantly badgered and pestered her, she had no liking at all. I'm going to Precipice Cliff, the Emperor's Stone. Lin Ming stated his destination. That's such a coincidence. I also have to go there. Do you have a mission there? Yes. I also have a mission. Xiao Moxian chuckled, no longer bothering speaking with her senior apprentice brother, and instead walking away with Lin Ming. The left-behind senior apprentice brother had an incomparably ugly expression. He had flown so far to get here and had found Xiao Moxian after such great difficulties, but she had slammed the door in his face. Moreover, he had no idea what sort of potion this sorry-looking fellow had brewed to make her form a team with him. How could he be willing to endure this? The monster youth grit his teeth and began stepping forwards. You want to come too? Xiao Moxian asked the monster youth. Humph. I also have a mission at Precipice Cliff's Emperor's Stone. So why can't I take this road? Although he had no choice, he couldn't allow Xiao Moxian and this black-caped fellow to wander off together. How could he not worry about what would happen? Boy, just who are you? Are you a native martial artist of the Azura Road? The monster youth asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. Think what you will, Lin Ming said, not caring much. Ha! What fine words. No one has spoken to me like that in a long time. Do you even know what status she has? The monster youth concluded that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had just met, so he must not know what her true identity was. Without Lin Ming's reply, the monster youth said, The girl standing next to you is the direct bloodline descendant of an Empyrean, and she has a heaven-defying talent. As for me, I am also the direct bloodline descendant of an Empyrean. My grandfather is the monster emperor. I have no idea why my junior apprentice sister decided to go with you, but I advise you to watch your thoughts and not think of anything inappropriate. After this trip to Precipice Cliff, I want you to vanish from my sight. This youth's grandfather was the monster emperor? Lin Ming groaned inwardly. This was yet another monster prince. In the divine realm, the monster emperor was not the title of a cultivation realm, but the title of the supreme king of the entire monster race. The monster race had more than one Empyrean, but all monster Empyreans had to obey the command of the monster emperor. The monster emperor represented absolute authority, and the descendants of the monster emperor naturally belonged to the most illustrious and magnificent family of the monster race. The monster emperor lived for a long time and had countless children. Even amongst the monster princes there were those that were weaker and those that were stronger. Lin Ming could feel that this youth in front of him had a solid foundation. He was definitely an outstanding individual amongst his peers. If this person came with Xiao Moxian to the Azura Road to adventure and also had a great world king to protect them, his status must not be ordinary. He might be the most extraordinary of the current monster princes, and he might even have a chance of inheriting the throne of the monster emperor in the future. Lin Ming quickly surmised. If this monster youth was so confident in himself, he must have the abilities to back it up. His guess was correct. This monster youth in front of him was Monster Prince Duyu, the grandson of the monster emperor. His father was a half-step Empyrean and also had the chance of rising even further in the future. As for his mother, she possessed the purest bloodline of the royal Hydra family. The monster race had a smaller population than humanity, but for them to exist for all these years in the divine realm without being destroyed, they definitely had their own strengths. In terms of numbers and the ability to reproduce, the monster race was far inferior to humanity, but in terms of individual talent, the average talent of the monster race was higher than the human average. During the divine realm first martial meeting, there had also been a monster prince that had participated. Although he had been ruthlessly and mercilessly beaten down by both Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, one had to admit that he was also a master, someone stronger than even vast universe Heavenly Palace's White King. If it weren't for this being the era in which countless miraculous young elites were being born, then he would definitely have been able to bloom in wonder at the first martial meeting. Without a doubt, This monster youth in front of Lin Ming was far stronger than the monster prince that he had encountered at the first martial meeting. Although he was worse than Dragon Fong, Hang Chi, and the others, he was talented enough to look down at most geniuses within the divine realm with contempt. Of the Empyrean descendants, he was among the best. However, it was just that Lin Ming's current worldview was too high. He had seen far too many chosen and had personally experienced the terror that was the good fortune saint's son. To the current him, any sort of Empyrean descendant was ordinary. But to common geniuses, not to mention peak Empyrean descendants, even the worst Empyrean descendants were considered legendary existences. When great world king geniuses or even geniuses of ordinary holy lands were to arrive at some small place in the middle of nowhere, they would shine with a brilliant light, too bright for anyone to look up to them. In this sort of situation, the monster Prince Duyu naturally had an inherent sense of superiority. If he were to encounter a common mortal genius and speak a few words to them, that was their good fortune. Monster Prince Duyu thought that Lin Ming was shocked by his status. After being satisfied with the deterrence created by his status, he said, "Your foundation also seems solid, so you should be considered a somebody at least. What sort of background do you have? Do you have some special bloodline in your lineage? Do you have an extreme master teaching you?" As Monster Prince Duyu asked all of this, Lin Ming said, "I don't have any background at all. My ancestors were all mortals." What Lin Ming said was nothing but the truth, but Monster Prince Duyu didn't believe him. In the eyes of Monster Prince Duyu, a martial artist with such a solid foundation couldn't possibly originate from a common mortal background. They at least had to be the peak young elite of some sect. To Monster Prince Duyu, Lin Ming likely came from some tiny influence like a holy lord level holy land. He probably didn't want to state where he came from in order to not embarrass himself. This brat has an ordinary background and his looks are also so ugly. No matter how I see it, there is no way that junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian should ever take a liking towards him. Monster Prince Duyu thought to himself. Then he was much more relieved in his mind. As he looked at Lin Ming once more, most of the annoyance was gone from his eyes. He was extremely hostile and antagonistic towards Lin Ming at the start because he himself was interested in pursuing Xiao Moxian's affection. However, Xiao Moxian had for some reason displayed a strangely bewildering interest in Lin Ming. Moreover, she even refused his suggestion to return to the divine realm and then expressly stated that she wanted to continue through the Azura Road's trials together with Lin Ming. How could Monster Prince Duyu feel comfortable about this? To Monster Prince Duyu, Xiao Moxian was the perfect wife. Xiao Moxian's background and bloodline were without question. If it weren't for her grandfather being Empyrean Demon Dawn, then the current Monster Emperor might have already positioned her to be the next Monster Empress. In addition, as Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor grew increasingly close in their relations, there became countless young elites in the monster race chasing after her hand. Forgetting the advantages of dual cultivating with Xiao Moxian, just her status alone was enough for anyone to ascend to the heavens in a single leap. However, there was something that happened after that had plunged Monster Prince Duyu into a deep inner conflict. It was that his grandfather seemed intent on engaging Xiao Moxian to the good fortune saint's son, in exchange for the good fortune saint's sovereign gifting him with the method to break into true divinity. In front of this massive temptation, even Empyrean Demon Dawn wavered. This matter was one of the greatest secrets of the monster race. It was only because Monster Prince Duyu was the most likely candidate to be the next Monster Emperor that he was able to obtain a whiff of this rumor. This left Monster Prince Duyu in a conundrum. On one hand, he hoped to obtain Xiao Moxian, and on the other hand he hoped that his grandfather would be able to become a true divinity. If his grandfather was able to pave the road to becoming a true divinity, then Monster Prince Duyu would be able to follow in his footsteps and perhaps even challenge the realm of true divinity one day. After several days of consideration, Monster Prince Duyu developed a plan. Even if Xiao Moxian were to marry the good fortune saint's son, who knew just when that would happen? And if they did marry, that was only due to political needs. It wasn't known whether or not Xiao Moxian and the good fortune saint's son would have marital relations. If Xiao Moxian was disinterested in the good fortune saint's son, then he could preemptively move in on Xiao Moxian before their marriage. Like this, all the advantages would be obtained by him. In any case, what mattered the most to the saints was that the monster race would assist them in the great calamity. Xiao Moxian was only a secondary consideration. Thus, Monster Prince Duyu had terminated his seclusion early, so that he could come to the Azura Road together with Xiao Moxian, all in order to cultivate her feelings. Now that a third will like Lin Ming had popped in from nowhere, he was definitely displeased with that. But if Lin Ming was completely inferior to himself, then that was another matter altogether. Thinking like this, Monster Prince Duyu even felt that it might be a good matter if Old Blue wasn't able to accompany them on their trials through the Azura Road. This would give him a true chance to pursue Xiao Moxian's affections. After all, for a lone boy and girl to travel through the endlessly dangerous Azura Road, overcoming obstacles one after another, he might be able to reach his goal sooner than he thought. As Monster Prince Duyu was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a roar explode in front of him. He immediately went on alert. A vicious beast had appeared. In the Great Desolate there were vicious beasts everywhere. To meet a vicious beast was naturally a time for him to show off. However, he didn't hurry to take action because there was also this Lin Longian nearby. He planned on allowing Lin Longian to fight first. If this human male was weak, then he might even be eaten up by this vicious beast. As Monster Prince Duyu was thinking this, there was another loud roar as a 100-foot-long rhinoceros appeared in front of the three of them. This rhinoceros contained a terrifying strength. As it rushed forwards, the earth shook in its wake. Although it looked like a rhinoceros, as one saw its cruel and sharp fangs, no one could think that it was a grass-munching herbivore. Not bad. Monster Prince Duyu's eyes lit up. This rhinoceros was clearly strong. Even if it couldn't kill Lin Longian, as long as Lin Longian ended up in a miserable state, then he could clean up the mess afterwards. Monster Prince Duyu smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. Brother Lin, do you plan on fighting this one? How could Lin Ming have known that during this short period of time, Monster Prince Duyu would have had so many colorful psychological calculations? Although he felt that Monster Prince Duyu was hostile towards him, he didn't care much at all. It didn't matter for him to get rid of this vicious beast either. Just as Lin Ming was about to attack, Xiao Moxian actually excitedly pulled out her whip. She tightened her whip, making it crackle in response. What a large cow! My big yellow finally has something to eat. Xiao Moxian chuckled. Without waiting for Monster Prince Duyu and Lin Ming to move, she immediately took the initiative. The rhinoceros roared and hurled itself towards Xiao Moxian. In its eyes, these three people were all food. It dripped saliva down its maw as its fangs glistened. Xiao! A whip came slashing out, followed by tumbling flames. Xiao Moxian's figure drew a delicate arc in the sky. In the next moment, the whip wrapped around the rhinoceros' legs as if it had a mind of its own. This whip was extremely tough to the point that the giant rhinoceros couldn't break free. It immediately fell down where it was. Bang! The earth shook. Xiao Moxian flipped upside down in the air, falling straight down like a meteor. A chilling sword appeared in her hand, thrusting downwards. Chi! The long sword pierced through the rhinoceros' divine iron-like skin as if it were tofu. It drilled through the beast's throat, and then a massive amount of flames erupted from the sword, instantly incinerating the rhinoceros' throat to ashes. The giant rhinoceros fiercely struggled for a brief moment before falling over, motionless. It was a one-strike kill. Even though Lin Ming already expected this result, he couldn't help but marvel at her combat skills. Her actions were neat and methodical, without any delay at all. The severe wounds that the four-wave saints caused to her have mostly healed, and don't seem to affect her combat strength anymore. Although she had taken some medicine, the greater reason was her own regenerative abilities. The physique of a god-beast is truly too abnormal. As Lin Ming was thinking this, Xiao Moxian opened her wriggling beast bag. She said, "Big Yellow, it's time for a meal." The little puppy called Big Yellow immediately came rolling out of the beast bag. It bounced about for a bit, its eyes shining as it saw the rhinoceros. Then it rushed towards it. Lin Ming had a funny look on his face. This little dog was so small, just how much could it eat? However, in the next moment, something incredible occurred. The 100-foot-long rhinoceros actually began to shrink. Then, it was swallowed up by the little dog that was tens of thousands of times smaller. This scene caused Lin Ming to be dumbfounded. He could feel that this little dog contained the power of space within its body. Although this dog was tiny, there had to be another world within its body if it was able to swallow up that giant rhinoceros. After eating the giant rhinoceros, Big Yellow burped out loud and rolled on its small belly in satisfaction. Then, it sauntered back into the beast bag to sleep. What a gluttonous little Tao Tai. Swallowing down a 100-foot rhinoceros is truly childish. After Big Yellow ate the giant rhinoceros, Monster Prince Duyu began to casually comment. In truth, he had a strong sense of superiority in his mind. Then, he looked over at Lin Ming's expression. A Tao Tai was a type of god beast. Although it wasn't amongst the strongest of god beasts, it was still a true god beast. In this world, just how many young elites could have a god beast as a contract beast? To martial artists of minor backgrounds, this was something they couldn't even dream of. Tao Tai? As Lin Ming heard this name, he was startled. The legendary Tao Tai was said to have a swallowing ability that surpassed a golden-winged roc. In terms of combat ability, they were slightly worse than the four main divisions of god beasts, but no matter what, they were still genuine god beasts. A Tao Tai with a royal bloodline was said to be able to swallow a great dimension. This sort of creature formed their own heaven and earth within their bodies, giving them unfathomable degrees of strength. Xiao Moxian really is the proudest daughter of heaven of two great influences. To think that she would even have a god beast as her contract beast. Not even most Empyreans have this chance. In Lin Ming's eyes, only a peak Empyrean like Empyrean Demon Dawn could have a god beast as their contract beast. This was because a god beast was far too arrogant and proud. They were inherently unwilling to submit to other races. If someone wished for a god beast to follow them, they had to first obtain the approval of that god beast. Monster Prince Duyu faintly smiled as he saw that Lin Ming knew just what a god beast was. The reason he had said all of this so nonchalantly was to shock Lin Ming and have him understand just what caliber of woman Xiao Moxian was. Xiao Moxian carefully put away her beast bag. She clearly loved this Big Yellow a great deal. Haha, junior apprentice sister. You are becoming stronger with every passing day. For you, dealing with an ancient vicious beast is as easy as lifting a hand. But that little fellow is eating more and more. The more a Tao Tai god beast eats, the faster they grow. If this little fellow follows junior apprentice sister in the future, it will surely be able to swallow up even more powerful ancient vicious beasts. Once it grows into an adult, it will surely be a great help to junior apprentice sister. Monster Prince Duyu was envious that Xiao Moxian had such a contract beast and he didn't. However, when he thought that Xiao Moxian would become his in the future, he relaxed. Xiao Moxian clearly enjoyed Monster Prince Duyu's flattering. She laughed, quite happily. Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream were different. Frost Dream was cold and aloof and she rarely came into contact with the other sex. This included even people like Lin Ming. But Xiao Moxian wasn't disgusted with men. She still had a childlike innocence to her, like she didn't understand the concept of the relations between men and women. Instead of being annoyed by her many cloying pursuers, she instead thought they were amusing. She would even use all sorts of pranks to have fun at the expense of others. Monster Prince Duyu would occasionally fall for these tricks, giving him a great headache. The three of them continued forwards. After another 10 miles, they encountered another vicious beast. The beast that appeared this time was a horned lizard. Its aura was far greater than that of the giant rhinoceros they encountered before. Xiao Moxian wanted to take it down, but she was blocked by Monster Prince Duyu. Junior apprentice sister, we still have several hundred miles to travel until we reach Precipice Cliff. Adventuring is something we're all here for, so we should share the burden. If you fight every time, then we won't have the chance to do anything. How about we take turns with these vicious beasts? Xiao Moxian looked at Monster Prince Duyu with surprise, but she didn't really care about who had the chance to fight. As for Lin Ming, his thoughts stirred. He knew that Monster Prince Duyu had made this suggestion to probe him, embarrass him, or both. However, Lin Ming was disinclined to bother with Monster Prince Duyu's devious little games. In this battle, the horned lizard was dealt with by Monster Prince Duyu alone. Monster Prince Duyu was indeed amazing. Although he was weaker than Xiao Maxian, he was still able to look down at all martial artists of his level with disdain. With his monster blood boiling over, he threw himself into a fierce battle with the horned lizard. After a few moves, he shattered the horned lizard's defenses and struck it to death. This entire battle lasted for only 5 breaths of time. Monster Prince Duyu had used 3 moves in total. When combined with the horned lizard's struggles, this caused the nearby mountain to explode and dozens of ancient trees to fall over. The battlefield extended to a large area. Haha! This lizard was quite strong. That was a fun battle. Monster Prince Duyu commented with a relaxed tone as he slapped his hands together, wiping them clean. With a wave of his hand, he placed the horned lizard's corpse into his spatial ring where it would later be Big Yellow's dinner. However, within Lin Ming's spatial ring, Soul White snorted with contempt as he looked at the great scene Monster Prince Duyu had caused. What an idiot! To think he used so much energy in fighting a single horned lizard. Oh! Lin Ming was surprised. He asked Soul White with a sound transmission, "What would you do?" Before Soul White could reply, Monster Prince Duyu looked over at Lin Ming, grinning as he said, "Brother Lin, the next one is yours." Lin Ming laughed inwardly. This Monster Prince Duyu was indeed trying to probe him, but Lin Ming didn't mind much at all. The 3 people continued forwards. However, what made Monster Prince Duyu feel uneasy was that Lin Ming only encountered a few beast weaklings. He simply didn't need to use any strength to defeat them. This isn't going to work. That beast was also too weak. Where have all the strong, vicious beasts of the great desolate gone? Monster Prince Duyu cursed. Coming this far, the beasts they encountered became increasingly weak. However, at last, when the second round had passed and it was Lin Ming's turn again, they ran into yet another large fellow. This vicious beast was also a horned lizard, but instead of 1 horn this lizard had 3 horns. Moreover, it was much larger than the one Monster Prince Duyu had killed earlier. Its entire body was jet black with red patches mottling its head. Just the tongue that slipped out of its mouth was thicker than an adult's thigh. Feeling the aura of this lizard alone, there was no doubt that this horned lizard was far more terrifying than the last. Haha! This lizard isn't bad. Brother Lin, it should be your turn to deal with it. It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Monster Prince Duyu looked at Lin Ming with a mocking light in his eyes. The corners of his lips tugged up in a jeer as he waited to see Lin Ming be defeated. Lin Ming faintly smiled and stepped forwards. Lin Lanjian, you have to kill it within 3 breaths of time or it will be too sad. Xiao Maxian playfully cheered from behind. She was well aware of how strong Lin Ming was. However, this sort of cheer caused Monster Prince Duyu to frown. Before, when he dealt with the single-horned lizard, he had spent 5 breaths of time to do so. But this 3-horned lizard was clearly much stronger, and yet she was saying that Lin Lanjian should be able to kill it in 3 breaths of time. How could he possibly believe this? Lin Ming glanced towards Xiao Maxian and smiled. Then he walked towards the horned lizard. He sent a sound transmission to Soul White. Soul White, you said before that it doesn't take much energy to deal with this lizard? Of course, this type of horned lizard has a weakness at its abdomen. Normally, it is lying flat on the ground to cover up its weakness. But once it attacks its prey, this weakness will be exposed. Understood. Lin Ming didn't need Soul White to point out exactly where this weakness was. As he swept his sense out, he immediately found an uncommon place at the belly of the beast. It was there. Roar! The horned lizard roared and threw itself towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even bring out the Phoenix Blood Spear. His figure vanished as he revolved the space laws. In the next moment he had flash-stepped beneath the belly of the horned lizard. He slammed up his palm, and with a light cracking sound, that lizard shook as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Its body tumbled over, crashing into a pile of boulders as it fell downwards. Its limbs continued to twitch. Soon it died. What? Monster Prince Duyu's eyes popped open. Even Xiao Maxian's large black eyes had widened. She blinked in disbelief as if she couldn't believe what had happened. Before, She had cheered out for Lin Ming to end the battle in 3 breaths of time because she had a certain understanding of his strength. If Lin Ming were to really finish the battle in 3 breaths of time, then she wouldn't be surprised at all. But just now, Lin Ming didn't use any strength at all. He simply flash-stepped over, thrust out with his palm, and easily ended the fight. That giant horned lizard had been slapped to death? This was really too unbelievable. Although Xiao Moxin believed she could easily kill that lizard, she couldn't do so with a single palm strike. To this sort of massive beast, a human arm wasn't any different from a fly. How did you do that? Monster Prince Du gulped. He couldn't help but ask this question. Lin Ming simply said, "This lizard has a weakness. It has an area at its abdomen where its monster beast core is contained. If you push against this area and flood it with true essence, then you can destroy the beast core and directly kill it." This? Monster Prince Du's jaw dropped downwards at a loss for words. When he killed the one-horned lizard, it had taken him a considerable amount of effort to do so, but now he was suddenly informed that the beast had a weakness. This made him feel as if he had been played around with. He breathlessly said, "If you knew that earlier, then why didn't you say anything?" Lin Ming shrugged. "You never said you didn't know, so how would I know what you know? You never asked me either." These words felt as if they were jammed down Monster Prince Du's throat. This damned brat. Monster Prince Du originally wanted to test out Lin Ming's strength, but he never imagined that he would resort to shortcuts to bring down the 3-horned lizard. He simply didn't use any strength at all. "So you're a native martial artist of the Azura Road." Monster Prince Du assumed that Lin Ming was a martial artist born within the Azura Road. If so, then it wouldn't be strange for him to understand the specific weaknesses of the lizard. Lin Ming didn't comment further. Since he planned on hiding his status, he'd let this monster youth assume whatever he wanted. This brat. I never thought he would have such tricks up his sleeve, Monster Prince Du thought to himself. And at this time, they had already arrived at Precipice Cliff. Precipice Cliff. As the name suggested, it was a precipice on the edge of the Great Desolate. This precipice was 36 miles high and as smooth as a mirror, without any curve at all. The only roughness on this precipice were the marks left behind by other powerhouses. If one wished to leave behind their mark on Precipice Cliff, it required more than cultivation alone. They had to be an outstanding genius amongst all geniuses. At this time it was the thick of night. The silver moon hung high in the sky, reflecting a crystalline sheen upon the smooth wall of Precipice Cliff, as if the entire land was shrouded in liquid mercury. It was a beautiful sight. This was an important stop at the Great Desolate because Precipice Cliff itself was a wonderful safe zone. It exuded a faint pressure and aura of a great emperor, making it so that no vicious beasts dared to approach. Because of this, many martial artists came to Precipice Cliff to rest and adjust their condition. This was one of the few safe zones in the entire Great Desolate. "Haha! We've finally arrived at Precipice Cliff." Monster Prince Du smiled. This Precipice Cliff is a divine treasure of the Great Desolate. It is said that it is related to the Azura Roadmaster. If one can leave their mark upon Precipice Cliff, then they can obtain the destiny of an emperor. It will be greatly beneficial to your future growth. Junior apprentice sister, since we're here, we must leave our mark upon Precipice Cliff so it can be recorded for all posterity. As Monster Prince Du spoke, he readied himself to fly up Precipice Cliff. However, he was stopped by Lin Ming. "Hold on. What are you doing?" Monster Prince Du frowned, looking towards Lin Ming. "I think it might be better if you change your appearance. Although you said no one knows where you are, this is Precipice Cliff, one of the common trial areas for new young elites in the Azura Road. Don't you think there might be an ambush here? With so many people around, you might be noticed by some more ambitious individuals." Xiao Moxin didn't tell Lin Ming just why she was being chased by others. Although she didn't state it, he had already guessed the approximate reason. "Appearance changing? Have you?" Xiao Moxin's thoughts stirred. A sly look entered her large eyes as she glanced over at Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw that interest flash through Xiao Moxin's eyes, he was a bit embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Moxin had some guesses about who he was, or at least suspected it. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Ming awkwardly said after Xiao Maxian stared at him for a full 10 breaths of time. Besides Xiao Maxian, Monster Prince Duyu was actually filled with jealousy. Although this junior apprentice sister of his never disregarded the opposite sex, she had never revealed such interest in anyone. This Lin Longjien was ordinary in appearance and background, so what qualifications did he have to attract his junior apprentice sister? I'm looking at you because you remind me of someone. Xiao Maxian blinked her eyes, her gaze still locked onto Lin Ming's face. Oh? Are they your friend? Lin Ming abashedly replied. In truth, he didn't have any deliberate plan to conceal his identity from Xiao Maxian. But Xiao Maxian didn't seem to be the most reliable of people, and there was also the hostile monster Prince Duyu. With him here, he definitely couldn't reveal himself. Not a friend. I wouldn't mind beating him up if I saw him, but maybe I wouldn't be able to beat him. Xiao Maxian giggled, revealing her cute little canines. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. He wasn't sure if Xiao Maxian was joking or not, but it seemed that she still held her defeat at the first martial meeting close to her heart. Then, there was a small interlude as Lin Ming helped Xiao Maxian and Monster Prince Duyu change their appearance. His bodily rebirth technique was itself a sort of spiritual illusion that could be applied to others. However, when he performed it on others, he could only change their appearance and not their soul aura. It wouldn't be enough to conceal them from a great world king. However, Lin Ming also believed that the world king-level city lords wouldn't personally run out from their cities to lie in ambush for Xiao Maxian. After reaching the bottom of Precipice Cliff, Lin Ming discovered that there were 3 or 4 groups of people already waiting. The Azura Road was extremely large, and yet there was only a single precipice cliff. Every day there would be many martial artists coming here in order to try and leave their name. It is said that it is common for people to receive missions to leave a name on Precipice Cliff. But there actually aren't many who can do this. A martial artist said from the base of Precipice Cliff. Hey, what do you mean it is common? Leaving a name on Precipice Cliff is a rare mission and many people can't obtain such a mission badge. Those that can are definitely ruthless individuals with considerable abilities. It's only because the Azura Road is so large that there are people coming here every day, making it seem that this mission is a bit more common. Even outstanding individuals might not be able to leave their name behind. As everyone was speaking, they were looking up at the high precipice cliff. However, no one actually moved. After all, they only had a single chance. Once they failed, it was over for them, thus no one would recklessly begin. Once they tried and failed, they would have used their mission badge in vain. Lin Ming carefully observed the area. He discovered that the 36-mile-high precipice cliff had many marks, but the truth was that there were massive differences even between these marks. Some marks were deep and some marks were shallow. Some people left behind their name and some people left behind runes. Between these marks, the greatest difference was in their heights. The higher one went up Precipice Cliff, the fewer marks there were. At the very top of Precipice Cliff was a giant purple boulder, and this purple boulder had the least marks of all. However, every mark on it revealed a devastatingly breathtaking aura. What is that purple boulder? Before Lin Ming could ask Soul White this question, the eager and high-spirited monster Prince Duyu suddenly spoke first. The ones that were asked seemed a bit annoyed. That is the Emperor Stone, didn't you know? The Emperor Stone is at the summit of Precipice Cliff. If you can leave a mark on the Emperor Stone, then you can obtain extra rewards, but leaving behind a mark on Precipice Cliff itself is difficult to begin with, and trying to leave behind a mark on the Emperor Stone is 10 times as difficult. It's simply impossible for commoners. As this random traveler spoke, Lin Ming remembered that the contents of his mission was to leave a name on Precipice Cliff's Emperor Stone. The mission had specifically stated the Emperor Stone and not Precipice Cliff. It seemed that the Azura Road really thought highly of him. Could this even still be considered a Blue Soul level mission? Lin Ming looked up at the Emperor Stone. There were only several dozen marks on it, including sword marks, saber marks, fist marks, runes, spear holes, and so forth. All of these different marks contained the aura of laws, and they felt as if they had existed since the most ancient of times. Only several dozen marks? In all the endless years of the Azura Road, only several dozen people have been able to leave behind their own marks? That means on average there isn't even one mark every several 100 million years. Right? Lin Ming asked Soul White. Soul White responded, Master, even the marks left behind on the Emperor's Stone will not last forever. They will eventually slowly fade away. Only by leaving by a deep mark will it remain for a long time. For instance, that sword mark at the highest point was left behind 100 million years ago by the ancient evil sword duke using his evil divine sword. When he left behind that sword mark, he had a divine lord-level cultivation. The sword mark that Soul White mentioned was in truth a bit blurry, because 100 million years of time was simply too far off in the distance. There was only a single character carved there, evil. Lin Ming was basking in the concepts left behind in this evil character when he heard some people arguing. Fine, then let's have a little competition. Our blue sword faction isn't afraid of you at all. Haha, your blue sword faction has already been left breathless these past years by the suppression of the Snow Moon Holy Lands. Do you really think you can defeat our Chalk family? Let's see just whose disciples are more amazing. As the two sides of people were arguing, someone from the blue sword faction group suddenly flew up. He was like a giant bird as he flew up more than 10,000 feet high. Once he arrived at a blank area on Precipice Cliff, he revolved all the energy within his body and poured it into his sword. Then, with a loud shout, he slashed downwards. Kacha! With an echoing sound of metal on stone, some stone chips were cut away by this person. Then, that person fell back down to the ground. His movements were steady. It was clear he had exhausted a considerable amount of his energy. Everyone looked up. They saw that 10,000 feet up Precipice Cliff there was a bowl-sized mark. This was a law mark left behind by two sword strokes. Because of the lack of strength, the mark wasn't drawn perfectly, so it seemed a bit rough. Success! Amazing! The youth that dropped to the ground returned to the cheers of his group. But on the other side, the White Chalk family group seemed to think little of it. You weren't even able to leave behind your name and only a tiny law mark. So what are you all so happy about? White Shun, it's your turn. With those words, a person from the White Chalk family flew up. This person also flew up around 10,000 feet, reaching a position several feet above the height that the Blue Sword faction disciple reached. Then, he carved his own mark right above the mark left behind by the Blue Sword faction disciple. The weapon he used was a dagger. This dagger was like a divine brush. With the sound of wind and the chipping of stone, bits of rock fell down. Then this disciple floated to the ground. Everyone looked up to see that this White Chalk family's White Shun had left behind a character on Precipice Cliff, White. A character was certainly much more complex than a two-stroke law mark. In order to carve this into Precipice Cliff, it required a far greater amount of strength. It wasn't something that the average person could hope to accomplish. Moreover, this white character was several feet above the mark left behind by the Blue Sword faction disciple, making it seem as if the lower mark was suppressed. This caused the Blue Sword faction disciple to be extremely depressed. The people from the White Chalk family began to cheer in abundance. On the other side, the Blue Sword faction people had extremely ugly complexions. They were indeed inferior in the first round. Third junior apprentice brother, it's your turn. The Blue Sword faction side sent yet another person up. A competition between two great influences had the other martial artists at the base of Precipice Cliff enjoying the show. This is a close struggle between dragons and tigers. They really do have many geniuses. Whether it is the Blue Sword faction or White Chalk family, both of them are different from us. It's already amazing if we have anyone able to leave their mark. But everyone in their groups can do it. Not too far away from Lin Ming, some martial artists began to vividly discuss what was happening. Their eyes filled with admiration. But just as they had spoken, a contemptuous voice spoke out. This is it? How mediocre. Out of those in both their groups, there isn't a single one worth mentioning. This person's voice was loud and martial artists had extremely sharp hearing. The one speaking immediately attracted the gaze of many present. The one who was speaking was Monster Prince Duyu, who had traveled here with Lin Ming. Monster Prince Duyu's arms were folded against his chest. There was a proud and cocky smile gracing his face. In his opinion, this level of ability was really just too pathetic. Monster Prince Duyu's words immediately aroused the anger of everyone. Not to mention those young elites of great sects that were spoken down to by Monster Prince Duyu. Even the commoner martial artists were annoyed. To obtain a mission badge of this level required a certain standard. Mostly, they were one-star Azuras. As a result, after arriving here they had seen the geniuses of great influences show off, and they were left sighing in awe. But at this time, these geniuses of great influences were called mediocre by Monster Prince Duyu. Didn't this mean that everyone else was even worse than mediocre? How could they feel good about this? Who the hell are you? You're not as awesome as you think you are. Some martial artists glared at Monster Prince Duyu. Monster Prince Duyu sneered and slowly uncrossed his arms. He clenched his fists together, causing crackling popping sounds to echo in the air. What? You lot are so weak and yet others can't mention it. Interesting. How interesting. Near the White Chalk family, a middle-aged man leading their group looked towards Monster Prince Duyu. If you have such confidence, do you think you can amaze everyone here with your achievements? Really, a newborn calf doesn't fear the tiger at all. If you want, then you can try yourself. Elder White Glory. He is simply running his mouth off. If he comes up, then I'll suppress him for you, a nearby junior disciple said. All of these heroic young elites were arrogant individuals and none of them wished to accept they were naturally inferior. Monster Prince Duyu continued smiling. Towards the mission of leaving his name upon Precipice Cliff, he had full confidence. From the attempts of the White Chalk family and the Blue Sword faction he could see the approximate difficulty of the mission. Precipice Cliff looked like a singularly smooth wall. But this simple wall actually contained the aura of outstanding individuals since time immemorial. Even if the marks these outstanding individuals left behind had vanished, their auras would still be preserved within Precipice Cliff. Slowly, over time, these countless auras condensed into a horrifying force field. If one wasn't a truly amazing individual, it would be impossible to obtain the approval of Precipice Cliff. The higher one went up Precipice Cliff, the more intense the aura would be and the greater the pressure. The higher one wished to go, the more pressure they would have to withstand. Meanwhile, carving a mark into Precipice Cliff was also a challenge. The larger the mark one left, the more strokes there were, the deeper the writing was, then the greater the difficulty would be. To leave behind an extremely deep and profound mark on Precipice Cliff while withstanding the tremendous oppression of the aura there wasn't simple at all. When the martial artists of the White Chalk family and Blue Sword faction had tried, they had flown up just a bit more than 10,000 feet and the marks they left behind were very simple. There was no need to mention how deep their carvings were. To Monster Prince Duyu, they were simply far too weak. Monster race martial artists tended to be outspoken and brash, speaking out however they wished. As Monster Prince Duyu saw such a poor performance from these people, he simply spoke out his thoughts. The result was that he had caused everyone to be angry with him. Of course, Monster Prince Duyu didn't care about whether or not these people were angry. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than ants. In the future their achievements would end at the Holy Lord realm, but he himself would be an Empyrean-level character. After stepping below Precipice Cliff, he looked up and lazily said, "Of course I'll give it a try. The reason I came to Precipice Cliff is to complete a mission. Is there anyone stronger amongst you lot? Is there anyone willing to leave a mark on Precipice Cliff with me?" The corner of Monster Prince Duyu's lips tugged up as he swept his eyes over everyone. Heh! This fool doesn't know what death or danger are. Two people walked forwards. One was a tall young man and the other was an ordinary-looking dark-skinned woman. These people came from the White Chalk family and the Blue Sword faction. Their auras were restrained and their foundations were solid. One could immediately see that they were outstanding martial artists of their generation. Peak Holy Land geniuses. Lin Ming judged from not too far away. From the point that Monster Prince Duyu had spoken out to this sudden conflict, Lin Ming hadn't spoken at all. He had only stood on the sidelines, watching. Let's begin. Monster Prince Duyu licked his lips, eagerness in his eyes. He seemed impatient to start, as if he were confident that he would be able to go very high. As for the other two people, their eyes were dignified, secretly competing with everyone around them. They could feel that this brash fellow wasn't bluffing. He really did have the ability to back up his boasts. This wasn't any casual competition. They could not afford to lose because losing meant disgracing the honor of their sect and family. I will go first. Do you think you can keep up? As Monster Prince Duyu spoke, he flew straight up. His speed was fast as he flew upwards like an arrow. The other two refused to be outdone. Both of them leapt up, the repulsion force causing the ground to explode beneath them. The three of them leapt upwards like mighty tigers, unstoppable. How fierce! Seeing Monster Prince Duyu be so fierce and strong in his actions, all the angry commoner martial artists were silenced. They clearly weren't his match. 10,000 feet passed in the blink of an eye. At this height, Monster Prince Duyu hadn't slowed down at all the way up to 20,000 feet. At this point, the other two people seemed to be weakening. 30,000 feet. 40,000 feet. With 1,500 feet to a mile, Monster Prince Duyu had already gone up more than 20 miles. At this height, Monster Prince Duyu was still calm and relaxed, his flight easy. As for the other two, they had reached their limit. This height was already pushing their limits. The pressure of precipice cliff was terrifying, especially when one went higher. The closer one approached to the Emperor's Stone, the greater the pressure they would have to bear. It was impossible for them to withstand. For those that lacked talent, it was impossible to obtain the recognition of the Emperor's Stone. If they continued to fly upwards, they could still go several thousand feet, but they would have consumed far too much energy by then. It would be impossible for them to leave any mark on Precipice Cliff at that point. How could this be? The disparity was too great. The two of them found this unbelievable. They originally felt that Monster Prince Duyu was some talented character, but they didn't think he would be above them by so much. At this point, the two of them could not longer ponder what to do. They had to stop where they were to leave a mark behind on Precipice Cliff. Saber and sword crossed. The young man from the White Chalk family was just barely able to leave behind the simple mark of his family on the wall. As for the young woman from the Blue Sword faction, she was only able to leave behind a single shallow sword mark. She didn't have the strength to leave behind another stroke. Then, the two of them began to fall beneath the weight of the massive pressure. As for Monster Prince Duyu, he rose even higher. What? How could this be? The surrounding martial artists were all left dumbfounded. This disparity was not minor at all. The elders of the White Chalk family and Blue Sword faction also had extremely ugly expressions. Several miles away from Precipice Cliff, Lin Ming shook his head. The peak geniuses of Holy Land level influences simply cannot compare at all to outstanding Empyrean descendants. This sort of competition is only a one-sided stomp. He had expected this result from the start. After all, a peak Empyrean descendant wasn't a common cabbage. In the entire divine realm, there were no more than 10 such characters. Now, Monster Prince Duyu had casually come to a little corner of the Azura Road. To ordinary common geniuses, he was an unfathomable existence. As everyone saw Monster Prince Duyu reach just under 30 miles, all of them were clear what this meant. Even if he didn't leave behind a mark on Precipice Cliff, just reaching this height was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Monster Prince Duyu clearly had plenty of strength left over. Was he planning to shoot straight to the Emperor's Stone? Many martial artists had guessed correctly. Monster Prince Duyu's goal was indeed the Emperor's Stone. He was the #1 young genius of the divine realm monster race. He had sufficient pride in his status. As the great calamity arrived, he had to give an even greater performance than all previous geniuses so he could show his worth. What he needed was to be recognized. He needed to prove just how amazing the young geniuses of the monster race were. Of course, it was also convenient for him to reveal his wondrous strength in front of Xiao Moxian. At a height of 33 miles, Monster Prince Duyu began to truly feel the pressure. The closer he reached to the Emperor's Stone, the more terrifying the pressure became. This is more difficult than I thought it would be. Monster Prince Duyu forcefully summoned True Essence and rose another mile. Precipice Cliff was 36 miles tall, but the Emperor's Stone was a mile in diameter itself. In other words, as long as he could fly up 35 miles, he could leave behind his mark on the Emperor's Stone. By this time, Monster Prince Duyu had consumed a considerable amount of strength. He estimated that even if he were to succeed in flying up 35 miles, he likely wouldn't have the strength to leave behind a character. How could this be so hard? I have to go all out. Monster Prince Duyu roared out loud. His bones began to emit loud cracking sounds. His body became larger and more solid, and scales covered his neck and cheeks. This was the monster race's body metamorphosis. Monster Prince Duyu had activated his monster bloodline to forcefully fly up yet another mile and reach a height of 35 miles. Now, he had finally arrived in front of the Emperor Stone. I'm here! All of Monster Prince Duyu's blood was tumbling in his body, and the energy within him was chaotically raging about. He had reached his limit. If he tried to continue upwards beneath the dual pressure and restless energy within himself, then he would likely suffer broken organs and even his meridians would be damaged. However, he continued to release True's essence. Once he stopped, it would be impossible for him to leave behind any mark on the Emperor Stone. Monster Prince descends. Monster Prince Duyu clawed at the Emperor Stone without any reservations. After completing his body metamorphosis, his hands had become like dragon claws. Moreover, there was a fierce and savage-looking gauntlet covering his hands. These gauntlets were Monster Prince Duyu's weapons. In terms of sharpness, it was no worse than a sword or saber. Monster Prince Duyu had poured all of his remaining true essence into this strike. As his claw came slashing down, his monster blood boiled over. Kacha! The Emperor's Stone exploded with a burst of sound. A tiny amount of stone fragments were torn off by Monster Prince Duyu. Although this was only a slight trace, Monster Prince Duyu had indeed left behind a shallow mark on the Emperor's Stone. He had succeeded. This strike exhausted all of his strength. Beneath the heavy pressure, his body began plummeting to the ground. In midair, he forcefully suppressed his tumbling blood and swallowed down a pill to restore some origin energy. Only then was he able to stumble back onto the ground. All around Monster Prince Duyu, the many martial artists were shocked speechless. This fellow had actually managed to leave behind a mark on the Emperor's Stone. Although it was only a tiny shallow mark, it was still the Emperor's Stone. Compared to Precipice Cliff, it was on a completely different level. Monster Prince Duyu looked up at the little marks he left behind. Out of his 5 fingers, only his thumb, index finger, middle finger, and ring finger had left behind small traces. His pinky didn't have any strength left to chip the Emperor's Stone. Moreover, the traces were very shallow. The Emperor's Stone lives up to its reputation. It isn't easy at all. As Monster Prince Duyu thought out loud, he turned towards Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming, a smile on his face. He wanted to see just what it would be like when Lin Ming tried to complete this mission. At the base of Precipice Cliff, dozens of martial artists looked up at the mark left behind on the Emperor's Stone. Although Monster Prince Duyu had left behind only the shallowest of marks, this mark still left behind a profound impression as it reflected within everyone's eyes. That monster youth can actually leave behind a mark on the Emperor's Stone, but we can't even fly higher than 20 miles. The difference is too great. This could be called a scene that isn't encountered even in 10,000 years. It's not as much as 10,000 years. The trace he left behind is a bit shallow, so it should be a 1,000-year event. Even so, a 1,000-year event is shocking enough. After all, the Azura Road is comprised of numerous geniuses of the 33-layered heavens. The ones who were angry because of Monster Prince Duyu's overly arrogant and provocative attitude were all left silent. The White Chalk family and Blue Sword faction also felt ashamed of their own inferiority. But to them it still wasn't a disgrace to lose to such an outstanding individual. The difference was simply too great at the start. This monster youth might be an Empyrean descendant, someone said in whispered hushes. The reason that the Emperor's Stone was called the Emperor's Stone was that those who could leave behind a mark on it could become an Empyrean in the future, an absolute emperor of the people. An Empyrean, that level of existence left far too great an impact on the average person. As everyone was speaking, Monster Prince Duyu only faintly smiled, not thinking much about it. As for the White Chalk family and Blue Sword faction that had instigated a competition with him, he didn't bother with them anymore. He had already defeated them miserably enough. Rather, it should be said that slapping these people in the face didn't mean anything to Monster Prince Duyu. The face he wanted to slap belonged to Lin Longjin. He had long been sick of seeing that brat. Thus, he sent Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming a true essence sound transmission. Junior apprentice sister, I only displayed a humble showing of my skills just now. It should be your turn to give it a try. And you too, Lin Longjin, you should try to complete your mission as well. Come and give it a try. Do you think you can reach 30 miles at least? As Monster Prince Duyu spoke, the cunning light in his eyes grew even brighter. Xiao Moxian didn't reply to Monster Prince Duyu's true essence sound transmission. At this time, her wide and blinking eyes were staring at Lin Ming. Hey, what mission do you have? Xiao Moxian lifted her own mission badge and stuck out her slender neck like a curious child, wanting to see just what Lin Ming's mission badge was. Precipice cliff. Leave a name upon the Emperor Stone. Lin Ming lightly said. As Xiao Moxian heard this, she revealed an expression as if she had already expected this. So it really was the Emperor Stone. I have the same mission. It seems we'll fail this mission if we can't leave our mark on the Emperor Stone. Lin Ming nodded. Xiao Moxian's mission was the same as his. This proved that she too had been approved by the Azura Road's heavenly Tao. Hee. I've already been wanting to compete with you. As Xiao Moxian said these words, her liquid eyes flashed with a playful light. If we were to fight directly, I'd probably lose. But, aren't you older than me? Hee. Since I can't beat you up, let's compare our talent and potential instead. Just who is better than whom in the end? As Xiao Moxian spoke, Lin Ming's mind stirred. Indeed, this impish little enchantress words had aroused his fighting spirit. What Xiao Moxian said was right. In terms of individual strength, she was slightly worse than he was. But in terms of talent and potential, that was a completely separate matter. Xiao Moxian's glorious name had already spread throughout the entire divine realm. Whether it was before the first martial meeting or after the first martial meeting, Xiao Moxian had been recognized as the one possessing the most talent in the entire divine realm. Even though Lin Ming and Frost Dream had the most dazzling performances in the first martial meeting and had taken first and second place, they still weren't able to shake Xiao Moxian's status as the #1 most talented individual in the entire divine realm. The physique of a god-beast was formidable enough to stir the anger of the heavens. Just by growing up, she would reach a level close to an Empyrean. And beyond her god-beast physique, she also possessed a ridiculously high perception and had inherited Empyrean Demodon's martial talent. Moreover, she had nearly unlimited top resources at her disposal. For her, becoming an extreme Empyrean was the most basic accomplishment she would have. There was a high chance she could step into the realm of true divinity. Lin Ming also wanted to know just how his own potential was compared to Xiao Moxian's. Okay, then let's compete a bit. Ever since Lin Ming arrived at the Azura Road, he could feel that there were far too many powerhouses in the world. It was impossible to know where the peak of martial arts was. In his life, nearly every person he met could be an opponent of his. During the first martial meeting, Lin Ming had defeated Xiao Moxian, but he always felt that this victory was wrong because of his advantage in age. But now he could fairly compete with Xiao Moxian. Hearing Lin Ming agree, Xiao Moxian chuckled. Great! The two still used true essence sound transmissions to speak. Not too far away, Monster Prince Duyu's complexion was ugly. He spoke to the two of them, and yet neither of them had responded to him. Instead, they spoke to each other and also seemed to be having some fun and interesting conversation. This made him feel as if he were being treated as empty air. Hey, don't you think it would be a bit more fun if we had a little prize? Without some type of prize, it's a bit of a boring competition, don't you think? Xiao Moxian asked, full of enthusiasm, completely not noticing Monster Prince Duyu's expression. Lin Ming faintly smiled. It's only a casual competition. What sort of prize do you want? If I win, you undo your appearance-changing technique and let me see just who you are? Xiao Moxian ground her teeth together, her eyes shining with challenge. She was trying to goad Lin Ming into agreeing. However, no matter how contemptuous she tried to be, it only looked as if she were having a great deal of fun. All right, Lin Ming agreed. In his opinion, revealing his status to Xiao Moxian wasn't anything at all. He only needed to hide the truth from Monster Prince Duyu. Xiao Moxian smiled, and she did so dazzlingly. She thought to herself, "Little guy, I'll be sure to defeat you this time." In terms of strength, even Xiao Moxian wouldn't call herself the top young elite of the entire divine realm. But in terms of potential and talent, she was confident she wouldn't lose to anyone. This was her pride, her road of martial arts. She wanted to become a true divinity. "How do you know I am using an appearance-changing technique?" Lin Ming asked with a laugh. "Ha! A woman's intuition," Xiao Moxian said with a great deal of self-satisfaction. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. In his eyes, Xiao Moxian was a young girl. For her to call herself a woman was a bit funny. As the two spoke, they had already reached the base of Precipice Cliff. Looking up, they could see the 36-mile-high precipice cliff stabbing straight into the night sky like a divine sword. This Azura Roadmaster seems to really like the number 36. After Lin Ming entered the Azura Road, he discovered that many places used the number 36. Even the hunter game had an array formation of 36 people at the end. He looked towards Xiao Moxian and grinned. "And if you lose? You can make any request you want." Xiao Moxian proudly and briskly waved her hand. "Oh, yes. But in advance let me tell you that sacrificing my body or anything like that is an absolute no-go." A strange color flashed over Lin Ming's face as he heard this. Just what was going on in this girl's brain? "My only request is, if something were to happen to me in the future, then I hope that you can look after several people for me and guarantee that they can live their lives in peace," Lin Ming said after a deep period of thought. His request left Xiao Moxian a bit surprised. The road of martial arts was filled hardships and dangers. Moreover, in this great calamity, it was impossible to tell which way the tide would turn. Also, Lin Ming still had a showdown with the good fortune Saint Sun. Although he believed in his own ability to grow enough to challenge him in the future, there was no saying what would happen. "All right," Xiao Moxian thoughtfully nodded. "Now let's begin. Shall we go together?" "Okay, we'll start together." Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian stood 100 feet away from each other. The position they chose at the base of Precipice Cliff was just beneath the Emperor Stone. As for the other martial artists, they were still lost in the shocking scene that Monster Prince Duyu had created. Although they saw Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming, they didn't care too much about them. Some influences had already dispatched representatives to pay their respects to Monster Prince Duyu. Although they knew it was impossible for Monster Prince Duyu to join their side, forming a good relationship with him wasn't bad either. Monster Prince Duyu was disinclined to bother with these people. He coldly sneered as he looked at Precipice Cliff. He never imagined that Lin Ming would be so reckless and blind as to compete with someone like Xiao Moxian. Even he had to confess that he was flung miles away by Xiao Moxian. In terms of talent, she was fully deserving of being known as number one within the divine realm. A cold breeze blew past. Lin Ming immediately soared upwards. His movements were smooth and calm. Although he didn't seem to be going too fast, he was like a stream of water that ascended upwards, as comfortable and free as a horse racing through the grasslands. The pressure of Precipice Cliff wasn't able to affect him at all. And beside Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian was also enjoying this relaxing trip up. She was like a black butterfly soaring through a bush of flowers. Her movements were brisk and light as she shot straight up to the top. These actions immediately attracted the attention of many people. There are more masters going up. Not many people knew that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had arrived together with Monster Prince Duyu. Thus no one paid attention to them. But now, as they looked at the pair's movements, they could tell that these two certainly weren't ordinary young elites. It shouldn't be. What is going on with today that there are so many masters? Look at their movements. It seems they are also capable of flying above 30 miles. To the current martial artists, 30 miles was an astounding result. And as they were speaking, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had already easily and swiftly crossed 20 miles. Without either of them falling behind, both of them flew straight towards the 30-mile mark. As Monster Prince Duyu saw this, he frowned. He wasn't surprised that Lin Ming could reach this height, but what he was surprised about was that Lin Ming remained as calm as Xiao Moxian. 25 miles, 27 miles, 29 miles. Lin Ming smoothly broke through the 30-mile mark, keeping pace with Xiao Moxian throughout. Xiao Moxian looked at Lin Ming and smirked. Her speed suddenly ramped up. Lin Ming merely faintly smiled in response and followed her pace. As the martial artists below saw this, all of them were shocked to the point that their jaws dropped. At over 30 miles, the pressure of the Emperor's Stone was obvious to anyone, but not only did they not slow down, they instead increased their speed. Just how were they doing this? As everyone was dumbfounded, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had broken through the 33 miles line. 33 miles represented the 33 layered heavens. This could be considered a dividing boundary. At this height, Lin Ming suddenly felt a deep resistance push down on him as if he had fallen into a swamp. Every time he rose up another 10 feet, he would have to consume a good deal of energy. It made advancing upwards far more difficult. However, this was only a bit more difficult. He continued to rise, unstoppable. The Emperor's Stone was already within reach. After flying so high, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian attracted the attention of everyone present. Once they passed 33 miles, the pressure suddenly rose to yet another level. Every time they flew up 10 more feet, they would have to consume massive amounts of energy. It was hard to imagine just how deep the true essence of these two people was. They will soon reach the Emperor's Stone. The 35-mile Emperor's Stone isn't far away from them at all. Can these two people all leave behind a mark on the Emperor's Stone? Just what is happening today that 3 people suddenly appear who can leave behind a mark on the Emperor's Stone? Everyone felt as if they were in some fantastical dream. Not too far away from them, Monster Prince Duyu's eyes were brilliant as he stared at Lin Ming. Lin Ming would soon break past 34 miles. He himself had also reached this height and understood just how great the pressure of the last mile was. The last mile was the greatest and most difficult to bear. This brat. He's actually not falling behind Xiao Moxian at all. I can't believe that he still has so much strength left over. After passing 34 miles, the pressure will rise to another difficulty. If he can't retain any strength, then it will be impossible to leave behind a mark on the Emperor's Stone. I want to see just how you do this. Monster Prince Duyu had thought that Lin Ming would fly to around 30 miles at most. He didn't imagine that Lin Ming would soon reach the Emperor's Stone, and that his speed would also be consistent with Xiao Moxian's. He found this all hard to accept. As Monster Prince Duyu had said, for the last mile of Precipice Cliff, the pressure indeed increased by several times. Underneath that massive pressure, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian suddenly slowed down as if they had run into a wall. The aura of Precipice Cliff was really far too strong here. It was tangible. Finally, a little bit of a challenge. Xiao Moxian laughed. She looked at Lin Ming as black flames wrapped around her entire body. In the next moment, she ascended like a blazing star, her speed suddenly increasing. As for Lin Ming, he activated the power of the Azure Dragon within his body. His feet pressed against the stone wall, and with the force of the recoil he pushed upwards, shooting high like an arrow. At the same time, Lin Ming waved his right hand, bringing out the Phoenix Blood Spear. See? The long spear slashed out. Spear light recklessly cut through the barrier of pressure, tearing it. Lin Ming passed through this gap like a fish and impacted upwards, his speed also increasing. What? Monster Prince Duyu's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. He was waiting for Lin Ming to admit defeat at this time, or at least approach his limit. But he never imagined that Lin Ming would rush upwards at an even fiercer pace than before. It was clear that he had retained a tremendous amount of strength. How was this possible? Monster Prince Duyu was shocked. To retain so much strength in such a situation and even go up faster than before? Just who was he? He originally thought that Lin Ming was a native martial artist of the Azura Road. Moreover, Lin Ming gave off a very humble and ordinary feeling, the type that you wouldn't notice in a crowd of people. When he killed vicious beasts on the road here, he had relied on his experience to use tricks to defeat them. This couldn't be considered his true strength. But now, Looking at Lin Ming's performance on Precipice Cliff, it was true that he was the peak genius of an entire race. Good, great. Xiao Moxian joyously laughed as she looked at Lin Ming. Beneath the great pressure of the Emperor's Stone, she was still able to freely laugh as before. This left everyone beneath her startled and awed. Your potential is amazing, but I haven't even transformed. I've already won this competition. As Xiao Moxian spoke, she suddenly swept her sleeves downwards. As she did so, black flames tumbled all around her, forming bird-like wings of flames. She immediately pulled ahead. The 35-mile Emperor's Stone checkpoint was broken through. Xiao Moxian had no plan to stop and leave her mark here. She continued flying upwards. The Emperor's Stone was exactly 1 mile in diameter. To leave her mark on the top was an enormous difference from leaving her mark on the bottom. Xiao Moxian clearly wouldn't be satisfied with leaving her mark on the lowest area. She wanted to leave her name on the highest peak. As for Lin Ming, he also had such a plan. When Xiao Moxian broke through the 35-mile mark, she felt as if she had stepped into a different space. All around her, the space and time laws were strangely distorted. At the same time, a dreadful force field came shrouding down over her body, forcefully preventing her ascent. What powerful space and time laws, and there is also this formidable force field. This Emperor's Stone truly is marvelous. After being blocked by this terrifying strength, Xiao Moxian felt the blood surge within her, and her energy become chaotic. Although she could withstand this, it placed a great strain on her. If this continued, then she might be able to go several hundred feet more at most. Phoenix true form. Xiao Moxian's eyes blazed with a divine light. Her pupils turned purple-black, as if a raging inferno grew there. With a resonant phoenix cry, a massive amount of fire origin energy gathered behind Xiao Moxian. The raging energy gushed out all around her, and a pair of pitch-black phoenix wings stretched out from her back, proud and strong. These black phoenix wings were over 15 feet wide together, twice the height of an adult male. Compared to these spacious wings, Xiao Moxian's figure appeared delicate and petite. She could easily wrap herself up in these wings. Hoo. The massive amounts of fire origin energy condensed into black flames that combusted all around her. Soon after, these black flames turned into a roiling sea of fire that turned the entire sky a shimmering black. After transforming her body into her phoenix true form, Xiao Moxian was in her strongest state. She was like a dark goddess of the night, ruling over everyone, demanding their worship. As the many martial artists beneath Precipice Cliff saw this, all of them were shocked. This black-clothed girl was also from the monster race. This sort of bloodline seemed to contain some indescribably majestic and royal aura, making everyone want to fall to their knees. Junior apprentice sister is too strong. I haven't seen her take action for 2 years, and yet her strength has already grown to this degree. Even though I am several years older than her, I am still not her match. The title of the #1 most talented genius in the divine realm is hers beyond reproach. Monster Prince Duyu couldn't help but praise. At the same time, his visions as he looked towards her became increasingly hot. This was a look of yearning mixed with desire. After Xiao Moxian transformed her body, her strength suddenly increased. The Emperor's Stone's pressure was broken apart by her wings. She continued flying straight up. Lin Lonjian, if you haven't held back anything, then you're as good as defeated. Xiao Moxian's clear and crisp voice sounded out in Lin Ming's ear. Lin Ming also couldn't help but commend Xiao Moxian in his mind. Her phoenix true form really did defy the heavens. At this time, Lin Ming sunk all of his energy into his inner world. As he stepped upon the Emperor's Stone, the power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation within the heretical god tree suddenly exploded outwards. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. With the heretical god force open to the limit, Lin Ming also opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates. With all 8 gates opened, surging waves of astral essence flooded through Lin Ming's body. His entire body emitted crackling noises as if thunderbolts were rolling through his body, like a true dragon was awakening in his heart. In that instant, Lin Ming's mortal bodily strength rose to several hundred millions of genes. Even the starlight in the sky above was quickened by him. The silver threads of starlight converged within Lin Ming's body, gathering towards 9 acupoints, forming a faint mirage of 9 Dao palaces. As these Dao palaces emerged, they instantly vanished as if they were never there to begin with. This was the boundary of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. In the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had already gazed upon the threshold of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Although he was still an extremely great distance from reaching the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, this was still something that the more ordinary 8 inner hidden gates couldn't possibly compete with. Bang! With a loud explosion of energy, Lin Ming was like a human-shaped beast after he released the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. He rushed forwards, chasing straight upwards with Xiao Moxian, 1 dragon and 1 phoenix, racing up hand in hand, with unstoppable force. A 35-mile height, the height at which the Emperor's Stone was, still couldn't stop them. They've reached the Emperor's Stone, but they still aren't satisfied? Do they plan on leaving their mark on the pinnacle of the Emperor's Stone? Who are they? That monster youth from before was abnormal enough, but compared to these 2 people the difference is like mud and clouds. Everyone began to shout out loud. If Monster Prince Duyu were to be compared to Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming, the difference really was too great. In truth, in terms of strength, Monster Prince Duyu wasn't much worse than Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming. But what Precipice Cliff challenged was one's potential and talent. In other words, their future achievements. When comparing this, Monster Prince Duyu wasn't able to match Xiao Moxian or Lin Ming at all. The disparity was far too great. And at this time, an even more startling scene occurred. The black-clothed girl that was flying up the Emperor's Stone suddenly attacked the caped youth. Whoosh! Xiao Moxian's whip came slashing out. Blazing flames roared forth, forming snakes of flame that instantly enveloped Lin Ming. This caused the entire audience to be scared witless. This was the height of the Emperor's Stone, a height that surpassed 35 miles. If it were them at that height, they wouldn't even be able to resist the pressure of the Emperor's Stone. That great pressure would directly wound them and cause them to vomit blood. But as for that young boy and girl, they actually still had the strength to fight. This was too aggravating. As Lin Ming watched the fire snakes about to strike him, he arched an eyebrow upwards. You want to sneak attack me? Hee hee. We're only competing on who can win, but we never placed limits on the methods we can use. In other words, we can use any method we want. So why can't I sneak attack you? Xiao Moxian laughed out loud. Because she had used most of her strength to resist the pressure of the Emperor's Stone, the striking power of her attack wasn't strong at all. Rather, it was extremely tricky with many changes that made it hard to predict. However, this wasn't a problem at all to Lin Ming. His spear speed could also reach the limit. Chasing thunder. The Phoenix Blood Spear thrust out. With a sparkle of electric purple light, Lin Ming's spear broke through the fire snakes. If you want to attack me, then does that mean I can attack you? Lin Ming asked back. Of course, there is no need go easy on me, otherwise there would be no point in winning. You're quite confident in yourself. Do you think your true combat strength can compare with mine? Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear, gathering his strength. Probably not, however. I think that in my repertoire of skills, I have something quite suitable for this current situation, so I've as good as won. Xiao Moxian smiled wide, her cherry-red lips parting to reveal her small canines. Her wings suddenly spread out. Behind her, the black flames crazily spun around. Heaven-absorbing demon art. The skill that Xiao Moxian spoke of was exactly the heaven-absorbing demon art. This ability could absorb another's energy to use for themselves. As they were ascending up the Emperor's Stone, 90% of their energy was already being used to resist the pressure of the Emperor's Stone. If someone could absorb the other person's true essence to use for themselves, they could take the absolute advantage. The moment that the heaven-absorbing demon art appeared, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began to gather towards Xiao Moxian. Within Lin Ming, even the true essence, blood vitality, and law fragments were attracted by this strength, wanting to burst out from his body. In just 10 years without seeing each other, Xiao Moxian's heaven-absorbing demon art had reached a completely different level than the one she displayed during the first martial meeting. The heaven-absorbing demon art could permanently absorb true essence and world power from a martial artist, and it could also temporarily absorb it. Currently, Xiao Moxian was using the latter version. The first version was far too cruel and evil. She naturally wouldn't casually harm another person's cultivation. But in terms of attracting power, the latter version was several times more powerful than the previous. Beneath Precipice Cliff, everyone saw a massive vortex of energy appear 36 miles high. Underneath the terrifying force field of Precipice Cliff, it was hard to imagine just what sort of technique could still display such a horrifying might. They are attacking each other at this time. They are already having trouble resisting the pressure, so how could they still have the power to fight? Aren't they friends? Why would they try to pull each other down? Many people noticed that Xiao Moxian was speaking with Lin Ming as they walked towards Precipice Cliff. Xiao Moxian hadn't concealed her smile either, proving that the relationship between these two wasn't too bad. But at the 36-mile height of Precipice Cliff, they actually began to brutally strike out at each other. This was far too unexpected. Maybe they are having a competition. The one who leaves a deeper mark, the one who leaves a higher mark, will win. Thus they are attacking each other. Some people already correctly guessed Xiao Moxian's reason for attacking. As the others heard this, they were left speechless. This was the most reasonable explanation. Really, this was what common people meant by being aggravated to death by constantly comparing themselves to others. Even if these people desperately tried as hard as they could, they still couldn't rush up the Emperor's Stone. But these two still wanted to compete over it. To them, it was like leaving a mark on the Emperor's Stone didn't have any challenge at all. Rather, the only challenge came from competing with someone else. Only by competing with someone else to leave a mark would there be a challenge. Xiao Moxian's heaven-absorbing demon art created a giant vortex that covered nearly the entirety of the Emperor's Stone. She giggled, turning to Lin Ming and saying, "What other methods do you have? If you don't use them now, you won't have any more time." Heaven-absorbing demon art. Huh? So that's how it's going to be. Lin Ming certainly recognized this move. After the vortex of the heaven-absorbing demon art covered his body, he could feel the energy within him being rapidly pulled away. The pressure surrounding him immediately increased. This was the transcendent divine might created by Empyrean Demon Dawn. As a direct descendant of Empyrean Demon Dawn, she naturally possessed his bloodline, one that perfectly complemented this transcendent divine might. Hehe, your power is so pure. The pressure around me has lightened by a great deal. Xiao Moxian's hearty laugh echoed in Lin Ming's ears. As Lin Ming saw the heretical god tree's power of heavenly tribulation having difficulties resisting the heaven-absorbing demon art, he took a deep breath and then sunk his energy deep into his inner world. The black hole seed came howling out. A black hole was the heaviest celestial body in the entire universe, and its gravitational pull was also the strongest. Within the black hole horizon, not even light was able to escape. In that instant, within the massive black vortex that Xiao Moxian created, an even larger and more terrifying vortex appeared. This vortex was absolute darkness and spun in the opposite direction. Like a cruel circular saw, it tore apart the vortex of Xiao Moxian's heaven-absorbing demon art. What? The moment that the heaven-absorbing demon art shattered, Xiao Moxian suffered a backlash of energy. Her face whitened and she suddenly stalled. Her heaven-absorbing demon art was an extreme transcendent divine might. However, Lin Ming's divine seal art had surpassed the category of transcendent divine mights. This was a cultivation method created by a true divinity. Not just that, but the heaven-absorbing demon art and divine seal art were completely analogous cultivation methods, both of them able to form giant attracting vortexes. When they bumped into each other, they naturally had to contest to see which was superior. Everyone below paled as they saw this scene. Xiao Moxian's advantage had been completely suppressed by Lin Ming. Not just that, but there was also the heaven-shaking black vortex. As for Monster Prince Duyu, he was completely frozen solid. In his eyes, all that was left over was that pitch-black vortex. He mumbled to himself, completely unable to accept what was happening. Beneath the traction force of the black hole seed, the energy that Xiao Moxian had gathered with the heaven-absorbing demon art began to be rapidly pulled out. This caused the pressure on her to rapidly increase in response. She grit her teeth and her giant phoenix wings stirred up a tornado that forcefully stabilized her body beneath the massive storm of energy and the tremendous pressure of precipice cliff. This cultivation method is... Xiao Moxian's thoughts raced. The instant that her move was defeated by Lin Ming, she wasn't sad at all. Rather, a look of excitement crossed her face as she clearly recognized the true nature of this technique. It is that fellow's abilities after all. Although the appearance is a bit different, the aura cannot be wrong. During the first martial meeting, he used this technique to break through Big Sister Frost Dream's Dream Soul Immortal Melody and fight to a tie with her. This Lin Longian is really that abnormal fellow after all. Ha! To think he would use an appearance-changing technique to try and deceive this miss. Presently, Xiao Moxian had basically confirmed Lin Ming's true identity. The power of thunder and fire, grand mist laws, as well as this final black hole cultivation method, all of this together was more than convincing. There were countless martial artists in this world, and it couldn't be calculated just how many practiced similar laws and cultivation methods. But the laws that Lin Ming cultivated were extremely rare. One could even say that he was the only one to practice them. Those that practiced similar laws as he did could be called nearly zero. In addition, the talent and potential that this Lin Longian displayed could not be wrong. A freak is really a freak. 10 years later, I've already improved so much, but I still can't catch up to him. He's growing too fast. As Xiao Moxian was thinking, her hands weren't lying idle. Although she was covered by the vortex of that black hole seed, she still had the strength to fight. Counterforce, heaven-absorbing demon art. Xiao Moxian accumulated all the strength she absorbed with the heaven-absorbing demon art into a Tao diagram and then shot it outwards. Bang! With a loud explosion, the vortex barrier created by the black hole seed had an opening forcefully torn apart by Xiao Moxian, allowing her to rush through. Consider yourself ruthless enough. This miss isn't going to play with you anymore. Xiao Moxian's figure flickered as she flew straight towards the peak of the Emperor Stone. However, the brief exchange just then had consumed a great deal of her strength. Her speed wasn't too fast, and it wasn't easy for her to resist the pressure. Seeing Xiao Moxian end the battle, Lin Ming received the black hole seed and pursued her towards the peak. As everyone below saw this happen, they were left dazed. What an intense battle! And yet they still have the strength to carve their mark in the stone. You're wrong. Although that exchange looked like an intense battle just now, it was mostly an exchange of energy. They haven't used up too much true essence. Among the many martial artists present, there were those with extraordinary sight. The one who spoke was correct. Even though Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were unrivaled geniuses of their generation, they still couldn't ignore the pressure of the Emperor Stone. Thus, the moves that these two people used were to save energy as a premise. Although that exchange seemed like an intense battle, it was in truth a competition of energy. In the end, Lin Ming had taken the upper hand. Withstanding the ever-increasing pressure, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian simultaneously reached the peak of the Emperor Stone. At this time, the two of them weren't relaxed either. They were both using around 95% of their strength to resist the pressure of the Emperor Stone. Xiao Moxian was the first to move. The Emperor Stone was extremely firm, far harder than divine iron. Xiao Moxian's right hand turned into a phoenix claw as she slashed at the wall, forcefully digging out chunks of stone. Although the Emperor Stone was hard, Xiao Moxian still possessed a god-beast body. In addition to her true essence flooding her moves, carving something into the Emperor Stone wasn't difficult at all. Pong! 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 Rocks shattered. Xiao Moxian's blood vitality tumbled within her body. She vigorously summoned her energy, releasing a barrage of strikes as pieces of the stone wall were torn down. Each piece of crushed stone was no smaller than those brought down by Monster King Duyu's own claw strike. Meanwhile, Lin Ming used his fingers as a spear, pointing them towards the Emperor Stone. Spear light wrapped around his fingers, forming a divine blade. Wherever his fingers pointed, stone chunks would tumble down. He had already touched upon the threshold of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In terms of mortal bodily strength, he was no worse than Xiao Moxian. In addition, his true essence was many times deeper than Xiao Moxian's. The number of rock chunks he brought tumbling down was even more than hers. The two of them revealed their supernatural powers. After striking at once, they didn't stop at all, but rather continued with an onslaught of attacks. The two of them weren't satisfied with leaving just traces behind. They wanted to carve characters into the Emperor Stone. The character that Xiao Moxian formed was a square foot large. As for the character that Lin Ming left behind, it was actually a bit bigger. On Precipice Cliff, being able to leave behind a small trace on the Emperor Stone was already an accomplishment. For the average person to leave behind a simple character was extremely strenuous. They would have to use up dozens of times more strength. See, the sound of chipping stone sounded out in the air, alarming to all. Xiao Moxian's attacks were as smooth as the wind. Even so, her complexion began to pale. It was clear she had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. In just 10 breaths of time, a delicate and beautiful character appeared on the peak of Precipice Cliff. This was the character that represented her name, Xian. And nearby, Lin Ming had also completed carving his last name, Lin. This Lin character had a penmanship that flowed like dragons and snakes, as if it were formed by dancing blades. Smooth strokes, sharp turns, a fierce momentum. Just looking at it made one feel as if the aura could injure them. It was like this character contained the mysteries of martial arts within it. It could be its own cultivation method inheritance. What a magnificent character! At this time, the people below were no longer marveling at the square-foot-long characters that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had left behind on the Emperor Stone. Rather, their attention was attracted by the concepts left behind in those two characters. The Xian contained a nimble and elegant aura. One Lin contained a swift and fierce aura, like a divine spear. Both characters complemented each other, enhancing the beauty of the other, each with their own advantages. They really are amazing geniuses of the younger generation. Everyone held their breath as they looked at the scene upon the Emperor Stone. No one knew that not too far away, 2 pairs of eyes were looking at everything happening upon Precipice Cliff from a space distortion. Those 2 must be the ones that completed the Hunter game trial at the City of Discord and Wave City. One possesses the body of a phoenix god beast, and the other has inherited the legacy of an unrivaled powerhouse. These 2 youths have infinite potential. Interesting, how interesting. In the great world of the 33 layered heavens, it seems an all-new story will be written. Perhaps it will be different from the past. As the 2 voices spoke, they gradually faded away. From beginning to end, no one was able to feel their aura. They seemed to have completely fused with the space around the Azura Road. No one able to sense them at all. After reaching the peak of the Emperor's Stone and carving in the character of Xian, Xiao Moxian had expended 80 to 90% of her true essence. She was already finding it hard to maintain flight. As she glanced over, she could see that Lin Ming had also carved his surname Lin into the stone wall. The Lin and Xian characters were about the same size, a square foot, but the Lin character had deeper and more forceful strokes, with a vigorous and fascinating aura. The concepts contained within this character were even better. This was the killing intent that Lin Ming had gathered by fighting over many years and passing through numerous battlefields where his life or death hung on the edge. The flavor of his life was reflected in the character that he drew. In this aspect, Xiao Moxian, who had grown up in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and had experienced far fewer hardships and tribulations, simply couldn't compare with Lin Ming. A freak is really a freak. His potential is actually so strong. I wonder just what secret he has on him, Xiao Moxian said, unconvinced. She possessed a phoenix true form, and at the age of 26 she had reached the middle divine sea realm where she was able to contend with peak Empyrean descendants that were 40 years of age. Even so, in terms of talent and potential, she still wasn't able to surpass Lin Ming, but was instead faintly overshadowed by him. It was hard to imagine just what Lin Ming relied on to come this far. At this time, a deep purple light radiated out from the Emperor's Stone. This purple light wildly surged outwards, blinding the eyes of everyone below. What is this? Xianxia was startled. She was already near her limit. Before this she had used the heaven-absorbing demon art to confront Lin Ming's black hole seed and had suffered a great loss, causing her to consume a considerable amount of energy. Now this divine light had suddenly appeared, illuminating the world. She felt a strange power flow into her body along with the divine light. With a soft cry, she lost her balance and nearly fell down. But suddenly, she felt herself lighten as a hand gripped her wrist. A flow of true essence entered her body, revitalizing her nearly dried-up inner world. Even through her sleeves, Xianxia could feel the strength in this hand. The grip was solid and the fingers were strong. She didn't need to look to know who it was. Lin Ming originally had a deeper reservoir of true essence than she did, and after the confrontation in which he came out ahead, he certainly had strength to spare. Lin Ming only grasped Xianxia's wrist for a minute. After pouring his true essence into her, he distanced himself. He originally wanted to ask if she was all right, but at this time a startling scene occurred on the Emperor's Stone. It wasn't just Lin Ming. Everyone beneath Precipice Cliff was looking upwards in astonishment. Above the Emperor's Stone, a dazzling divine light shimmered, eventually gathering into golden characters. These characters flashed into existence atop the Emperor's Stone, exuding a profound strength that blinded all. As everyone looked at these characters, they felt a stabbing pain in their eyes, as if they would soon lose their vision. Many people couldn't help but close their eyes and hide away. There were even some people that began bleeding from their eyes. What is happening? Is this a world phenomenon? Is it because two unrivaled geniuses both carved their name on the peak of the Emperor's Stone that they have stirred up a world phenomenon? Many people immediately thought, in this world, when someone extraordinary occurred, it was easy for world phenomena to be aroused. That Lin Lanjian, just what did he do? And what are those golden characters writing? Not too far away from Precipice Cliff, Monster Prince Duyu's eyes were wide open. He wanted to see just what was appearing on the Emperor's Stone. He could faintly feel that the golden characters were some sort of extraordinary treasure. After arriving at Precipice Cliff, he heard that if he could leave his name on the Emperor's Stone, not only would he receive the support of the countless destinies imbued onto the Emperor's Stone, but he would also receive a reward. Now, Monster Prince Duyu suspected that these glowing golden words were the contents of the reward. After looking at them, there would likely be some tremendous harvest. However, no matter how Monster Prince Duyu poured true essence into his eyes, he was unable to clearly make out these characters. Instead, the great pressure from them caused his eyes to bleed and balloon outwards as if they would soon explode. Damn it! Monster Prince Duyu cursed, unwillingness swelling up within him. The blood vessels in his eyes had burst apart, leaving them dyed deep red. He had no choice but to close his eyes. But if his eyes didn't work, then he would use his sense. Monster Prince Duyu sent out his divine sense, wanting to probe the shining characters on the Emperor's Stone. However, the moment his divine sense broke through the pressure of Precipice Cliff with great difficulty and rose 36 miles high, touching those shining characters, Monster Prince Duyu felt his own divine sense fall into an endless maze, nearly causing his soul to collapse. Ah! Monster Prince Duyu cried out in pain as if a snake had bitten him. He hastily pulled back his divine sense. However, just that brief contact alone had caused him to vomit blood. His face paled and even his soul was injured. The Emperor's Stone was one of the miracles left behind in the Azura Road. No matter who it was, regardless of their cultivation, anyone that dared to challenge its rules would suffer the punishment of the Emperor's Stone. At this time, high in the air, Lin Ming and Xianxia were able to clearly see the shimmering characters. The first row only had a few simple words, plain and humble. The characters glowed with a divine light, flickering about like beating flames. These words were Azura Sutra. Underneath these words were smaller words, the 33 heavens, the boundless great Tao. My resolve is to seek the peak of all martial arts. I spent 3.3 billion years to travel through the 33 heavens, cultivating 33 lives. One life, one Empyrean, one life, one divinity. What I seek is the highest truth of the heavenly Tao. These words were clearly no sort of heart mantra or cultivation method. Rather, it was a preface. It was likely the preface written by the Asura Roadmaster himself, the preface of the Asura Sutra. This preface was more precious than any gold. Although it started with several dozen words and continued for hundreds more, after reading them Lin Ming felt his mind shake. In this preface, it was written that in order for the Asura Roadmaster to seek the peak of martial arts, he spent 3.3 billion years to travel through the 33 heavens. In every layered heaven, the Asura Roadmaster would seal away his life's cultivation and begin from nothing. Like this, he cultivated 33 lives. Each life was 100 million years. Moreover, through these 100 million years, he cultivated from a mortal to an Empyrean and even stepped into the realm of God, becoming a true divinity. This was what it meant within the preface when it wrote, "One life, one Empyrean, one life, one divinity." However, even after fully cultivating 33 lives, the Asura Roadmaster still hadn't reached the goal he sought. Even after combining the 33 heavenly Daos, he still felt that something was missing. The 33 heavenly Daos were by no means the entirety of all martial arts. The Asura Roadmaster had used 300 million years to create his own world, the Asura Road. As a result, he speculated that the complete heavenly Tao was a total of 36. In other words, 36 layered heavens. It was only that for some reasons the last 3 layered heavens were unable to fully evolve, but rather became universe seeds. If one could breed these 3 universe seeds and gather all 36 heavenly Daos, they could become aware of the highest truths in all of existence, controlling the world and even creating their own heaven, becoming the Lord of all creation. As Lin Ming read this preface, he felt his heart overwhelmed with awe, unable to speak at all. He naturally knew that these 3 final layered heavens were the demon bead, magic cube, and that mysterious purple card. These 3 divine objects were the essence of the universe seeds. If one could completely evolve them and gather all 36 heavenly Daos, one could become the ultimate ruler of all. The Asura Road Master too terrifying. Lin Ming was bewildered. Just the preface alone meant that the Asura Road Master must have lived for at least 3.6 billion years. He had cultivated 33 lives, becoming a true divinity in each one. Then, he spent 300 million years to create a world like the Asura Road. Just what sort of concept was that? It was hard to imagine just what boundary the Asura Roadmaster had reached. Such an existence. Were they dead or alive? If they were dead, where was their body now? All of these questions raced through Lin Ming's mind. And at this time, he discovered that on the Emperor's Stone, after this preface, an incomparably ancient scripture began to appear. Each line contained shimmering traces of the great Tao. Every character of his ancient scripture contained unimaginably profound concepts. The traces of the great Tao mixed together 33 heavenly Daos, infinitely mysterious. Lin Ming's mind shook. He no longer paid attention to matters of the Asura Roadmaster, but instead fully invested himself in this ancient scripture. Near Lin Ming, Xianxia was also in a similar state. Although the shimmering characters on the Emperor's Stone weren't too numerous, the truth was that they contained an incomprehensibly large amount of information. Just remembering the words themselves wasn't difficult, but wanting to remember all the concepts contained within these words required an incredibly high perception. And Lin Ming and Xianxia were 2 such people with monstrous perceptions. In just 10 breaths of time, only several hundred words shimmered into existence. This writing was likely not the main content of the Asura Sutra. There was no cultivation method. Rather, it was likely a general outline of a sort. Although it didn't involve specific techniques, the layers upon layers of profound mysteries within this general outline was enough to give one endless advantages. After the light slowly dimmed down, Lin Ming and Xianxia looked at each other. They could see the excitement and awe gazing back in each other's eyes. This is a cultivation method manual left behind by the Asura Roadmaster? It seems to be, but this is only a vague outline. To use this alone to practice anything is impossible. At this time, high up in the air, Lin Ming could no longer feel the pressure of the Emperor's Stone. He easily floated in the sky. It was obvious he had obtained the complete approval of the Emperor's Stone. As he glanced down, he saw that, because of the flash of divine light just now, the many martial artists underneath Precipice Cliff were left in a much worse state. Many of them were injured, with blood dripping down from their eyes. There were even some individuals who tried to use their divine sense to probe the Emperor Stone and were heavily injured, receiving damage to the soul as a result. We're probably the only ones who saw the Azura Sutra, Lin Ming thoughtfully said. It seemed that this was the reward left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. This was also reasonable. The Azura Roadmaster naturally wouldn't let his own inheritance spread to the hands of common people. That would simply be a careless waste of treasures. At this time, two beams of light shot out from the Emperor Stone, one beam going to Lin Ming and the other to Xianxia. These beams of light sank into their mission badges. In the next moment, the two mission badges flew up and gradually dissolved, turning into shining god runes. However, these god runes were not the blue that Lin Ming expected from the start, but were black-red in color. These were Zenith Black level god runes. Only by leaving behind a name on the Emperor Stone would they receive a god rune. This was the mission given to them by the Azura Road's heavenly Tao. However, according to the mission description, after completing it, the reward should have been a blue soul level rune. Yet, the one Lin Ming obtained was a Zenith Black God rune. It wasn't just him. Xianxia was also the same. This was now the third Zenith Black God rune that Lin Ming had obtained. First were the protection of God and blessing of God, and now he had obtained another one from the Emperor Stone. It must have been because me and Xianxia both perfectly carved our names onto the Emperor Stone. Thus, the original blue soul level runes were upgraded to Zenith Black runes. As Lin Ming was thinking this, the Emperor Stone rune turned into a beam of light that zoomed into his body, entering his inner world. In that instant, Lin Ming could feel the three god runes resonating beautifully within his inner world. In the next moment, they all broke apart at the same time, turning into pure energy. This energy was like fresh spring water, revitalizing Lin Ming's body. This energy was different from ordinary energy. It did not enter through his meridians or acupoints, but spread through his blood levels and fascia, swimming through his entire body. What Lin Ming cultivated was the power of divinity. True essence, astral essence, spirit essence, all of it could be used by him. The mellowness of true essence, the fierceness of astral essence, and the flexibility of spirit essence. None of these characteristics were found in this energy. Rather, this energy was warm like spring water as it flowed through his body, seeming to be independent of these three types of energy. This was a new type of energy. When the Azura Road Master comprehended the 33 heavenly Taos and created the Azura Road, this was an energy he created beneath the inherent rules of his heavenly Tao. After this energy ran through Lin Ming's entire body, it gathered in his inner world where it began to attack the boundaries of it. Lin Ming was shocked by this sudden change in the situation. He had long since reached the peak of the middle divine transformation realm. If his inner world were to continue evolving, he would directly step into the late divine transformation realm and complete the sixth shift of the 9 divine shifts. Lin Ming was immersed in energy that revitalized his entire being, an intoxicating feeling. At this time, the Emperor Stone force field that had vanished reappeared once more, covering his body. However, this force field was different from before. Before, the force had placed a tremendous pressure on him, causing him to revolve most of his energy to resist it. But now, this force field was comfortable and light. The force field wrapped the entire area around Lin Ming, placing him in an invisible cocoon. Within the protection of this cocoon, Lin Ming felt as if he were placed back in his mother's womb, unimaginably cozy. Vaguely, as if through the lens of a dream, Lin Ming could see Xianxia also wrapped in this giant cocoon. Her eyes were closed tight and her face was flushed red. Her eyebrows gently shook and her lips were curved up in a happy smile. She was clearly ecstatic. Lin Ming knew that similar changes were occurring within Xianxia. Within her body was likely 2 or 3 Zenith Black God runes, and now those God runes had transformed into a strange power. Although this strange power didn't belong to the essence gathering system, it actually fused together true essence, astral essence, and spirit essence within their bodies, allowing their cultivation to step upwards. Lin Ming knew that God runes were extremely valuable. There were many martial artists in the Azura Road that didn't plan on completing full sets of God runes to participate in the final trial. Even so, they still continued to collect God runes to sell them to others who desired them. A set of gold runes was priceless. A rare blue soul God rune was something that even a holy lord would viciously struggle for. As for a zenith black level God rune, there was even less to speak of. The higher quality a God rune was, the more valuable it was. These God runes brought about all sorts of advantages. They could enhance strength, defense, blood vitality, destiny. There were even those that could directly increase one's cultivation and have them undergo breakthroughs in realms. At this time, Lin Ming and Xianxia were like butterflies being reborn in a cocoon. Wrapped within the thick force field, their bodies were constantly transforming, evolving. Not too far away, the martial artists below were able to guess what was happening as they saw this. This was likely the advantage granted by the Emperor's Stone for leaving their names at the highest peak. In the eyes of these people, Lin Ming and Xianxia were originally unrivaled proud children of heaven. Now they obtained even more advantages, allowing their strength to rise to an all-new level. This sort of transformation was something that really aroused everyone's envy. In the crowd of people, Monster Prince Duyu clenched his fists, his eyes shining brilliantly as he looked up at Xianxia and Lin Ming, wrapped up together in a force field. His complexion was extremely ugly. This great lucky chance of transforming together with Xianxia left his heart bleeding with jealousy. Why is it him? Why is it not me? Monster Prince Duyu gnashed his teeth together. He recalled his high-spirited mood as he arrived at Precipice Cliff and how he had stomped over the White Chalk family and Blue Sword faction. Everything he did was simply a joke. What meaning was there in competing with common mortals like them? Moreover, what he found that hardest to acknowledge was that he had a strong premonition that if he were to continue going forwards with Lin Ming, today's situation would simply repeat itself again and again. This Azura Road was a giant trial field to begin with. There were lucky chances everywhere. As long as you had the strength, as long as you had the destiny, everything was yours to obtain. The strong became stronger. The weak became weaker. The weak wouldn't even be able to find an opportunity. They would simply be weeded out by the Azura Road's cruel and merciless law of the jungle. Although Monster Prince Duyu had a deep hatred and envy towards Lin Ming, he couldn't help but admit that whether it was strength or destiny, he was already cast miles off by Lin Ming. This meant that if he were to continue traveling with Lin Ming, every piece of bad luck would be his and all the advantages would be Lin Ming's. This damned Lin Lonjian. How can I get rid of him? A cold and ominous light flashed in Monster Prince Duyu's eyes. Because of how hard he was clenching his fists, his nails had dug deep into his palms, drawing blood. He didn't want to travel together with Lin Ming. In the most extreme situation, if they were to enter some mystic realm where there were near-death perils everywhere, or if they were being chased down by some peerless powerhouse, then perhaps he would be nothing but cannon fodder for Lin Ming. His death might even help Lin Ming. If one lacked destiny, if one lacked strength, then dying in a dangerous situation wasn't strange at all. At that time, there would only be Lin Ming and Xianxia left to travel through the Azura Road. Every good thing would be taken by Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming ever remembering him in a good way, that was impossible. Perhaps Lin Ming might think in his heart that he was lucky to have such an idiotic fool to act as cannon fodder to help him succeed. In this case, if anything were to happen between Lin Ming and Xianxia again, Monster Prince Duyu could no longer bear to imagine what would happen further. He was so angry that his liver hurt, his gallbladder hurt, and his intestines twisted together. He had determined a single thing, and that was that he couldn't continue onwards with Lin Ming. As Monster Prince Duyu was lost in his own thoughts, time continued to pass. Soon, an hour passed. During this hour, Lin Ming and Xianxia's bodies continued to float in front of the Emperor's Stone. The force field cocoon that wrapped around them had become thicker, nearly forming a separate space-time dimension. It was impossible for those outside to see either of them. This thick and large cocoon not only supported the process of Lin Ming and Xianxia absorbing the energy of the God runes, it also provided a cultivation area for them. This was the best possible protection. Normally, it was already extremely difficult for a martial artist to fly past 30 miles up precipice cliff, much less break through this massive cocoon. In a hazy dream, Lin Ming seemed to experience an entirely different life of cultivation. He seemed to relive his time when he first started practicing martial arts at the body transformation realm. His fist struck the hard stump of an ironwood tree, each fist making dull thumping sounds. After a long, unknown period of time, the stump was wet with his blood. Without any raw materials for medicine, it was easy for hidden wounds to gather in his muscles, bones, and meridians, forming injuries that would eventually leave him crippled. However, Lin Ming marched day after day, never giving up. He continued to train, eventually reaching the breakpoint level of a martial artist, the pulse condensation realm. From that point, Hotian Xiantian revolving core, he continued to cultivate. The opponents he faced became increasingly powerful, and the many mystic realms he ventured through became far more dangerous. He didn't know how many times he risked his life or how many times he teetered on the edge of death. But he grew stronger every day, and his cultivation grew increasingly high until he became an existence that could shake the earth heavens, freely walking through the divine realm, unstoppable. He didn't know how many years passed in this dream. Then, at some time, he suddenly woke up. At this moment, he discovered that his inner world had developed further. He had stepped into the late divine transformation realm. The late divine transformation realm was only a step away from the divine Lord realm. And the divine Lord realm was another great transformation for Lin Ming. It was an extremely critical realm. It had to be known that the good fortune Saint Sun's equivalent cultivation was also only at the peak of the late divine Lord realm. If Lin Ming could enter the middle divine Lord realm, then although he still wouldn't be able to defeat the good fortune Saint Sun, he should still possess the capital to contend with him. At that time, even if he encountered a world king, Lin Ming would at least have the ability to protect himself. He turned his head to glance at Xiao Moxian. He could see that Xiao Moxian had yet to complete her transformation. Her pitch-black phoenix wings still wrapped around her body, like a beautiful black-winged angel. At this time, the bright moon had fallen and the eastern skies had brightened. Dawn was arriving. Then, Xiao Moxian suddenly launched her wings. Flames seemed to burn between her eyebrows. At the same time, the giant cocoon floating in front of the Emperor Stone also released a radiant light. As the martial artists beneath Precipice Cliff saw this, all of them came to full alert. They could sense that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were about to emerge. Everything that occurred today would be vividly recalled by everyone. 3 people had come to the Emperor Stone and left behind their mark. Of course, compared to Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, the first person, Monster Prince Duyu, was simply not worthy of mentioning. When the stories were retold in the future, he was doomed to be forgotten. Rumors had long since spread that those who left their name at the pinnacle of the Emperor Stone would obtain a reward from the Azura Road's heavenly Tao. And now, all of this was confirmed by the miracles occurring upon Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's bodies. Divine light sparkled. The winds and clouds arose from all over the world. The rising sun in the east sprinkled its golden glory upon the world. As this sheen of light reflected upon Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, the cocoon around them broke apart. They were like a god and goddess descended from the highest heavens, too dazzling to behold. The 2 of them slowly fell down. As the martial artists who had been waiting beneath Precipice Cliff all night saw the 2 of them, they were shocked speechless. 2 unrivaled geniuses of their generation had left behind their name on the peak of the Emperor Stone, one leaving the mark Xian, and the other leaving behind the mark Lin. These square-foot characters contained inherent concepts, similar to a martial arts inheritance. Just by looking at them, one would gain further awareness. Then, the 2 of them also broke through their realms before the Emperor Stone, stepping in tandem into the late divine transformation realm. The so-called miracles of the world, this is what they were. As Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian landed on the ground, many martial artists subconsciously made way for them. Their eyes as they looked at Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian contained a sort of awe and admiration, like the children of small mountain villages seeing a royal prince and princess appear. Are they a pair? What an amazing couple! It's hard to imagine what level of talent their future child will have. They should be the descendants of Empyrean Holy Lands, or even true divinity Holy Lands. As the surrounding martial artists were speaking to each other, Monster Prince Duyu had an extremely dejected expression on his face. This was the same as pouring salt on his wounds. Junior apprentice sister, congratulations. Monster Prince Duyu squeezed out a smile as he saw Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin walk towards him. Monster Prince Duyu was at the peak of the late divine transformation realm. Although his cultivation had been the highest among the three of them, he had actually been the weakest. Now, Xiao Moxin and Lin Ming had both stepped into the late divine transformation realm and their cultivations had become much more similar. Now, his strength couldn't even be compared at all. If the three of them were in absolute danger and one of them had to die, there was no way he would ever be able to escape. Let's go. It's not good to stay here too long, Lin Ming said with a true essence sound transmission as his eyes swept over the martial artists beneath Precipice Cliff. What he had accomplished with Xiao Moxin just now was far too shocking. They were likely to draw the attention of many people. In addition, they had just made another breakthrough in their cultivation, and in the time it took to do so, it was likely that these people around them had already sent out the news. In this dog-eat-dog world of the Azura Road, if anyone was suspected of having valuable treasures on them, then it was easy to be killed and robbed. Even if it was well known that they came from great influences, there would always be those willing to take the chance. Let's go. Xiao Moxin's strength had just risen by a large degree. She was in a very good mood. The three people launched their movement techniques and quickly left. No one stopped them. As they were flying away, Lin Ming cast a deep glance towards Monster Prince Duyu. In the brief moment they had spoken, Lin Ming was able to faintly feel a simmering hatred from within Monster Prince Duyu, and even some killing intent. If it weren't for Lin Ming studying the divine dream law and having an extremely sharp soul perception, then it would have been impossible for him to sense Monster Prince Duyu's hatred. From the start, Monster Prince Duyu had only disliked Lin Ming. This was because Monster Prince Duyu didn't understand Lin Ming. He thought that Lin Ming was an ugly little minion of common birth, someone that posed no threat to him. Thus, he wanted to defeat and shame Lin Ming, not kill him. But now, Monster Prince Duyu had clearly birthed a killing intent in his heart. The presence of Lin Ming was an enormous threat. Not only did Lin Ming threaten the progression of his courtship towards Xiao Moxin, but there was even a threat to his destiny, his life. In the vast Great Desolate, Monster Prince Duyu trod upon the wind, his heart heavy and sad. He could increasingly feel that during this adventure through the Azura Road, it would be impossible for him to keep up. He had two choices: go adventuring by himself or follow Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin to his eventual death. Monster Prince Duyu could already see that the danger of the situations they encountered from now on would become increasingly terrifying, and the risks would rise every higher. If he continued with them, not only would he not obtain any advantages, but he would meet only dangers instead. Junior apprentice sister, how long do you plan on staying in the Azura Road? Old Blue is still being monitored by the Wave City Lord, so the situation is dangerous for us. We should return as soon as possible. The deeper we go into the Great Desolate, the more dangers there will be. If something were to happen to you... Monster Prince couldn't finish his words before Xiao Moxin interrupted him with a laugh. I don't want to go back. This Azura Road has just started to become fun. So why would I return? If you want to return so badly, then return yourself. Xiao Moxin simply didn't bother with Monster Prince Duyu's worries. She was increasingly excited to go deeper into the Great Desolate. This result was already what Monster Prince Duyu expected. Xiao Moxin was a playful girl who loved mischief and roaming, and now that she had obtained advantages already, how could she possibly think of turning back? However, he wasn't willing to give up here. He continued to say, Junior apprentice sister, this Lin Lonjian has been following us all this time. He should be a native martial artist of the Azura Road and also knows the geography and situation of the Great Desolate extremely well. If he has evil thoughts, he might lead us to some danger zone and try to trap us so he can kill us and steal our possessions. With his strength and an advantage in location, there will be no way we can contend with him. This person is an unknown variable and his character isn't known either. I feel that there are far too many problems with him. If Monster Prince Duyu couldn't change Xiao Moxian's decision to not return, then he could only take a step back and try to convince her to throw away Lin Ming. However, the pitiful Monster Prince Duyu had never seen the true Lin Ming before, nor had he seen Lin Ming's techniques. Just seeing the brief use of the black hole seed that Lin Ming had used atop precipice cliff wasn't enough information for him to deduce Lin Ming's true identity. Hearing Monster Prince Duyu's divisive words, Xiao Moxian chuckled inwardly. She already knew Lin Ming's true identity. Although she wasn't happy that Lin Ming had defeated her twice already, hearing words like unknown identity, evil intentions, or killing and stealing their possessions wouldn't change her mind at all. Moreover, although Xiao Moxian seemed innocent, she wasn't naive or ignorant. In fact, she was an extremely intelligent girl, able to deduce many situations. She could already see the repulsion and hate that Monster Prince Duyu held towards Lin Ming, the envy and negative emotions that clouded his mind. It was no longer possible for him to coexist together with Lin Ming. If the two of them stayed together, there was bound to be an accident. But if Xiao Moxian were to choose one person to travel with, the result was obvious. It was clearly Lin Ming. She was closer to Lin Ming in strength, and her talent was also similar to his. Traveling together with Lin Ming was the most suitable choice for adventuring through the Azura Road. If she were to go with Monster Prince Duyu, then as she rapidly grew, there would inevitably be a time when he would become a weight that would pull her down. Xiao Moxian didn't feel much towards Monster Prince Duyu to begin with. They were originally only ordinary martial brother and sister. She was becoming tired of the daily nagging and long-winded complaining of Monster Prince Duyu. The stern and quiet Lin Ming was much more interesting. Moreover, Xiao Moxian wanted to go with Lin Ming because she still harbored the intention of surpassing him. She wasn't resigned to continuously losing to him. "Why don't you go back by yourself?" Xiao Moxian suddenly said. Her words were a massive attack that brutally cut down Monster Prince Duyu's pride and confidence. If he were to go back alone, then he would have to leave Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian to travel through the Azura Road together. How could he be willing to allow this? Monster Prince Duyu had fallen into a conundrum. Going with Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian was clearly not viable, but neither was leaving alone. All of this was due to Lin Ming. As Monster Prince Duyu was incomparably depressed, Lin Ming was actually carefully observing his surroundings. He completely ignored the exchange between Monster Prince Duyu and Xiao Moxian. What Lin Ming was thinking about now was the ancient jade pendant he had drawn from the Wheel of Destiny. This jade had 4 words within it: Great Desolate God Trove. When Lin Ming came to the Great Desolate, leaving his name on the Emperor Stone was only a convenient side trip. The real reason he came here was to look for the Great Desolate God Trove. Soul White, you said that there is a city 1,000 miles ahead, called Heaven Devil City? Yes, Heaven Devil City has a grand and prestigious reputation. Most martial artists that come to participate in the trials of the Great Desolate will choose Heaven Devil City as their resting location. This also makes Heaven Devil City extremely prosperous. In terms of the number of masters alone, Heaven Devil City far surpasses Wave City and the City of Discord. Alright, then we'll go there as our next stop. We'll go to Heaven Devil City to find some information on this Emperor Jade and see if anyone can interpret this map. As Lin Ming was making these plans, he didn't know that soon after he left Precipice Cliff, another group of unexpected visitors had arrived. This group of people were mostly saints, but there were also some people from the monster and demon races. In the group, the one that stood out the most was a white-clothed youth. He was tall and thin, and although he couldn't be considered too handsome, his aura was swift and fierce. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, angled towards his temples, and his eyes were clear and slender as if they had been carved from dancing blades. A faintly evil energy exuded from his entire being. If Lin Ming were here, he would immediately recognize this person. This was Imperial Prince Naki. Soon after his fight with Lin Ming, Naki had come to the Azura Road smelting trial. For the Saint race, it was far more common to go to the Azura Road smelting trial than it was for the humans. In the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's holy land alone, all direct disciples had to pass through the trial of the Azura Road. This is Precipice Cliff. As Imperial Prince Naki and his entourage arrived here, they immediately attracted the eyes of everyone else. This group of people had far too great a momentum. There were even world king powerhouses amongst them. At the edges of the Azura Road, a world king was a lord of a city. Such a person had a considerable level of status. For these people to suddenly appear at Precipice Cliff caused the hearts of many to quiver. Out of the way! Out of the way! Naki's minions loudly shouted for people to clear the way. This scene was similar to a crown prince going on a journey. Random nobodies naturally couldn't approach him. Soon, at the central point beneath Precipice Cliff, only Imperial Prince Naki and his people were remaining. The other common martial artists had already traveled several miles away. Although they didn't feel well doing this, they could only feel anger in their hearts with no way to voice it. Just who is that putting on such a large show? Don't speak so casually. There are world king powerhouses amongst them. Moreover, each of those juniors has an extremely solid foundation. They are possibly from Empyrean Holy Lands. Just what has been going on in these past several days. The Emperor's Stone keeps having more and more masters arriving to challenge it. These juniors should have come for the trial here. As people were speaking, the heroic young elites in Imperial Prince Naki's group began leaping up one at a time, like fishes jumping through the Dragon Gate. Each one displayed their skills, all of them flying up at least 30 miles to leave behind their mark. There were even those that passed 33 miles, just a step away from reaching the Emperor's Stone. This is the Emperor's Stone that was blown so out of proportion? It doesn't seem hard at all. Imperial Prince Naki commented as he saw his junior apprentice brothers nearly reach the top. This Emperor's Stone seemed a bit too mediocre for him. Your Highness Imperial Prince, it is rumored that if you can carve your name at the highest peak of the Emperor's Stone and perfectly complete this trial, then you will obtain an extra reward. Your Highness must not take this lightly and strive to obtain that reward. An old man said from beside Imperial Prince Naki. This old man had an ordinary world king cultivation. In the good fortune Saint Sovereign's true divinity Holy Land, an ordinary world king powerhouse could only be considered an outer court elder. In other words, a role similar to a steward. Highest peak. Imperial Prince Naki smiled. He looked towards the top to see just what marks his ancestors had left behind. At the highest point of the Emperor's Stone were 2 square-foot-large characters. One was a Xian character that contained a beautiful and flexible aura. The other was a Lin character that contained a swift and fierce character, thick with killing intent. These 2 characters. Imperial Prince Naki rubbed his chin, intently staring at the Lin and Xian characters. Most of the marks on the Emperor's Stone exuded the atmosphere of countless years, but these 2 characters seemed quite new, as if they were just carved in. How interesting! Imperial Prince Naki grinned. The Lin character reminded him of a certain someone. Of course, he couldn't confirm this at all. Wasn't it said that leaving behind a name on the highest point of the Emperor's Stone was extremely difficult? That to do so perfectly was something that couldn't even occur in 100 million years? These types of rumors were passed down about the Emperor's Stone, but those 2 characters up there are clearly recently carved in. It seems this Emperor's Stone is also mediocre. Naki chuckled. He was considered knowledgeable about the geniuses of humanity. He suspected that the Lin character was left behind by Lin Ming, and that the Xian character might be from Xiao Moxian. During the great battle at the Chaotic Blood Continent, Naki hadn't seen Xiao Moxian. He had only heard that she had excellent talent. Thinking about it, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's current cultivation was suitable for adventuring through the Azura Road. If Lin Ming were to have entered the Azura Road directly after their battle at Chaotic Blood Continent, then he wouldn't find that strange at all. Since Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were both able to leave behind their name at the highest point at the Emperor's Stone, and also do so perfectly, Naki was fully confident he could easily accomplish the same. After all, although he had lost to Lin Ming during their showdown at the Chaotic Blood Continent, Naki still wasn't fully convinced of his loss. The truth was that from beginning to end, Lin Ming had not been able to suppress him. In fact, at the very final stages of their battle, he had faintly suppressed Lin Ming. It was only that at the most critical moment, Lin Ming had summoned forth that strange stone gate during his attack, causing him to directly impact into it. Not only did crashing into that stone gate heavily wound Naki to the point of vomiting blood, but it also caused the tide of the battle to reverse. If that hadn't happened, Imperial Prince Naki had full confidence he could have obtained victory at the end. After all, in terms of endurance, Naki had absolute confidence in himself as a body transformation martial artist. In this sort of situation, he believed that whether it was talent, potential, or strength, he far surpassed Lin Ming. If Lin Ming were able to perfectly leave his name upon the Emperor's Stone, then there was no need to mention himself. Moreover, even that woman Xiao Moxian had done it. This proved that the Emperor's Stone mission wasn't too difficult. Although Imperial Prince Naki had never seen Xiao Moxian before, just the rumors he had heard weren't enough to prove to him that her talent surpassed Lin Ming's. Haha, what your highness says is right. I think that this Emperor's Stone seems as if it's especially prepared for you. Your highness has the title of Imperial Prince, and this is the Emperor's Stone. If your highness isn't able to perfectly leave your name atop it, then the words Emperor's Stone are really useless after all. Once your highness decides to go, I'm sure there will be immediate success. Some of Naki's subordinates started to flatter him. As for those people that were watching from far away, they felt contempt in their heart as they heard this. After being rudely driven out by this new group of people, all they had were criticisms in their hearts. Really, it's as if he isn't scared his tongue will be cut by the wind. It's as if he thinks leaving a name upon the Emperor's Stone is some sort of fun little game. They might have seen the perfect marks that man and woman left on the Emperor's Stone. Thus they think it's simple to do the same. In fact, I am willing to bet that the couple from yesterday were monstrous geniuses amongst all monstrous geniuses. Hehe. I can't wait for these people to fail. Several martial artists were secretly discussing amongst themselves with true essence sound transmissions. They definitely didn't dare to say these words out loud. In the Azura Road, where there were countless masters all around, a few unwise words could easily cost someone their life. However, just as they were speaking, that white-clothed martial artist amongst the group of newcomers looked over at them. He smiled as he pointed a finger at them and hooked it in a come here gesture, almost making them faint from fear. Damn! Did he hear our sound transmission? No way! Calm down. When has it been easy to hear true essence sound transmission? Several martial artists paled. They began to walk towards Imperial Prince Naki with some trepidation. The lot of you, I want to ask you something. The two that left behind their names on the Emperor's Stone, was it a man and a woman? Naki asked. The martial artists that were questioned immediately nodded. They told Imperial Prince Naki what they knew about the couple's appearance. The young man had a yellow complexion and his looks were ordinary. Imperial Prince Naki traced his chin. This description clearly didn't match with Lin Ming, but there was always the possibility that he had used an appearance-changing technique. For someone like Lin Ming who had such a sensitive status, doing so would allow him to travel through the Azura Road in a much safer manner. Very good. Now all of you can screw off. Imperial Prince Naki demonically grinned. With a sudden punch of his fists, a crazy surge of astral essence erupted, recklessly impacting outwards. As this astral essence crashed into the martial artists, they shook and cried out in pain as they were sent flying away. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 people landed against giant boulders and broke them into pieces upon impact. They were wounded all over, continuously throwing up blood. Yuyak! The martial artists crawled up to their feet, continuing to vomit blood with bits of their organs mixed within it. Imperial Prince Naki only sneered as he saw this. What were you all talking about just now? Don't you understand that loose tongues lead to trouble? Imperial Prince Naki's words caused all the surrounding martial artists to fall silent. In fact, the people who were speaking amongst themselves were more than those 3 still crawling up on their bellies. Most of the people here still thought it was nothing more than a dream for Imperial Prince Naki to perfectly leave his name upon the Emperor's Stone. Now that they saw what a tragic state those 3 martial artists had ended up in, all of them were secretly rejoicing that they hadn't had the bad luck to be chosen. In truth, Imperial Prince Naki hadn't heard what these people were speaking about in true essence sound transmissions. He simply didn't have the ability to do so. But just by looking at the mocking and disdainful glances everyone was sending his way, he could approximate what they were speaking about. In particular, the astonished looks on their faces as he called them out confirmed this. "Lo Lord, please forgive this lowly one. This lowly one had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. Please treat us like a fart and ignore us." Although several martial artists hated Naki to the extreme, they had no choice but to beg for mercy. As people who survived in the Azura Road, they knew when they had to lower their heads, otherwise they would have died a long time ago. "Rejoice that I don't want to waste my time killing you all. I will forgive your dog lives because I want you all to look and personally see just how shallow your experience is." As Naki spoke, he turned his gaze to Precipice Cliff. As he looked upwards, he could see the Emperor Stone. Then, a smile appeared on his lips. He had just thought of an excellent idea. "Mr. Zhou, I heard leaving a name upon the Emperor Stone is equal to obtaining the approval of all the outstanding heroic young elites of the past and even obtaining the support of their destiny. Is that true?" The Old World King near Naki respectfully replied. "That is what it is reported to be like." Very good. Then if that's the case, before I leave behind my name, I will destroy the 2 characters they left and leave my own name in their positions." As Naki spoke, a fiendish smile lit up his face. If one could leave marks on the Emperor Stone, then one could naturally also ruin the marks left behind by others. Of course, doing this was several times more difficult. "My road of becoming a great emperor will start here." As Naki spoke, his body soared upwards. His movements were smooth and elegant, like a piece of cloud being blown upwards by the wind. The pressure that surrounded Precipice Cliff wasn't able to affect Imperial Prince Naki at all. "Awesome! His Highness is so fierce." Many martial artists cheered from the base of Precipice Cliff, obsequiousness thick in their voices. It had to be known that Imperial Prince Naki was someone who would become at least an extreme Empyrean in the future, and he even had a chance of becoming a true divinity. In the Good Fortune Holy Land, even the statuses of great world kings were far lower than his own. Imperial Prince Naki shot upwards like an ascending meteor. He had already flown 30 miles high. The pressure here still wasn't able to hinder his movements. With a smile on his face, he easily broke through 33 miles. It was only at this time that Naki felt a considerable amount of pressure. "Now it's getting interesting." Naki smiled. 34 miles, 35 miles, he soon rushed to the height where the Emperor Stone was. But here, the pressure suddenly rose astronomically. Naki frowned. The pressure of the Emperor Stone had suddenly increased by several times. Pop, 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 pop. Naki's joints emitted explosive popping sounds. He was using the Saint Race's body metamorphosis. However, the higher he went, the more terrifyingly fast the pressure increased. This was a nearly exponential growth. As he flew to the center of the Emperor Stone, Naki had no choice but to use his second body metamorphosis. Curved horns jutted out from his head, and a pair of demon wings unfurled from his back. The pressure here had already exceeded his expectations. This pressure was left behind by numerous unrivaled geniuses of the last several hundred millions of years that had carved their name onto the Emperor Stone. This included the auras of Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. The aura that they left within the Emperor Stone also became a part of the pressure. What is this? Naki's complexion immediately changed. Pressure fell like a torrential storm all over his body. He could even feel that he was nearing his limit. This was especially true for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's auras. Because they had just left behind their names, the pressure from their auras was extremely strong. Naki could even faintly feel the power that belonged to Lin Ming. Is it really him? Naki grit his teeth and forcefully impacted upwards. He never thought that after such a short period of time, he would be using this sort of method to compete with Lin Ming. The flavor of Lin Ming's aura was as heavy as grand mist energy. As it covered his body, it felt like a 100,000-foot-high mountain was pressing down on him, crushing him. This was an extremely horrifying weight. As for Xiao Moxian's aura, it was slightly lighter, but lighter didn't mean it was easier to withstand. As her aura covered him, it was like 10,000 flames ignited throughout his body, causing him to be racked with agony. At this time, Naki was only 200 to 300 feet from the highest point of the Emperor Stone. But this 200 to 300 feet had become a nearly insurmountable moat. If he wanted to leave behind his name at this height, it would still be easy for Naki to do so. However, he had bravely boasted in front of everyone and wasn't willing to take back his words in embarrassment and shame. He summoned up more astral essence, forcefully pushing himself up another 100 feet. Imperial Prince stepped on the Emperor Stone for leverage. But every time he did, all the flesh and blood in his body seemed as if it would rupture. His blood wildly tumbled in his body, making him feel like he was going to explode into a puddle of goo at any moment. Naki grit his teeth and shot up another 100 feet. Pa pa pa. Blood vessels burst open on Naki's arms and wings. His body shook and blood started leaking from the corners of his mouth. How could this be? Naki wasn't convinced. It was fine if Lin Ming did it alone, but even that woman Xiao Moxian had left behind her name on the crown of the Emperor's Stone. Now he couldn't do the same. Looking upwards at the top of the Emperor's Stone, the Lin and Xian characters hung high above him, aloof and distant, their strokes smooth and forceful. When he looked up at these characters from the base of Precipice Cliff, Naki had never felt such a distance between them. But now he wasn't able to overtake these last 100 feet. Naki wished with all his soul that he could ruin those two characters, but the moment he was only 200 to 300 feet from reaching the peak of the Emperor's Stone, his mortal body had reached its limits. Many of his blood vessels had burst apart. Bang! Naki reluctantly punched outwards, attacking through space to strike the Lin character on the Emperor's Stone. However, he had very little strength remaining to begin with, and underneath the suppressive pressure of the Emperor's Stone, his attack diminished to nearly nothing. He simply wasn't able to mar the Emperor's Stone at all. That Lin character's aura remained as swift and fierce as before, looking down at him from its unharmed perfection as if it were taunting his own incompetence. Your Highness, don't force yourself. At the base of Precipice Cliff, the old saint man shouted out anxiously. Everyone could see that Naki had reached his limit. It was impossible for him to reach the top of the Emperor's Stone. Many people had a taunting look on their faces. Naki was less than 200 feet away from reaching the top of the Emperor's Stone. To anyone else, this would have been a result to be proud of, but when this result was combined with his previous words, it actually caused people to want to mock him. To think he wanted to destroy the characters left behind by that man and woman and leave behind his own. Just who the hell does he think he is? Those two were true monstrous geniuses that had reached the limits of potential. Normally, even an extreme Empyrean descendant couldn't hope to reach the peak of the Emperor's Stone. Desperately persisting just because he wants to save face is simply a death wish. I want to see just how he ends up. Shoo! Stop using sound transmissions. If you're not careful, they'll notice you. Several martial artists were using sound transmissions to quietly discuss what was happening. Currently, Imperial Prince Naki was only 10 feet from reaching the top of the Emperor's Stone. However, all of his blood was nearly stagnant. He had reached his absolute limit. How could it be like this? Imperial Prince Naki felt a deep shame. He didn't think that he was weaker than Lin Ming. In fact, during their battle at the Chaotic Blood Continent, he hadn't truly lost to Lin Ming. Yet now, on the Emperor's Stone, he was completely unable to compare. This meant that although his strength wasn't inferior to Lin Ming's, his potential was actually extremely far off. My potential is worse than his? Imperial Prince Naki couldn't accept this. Underneath Precipice Cliff, that old man Mr. Zhou heaved a deep sigh. In the battle of the Chaotic Blood Continent, Naki and Lin Ming were nearly the same. Because their strength was close, this caused everyone to overlook something. It was that Naki had been at the late Saint Transformation Realm, but Lin Ming was only at the middle Divine Transformation Realm. Lin Ming had leapt up a small boundary to suppress Imperial Prince Naki. To extreme geniuses, overcoming a small boundary to fight was as easy as drinking water. But when this small boundary was between peak martial artists, both of them unrivaled geniuses of their generation, then that was truly terrifying. Every time a peak genius rose a small boundary in their cultivation, their strength would experience a massive increase. This Lin Ming is indeed a horrifying person. But luckily my saint race will launch a full-on invasion of the divine realm before long. He will not have the space to grow. Otherwise, if he did, he might become a character like Empyrean Divine Seal of 3.6 billion years ago. As Mr. Zhou was thinking about this, he felt that it was prudent to kill off Lin Ming as soon as possible. To cull the weeds, he needed to destroy the roots. And at this time, on the Emperor's Stone, Naki was finally unable to continue. The closer he reached to the top, the more terrifying the pressure became. Although this was only a minor 10-foot distance, it was as great as the earth and heavens. The opportunity to challenge the Emperor's Stone only came once in a lifetime. Once he failed, his mission badge would break apart. Naki knew that reaching the top of the Emperor's Stone was no longer possible. With a raging hatred simmering in his eyes, he struck out a claw 8 feet from the top. Kacha! With an explosive sound, Naki tore out a chunk of stone. This last claw strike comprised all of Naki's remaining energy. After this strike, he was no longer able to support himself. His body plummeted straight down like a broken kite. Who? Mr. Zhou flew up high to grab the severely wounded Naki. As he looked up to look at the mark Naki left behind, Mr. Zhou shook his head. Naki's last claw strike had left behind a 3-inch-long mark. But in terms of depth, it was no deeper than the marks left behind by Monster Prince Duyu. And beyond that, this mark was extremely rough. One could barely make out the symbol of the saint race, and this symbol didn't contain any concepts at all. This was because Naki was already completely exhausted, a lamp without oil. Thus he didn't have the ability to leave behind any concepts. If Naki hadn't insisted on trying to forcefully push himself up the last 100 feet of the Emperor's Stone, then he could have left behind a perfect mark. But now, the mark he left behind was no different from one that a dog would leave. Beside Mr. Zhou, the other saint disciples were also looking at each other in disappointment. None of them knew what to say, and not too far away, the other martial artists had also quietly departed. They were afraid that Imperial Prince Naki would take out his anger on them in a fit of indignant shame after he recovered. Rest for a moment and then we'll embark deeper into the Great Desolate. Mr. Zhou issued an order. As he did so, a cold brightness shined in his eyes. He was wondering just how he could assassinate Lin Ming. Oh! In the vast expanse of the Great Desolate, there was a 10,000-foot high precipice. This precipice continued for several hundred miles, as sharp and steep as if someone had carved it with a saber. Above this precipice towered a grand and magnificent city. The city walls themselves were 1,000 feet high and held together with incomparably firm array formations. Looking from afar, it looked like a mountain range hidden in the horizon. The wonders of this city left one shocked with awe. This city was Heaven Devil City. Heaven Devil City was over 10 times larger than the City of Discord and also the largest city on the edge of the Great Desolate. Many martial artists who planned to participate in the trials in the Great Desolate stopped here. Because of the constant stream of people, Heaven Devil City was always bustling. Lin Ming and his group walked down the streets of Heaven Devil City. Both sides of the streets were lined with a variety of shops. The martial artists that walked down the roads were mostly youths. Moreover, each one had a solid foundation with extraordinary skill. They were all heroic young elites. This was also well within reason. After all, whether it was the martial artists who came here to adventure in the Great Desolate or the people who lived in Heaven Devil City, they needed the ability to face the ancient vicious beasts that surrounded the city. Otherwise, they would end up as nothing but food for those vicious beasts. This was originally a land where powerhouses gathered. In addition to the constant slaughter that occurred year-round, the strong survived and the weak were continuously weeded out. In terms of average quality, Heaven Devil City far surpassed the other cities on the outer edge of the Azura Road. Xiao Maxian was extremely inquisitive as she walked into the city. This was a scene she hadn't seen before in the Divine Realm. In the Divine Realm, masters were normally gathered in large sects and holy lands. In the cities, there were usually only low-level martial artists. After all, a city was a place where one lived, and masters would usually go into their sect to cultivate in seclusion. But the Azura Road was different. Here, most martial artists came to engage in life or death battles and enter challenging smelting trials. Those that established sects to cultivate were instead in the minority. Master, if you wish to find information, you can go to Heaven's Secret. Heaven's Secret is an extremely renowned intelligence network that operates on the edge of the Azura Road. As long as you have sufficient wealth, you can find out a great deal of secret news. Heaven's Secret? There's no need to hurry. Information about the map in the Emperor Jade shouldn't be directly inquired into. It needs to be separately investigated. Lin Ming already made his plans. He would split the information of the Emperor Jade into a dozen-plus pieces and slowly investigate it. After Lin Ming arrived at Heaven Devil City, he didn't immediately inquire for information on the Emperor Jade. Rather, he went to Heaven Devil City's Black God Fort to look at the missions within. Every city in the Azura Road had correspondingly different missions. After completing these missions, one could obtain God runes as a result. Lin Ming had already experienced the wondrous effects of high-grade God runes. With such an opportunity for more in front of him, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Heaven Devil City was established over a massive area. From the point where Lin Ming entered the southern city gates, he was several hundred miles away from Black God Fort, which was near the northern city gates. Lin Ming didn't fly these several hundred miles. Instead, he walked the entire route. As they continued through, Lin Ming discovered that the closer he neared the northern gates, the more solemn and noble the architecture became. There was even a faint killing intent all around. At the southern gates, both sides of the streets were lined with shops and bustling with many people. It was lively and prosperous. But near the northern gates, these sorts of shops, restaurants, and hotels had disappeared. All of these structures were replaced by fortresses. These fortresses were built with large and heavy gray rocks. These rocks were covered with mottled dark red traces, clearly left behind by weapons or claws. Lin Ming could even faintly smell the scent of blood here, as if this entire area was an Azura battlefield. These buildings are all built with heavenly limestone and fused together with the essence of dark steel iron, making it extremely firm. Even so, this stone has been made into such an appearance as if it were struck constantly with swords and sabers. Could there be frequent battles in the northern city area? Xianxia asked from beside Lin Ming, a bit surprised. At this time, Lin Ming had already obtained the answer from Soul White. He said, Heaven Devil City faces the endless great desolate, and there are endless numbers of ancient vicious beasts that occupy the boundless wild. Every few years there is likely some event where vicious beast waves lay siege to the city. The southern city faces the cliff, so the northern side is where the battlefield is. As Lin Ming explained all of this, Xianxia looked at him with surprise. How did you know that? Lin Ming rubbed his nose, not explaining. Beside him, Monster Prince Duyu snorted in disdain. He is a native martial artist of the Azura Road, so it isn't anything at all for him to know this. It's not like it's anything new. Xianxia chuckled once before not speaking further. The three of them soon arrived at Heaven Devil City's Black God Fort. Before they entered Heaven Devil City, they had changed their appearances once more. This was to prevent any of those ambitious people at Precipice Cliff tracking them and causing further trouble. Heaven Devil City's Black God Fort was several times larger than the one in the City of Discord, and the martial artists here were also of a higher caliber. In the City of Discord, there were many life-destruction martial artists. But here, one rarely saw even divine sea martial artists. And even if one did see them, they were often the staff of Black God Fort who belonged to the common people of Heaven Devil City. Those who had the daring to adventure deep into the Great Desolate were mostly divine lords or above. Lin Ming stepped up to the mission board. This mission board was the same as the one in the City of Discord. The various missions were listed along with a price tag. If one had origin energy runes, they could trade them for a mission badge. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that there were 2 rare Blue Soul level missions, and these 2 missions only needed a small number of origin energy runes to purchase. Moreover, although they had hung on the mission board for some time now, there were very few people who asked about them. How peculiar. Are these missions extremely difficult? Lin Ming traced his chin. He read over the content of the 2 mission badges. The first rare blue soul level mission was to enter God-Burying Ridge and obtain a God-Burying Stone. At that time, the God-Burying Stone would fuse together with the mission badge and one could obtain a God rune as a result. The second mission was to hunt down 3,600 high-level vicious beasts within 3 years. The mission badge would absorb the monster energy of these vicious beasts. After fully killing them, one would also receive a God rune as a reward. If over 3 years passed, then the mission would fail. The difficulty of the second mission was easily understandable. High-level vicious beasts were much stronger than ordinary divine sea martial artists, and to kill 3,600 beasts in 3 years meant to kill at least 3 of them each day. There were many middle and late divine sea martial artists that came to adventure in Heaven Devil City, and for them this mission would be nearly impossible to complete. As for the first mission, that was simply to enter God-Burying Ridge and obtain a God-Burying Stone. The difficulties and mysteries of this mission were naturally located in God-Burying Ridge. What sort of place was that? Reporting to Master, this old servant has only faintly heard of God-Burying Ridge before. However, I am not too sure of the details. Although Soul White had lived in the Azura Road for a long time, that didn't mean he knew everything. The Great Desolate contained numerous secrets to begin with, and Soul White's strength was originally far too lacking to come adventuring in Heaven Devil City. Thus he didn't know much about this area. God-Burying Ridge seems like it would be very fun to go to. Xianxia was a young girl who didn't fear the heavens or earth at all. The more mysterious and spooky a place was, the more it aroused her interest. As for Monster Prince Duyu, he had an extremely ugly complexion. This sort of place was obviously extremely dangerous. If he were to rashly go there with Lin Ming and Xianxia, then he would lose his life if he wasn't careful. Lin Ming inquired about the situation of God-Burying Ridge towards the Black God Fort staff member responsible for issuing the mission badges. This staff member was an old imp man. As this old imp listened to Lin Ming's question, he was clearly impatient. After all, Lin Ming only had a late divine transformation cultivation. Going to God-Burying Range was the same as a death wish to him. The old imp simply didn't want to bother with this little junior who was pestering him with questions out of boredom. However, this was his duty here. Thus he reluctantly threw a jade slip towards Lin Ming that contained a brief introduction of God-Burying Ridge. Lin Ming sank his divine sense into the jade slip, soon finding the information he wanted. God-Burying Ridge was an area that spanned a radius of tens of thousands of miles. This was a danger zone that had existed since time immemorial, and countless rumors had leaked out over the last several 100 million years. If an ordinary martial artist were to enter, there was basically no path for them to return. Even for peak geniuses, chances were higher that they would end up dead than surviving that dangerous land. And within the center of God-Burying Ridge was a red mountain range. Within this mountain range was an unfathomably deep valley called Tragic Death Valley. The reason this valley had this name was because out of all those who had ever been seen entering, no one had ever emerged. A tragic death, a death in vain. The meaning of Tragic Death Valley was that those who entered would die without any meaning or value at all. There were many mystic realms where one had 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival, but if one safely emerged, chances were they would obtain a massive lucky chance. However, Tragic Death Valley was different. There were no known lucky chances within Tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley was a place where people entered but never emerged. It was an absolute death zone with no hope at all. In the rumors that were passed down for several tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years, it was said that several Empyreans died in Tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley was one of the most famous danger zones in the entire Azura Road because it was an absolute death zone. Even Empyreans died there? Lin Ming asked, his mouth agape. He didn't know how many Empyreans there were in the Azura Road, but if it were similar to the Divine Realm, then there would be several hundred of them. Every Empyrean was a peak genius that had massive destinies gathered upon their bodies. They were all outstanding individuals that had stepped over the bones of countless other martial artists in order to complete their own road to becoming an Empyrean. Such a person could not be underestimated. Once a martial artist became an Empyrean, they would rarely encounter fatal disasters in their remaining long lives. But now, Lin Ming learned from this jade slip that many Empyreans perished in Tragic Death Valley. This sounded like a bedtime folktale. Empyreans died there? Even the playful Xianxia, who didn't fear anything, was still shocked silly. This was a place where even Empyreans died. It meant that no matter how talented one was, no matter how great of a heroic young elite they were, or even if they were a first-class martial artist like the good fortune Saint Sun, they were still nothing but a joke in front of Tragic Death Valley. This also meant that Tragic Death Valley was a forbidden zone that no one could enter. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said, "We definitely cannot go to this Tragic Death Valley. Even if the rumors are exaggerated and even if Empyreans didn't perish within, it still isn't a place where we can survive. As for the surrounding God-burying ridge around Tragic Death Valley, that is still a place where we can go. Of course, we'll have to make arrangements and think of a plan beforehand." The dangers of God-burying ridge were much lesser. According to the Jade Slip, God-burying ridge was a place where ordinary martial artists would die without a doubt and where peak geniuses would end up more unlucky than lucky. Lin Ming firmly believed that whether it was him or Xianxia, they couldn't be described as mere peak geniuses. If they really did die in God-burying ridge, then this mission was too abnormal. It was simply sending any and all heroic young elites to their deaths. "You want to go to God-burying ridge?" Monster Prince Duyu's complexion sank as he heard Lin Ming's words. He simply didn't want to go to such a dangerous place. If he was together with Lin Ming, then he would become a lightning rod that attracted all the bad luck onto himself. He no longer had the heart to continue with the Azura Road smelting trial. At the very least, he didn't want to continue onwards with Lin Ming. "Don't joke with me. Didn't you read the Jade Slip? It said that this is a place where even Empyreans die. If you want to go die, then don't drag us along with you," Monster Prince Duyu said, wanting to pull up Xianxia as a shield. But it was clear that he would be disappointed. Xianxia jeered. "Can your courage be any tinier? The area where Empyreans die is Tragic Death Valley. It's good enough as long we don't go there. The Blue Soul level mission we have is only restricted to God-burying ridge." As Xianxia spoke, Monster Prince Duyu's complexion became increasingly ugly. He had actually been called lacking in courage by Xianxia. This made him feel very aggrieved. He simply didn't want to go along with Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming wasn't bothering with the dispute occurring between Xianxia and Monster Prince Duyu. He continued looking through the Jade Slip. There were unexpectedly maps that included God-burying ridge and Tragic Death Valley. These maps were extremely rough. This was because in all of these years, no one had ever been able to fully explore God-burying ridge. Thus this map had been slowly pieced together and filled in with speculations over time before becoming barely legible. Of course, there were likely some people in Heaven Devil City that had detailed maps of God-burying ridge. But one didn't need to be a genius to know that these maps would be expensive. They wouldn't be easily seen by others. Lin Ming was also only casually looking. He didn't expect that this map would have any great value. However, as Lin Ming continued looking, he began to frown. Some outlines of this map were clearly familiar. As Lin Ming recalled the lines within the Emperor Jade, he let out a long breath. He had come to a conclusion. The Great Desolate God Trove listed in the Emperor Jade had an 80 to 90% chance of being located in God-burying ridge. There was also an enormous chance that it was located in Tragic Death Valley, the legendary zone of no return. Is the Great Desolate God Trove in Tragic Death Valley? Lin Ming was stunned. If even Empyreans couldn't return from this place, how could he possibly go? Beyond a shadow of a doubt, the Great Desolate God Trove was related to the Azura Roadmaster. And if this Tragic Death Valley could even bury Empyreans, then it was likely also related to the Azura Roadmaster. If so, one could imagine that the Great Desolate God Trove had an extremely high chance of being within Tragic Death Valley. This Tragic Death Valley is a land where even Empyreans perish. If I were to go, then all I can rely on is this Emperor Jade I obtained from the City of Discord. But whether or not this Emperor Jade is a death-sparing token is something I cannot confirm. Lin Ming believed that if he entered Tragic Death Valley, he would surely have a certain advantage over others. But how great this advantage would be was a mystery. The dangers inside Tragic Death Valley couldn't be taken as a joke. Lin Ming couldn't help but cast his sense into the magic cube space. There, the Emperor Jade calmly floated. Its entire body was a deep green and covered in faint lines that gathered into endlessly diverse patterns. These patterns were similar to maps of God-burying range. Lin Ming would absolutely go to Tragic Death Valley. To a martial artist, walking down the road of martial arts was originally choosing to struggle against the heavens every day. If there was the opportunity to obtain a heaven-shaking lucky chance, but he was too afraid to grab it because of his own fears and uncertainties, then he would be doomed to never accomplish anything. Lin Ming didn't want such a lucky chance to slip out from his hands. But the key was, how should he go and at what time in his life should he go? For instance, after breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, he would be able to escape the grasp of a World King powerhouse. If he reached the Middle Divine Lord realm, he would have the strength to battle an ordinary World King. All sorts of thoughts raced through Lin Ming's mind, but at this time, the old imp in front of him was also growing impatient. "Hey, are the three of you done looking or not? Stop blocking the way. There are still many trial challengers behind you waiting to accept a mission," the old imp said without a trace of humor in his tone. Lin Ming thought for a moment, not minding the harsh manner of the old imp. Instead, he took out a jade slip filled with origin energy runes from his spatial ring and handed it over to the old imp. Lin Ming had traded for these origin energy runes at the City of Discord using 9 sun jades. The old imp was surprised. He used his calloused hands to rub the jade slip and immediately estimated the amount of origin energy runes within it. This was definitely a considerable wealth. What do you want? I will take this mission. You can keep the remaining origin energy runes. I just want you to answer something for me. What should I pay attention to if I want to go to God-burying Ridge? As Lin Ming was speaking, the old imp lit up with a smile. He glanced around to see if anyone was looking at him and then put away the origin energy rune jade slip. He said, "You're a smart one. There are many adventurers that come here and, without knowing anything at all, rush towards God-burying Ridge to never return, instead dying there. This is the perfect question that you asked me today. In God-burying Ridge, there are many things that you have to pay attention to, but only those with experience know about them. As for these experiences, they are gathered using the lives of those that have gone before. Those that know will not speak of it easily, and even if they do, they might not be clear about it. Go to the West City and look for Fatty Zhou Shiyan. If you put forth a high enough reward, he will lead you to God-burying Ridge. But let me tell you something ahead of time. The total travel fee should be around 1,000,000 origin energy runes. If you pay more, then you'll have been tricked by him," the old imp said with blinking eyes. Lin Ming found this understandable. With a guide leading the way, it would definitely be much safer. Do the three of you really want to go to God-burying Ridge? With your current cultivations, going to God-burying Ridge is the same as throwing a meat bun to a dog. You won't return at all, the old imp cautioned as he saw Lin Ming and the others about to walk away. He did so only because of the origin energy runes he was given. Lin Ming casually said, "Our team also has some masters, so you don't need to worry about us." Seeing Lin Ming about to leave Black God Fort, the old imp shook his head. "Having masters to protect you is useless. That God-burying Ridge is far too strange. The dangers are specifically aimed at each person. Sometimes, even those with high cultivations will still die. Dangers specifically aimed at each person." Lin Ming's footsteps paused for a moment. "Thank you, I understand now." Then he left Black God Fort with Xianxia. As the old imp looked at Lin Ming's fading back, he shook his head. He knew that youngsters like them wouldn't listen to his advice. This year, how could there be so many people sending themselves to their deaths? The old imp rambled to himself. But at this time, Lin Ming and the others had already left Black God Fort. They planned to go to the West City and look for this Zhou Shiyan. "You're sure you want to go?" After Monster Prince Duyu left Black God Fort, he didn't continue walking. Instead, his gloomy eyes stared at Xianxia. "Junior apprentice sister, do you really want to go to God-burying Ridge with some unknown fellow? That is an extremely dangerous place, so you should be afraid that others will harm you. Do you know that you have—" As Monster Prince Duyu spoke to hear, he suddenly stopped. His malice-filled eyes turned towards Lin Ming, overflowing with killing intent. He simply hadn't used a true essence sound transmission to speak just then, and was plainly speaking in front of Lin Ming. It was clear that he was finally fed up with Lin Ming. Lin Ming knew what Monster Prince Duyu's final words were going to be. He was referring to her phoenix bloodline. She possessed the flesh and blood of a true god-beast. In the past, within the ancient Phoenix clan, a single drop of phoenix blood essence was unimaginably valuable. From this alone, one could see how precious Xiao Moxian's body was. If someone with evil thoughts captured her, they could make good use of her. Whether it was using her body to cultivate or using her for alchemy, one could obtain inestimable benefits. How can a man be so nagging? If you don't want to go, then you can stay in the city and wait for us to return. What Xiao Moxian couldn't stand the most was others continuously badgering her into changing her mind. During this trip through the Azura Road, Monster Prince Duyu had done so repeatedly. She was already sick and tired of him. Hearing Xiao Moxian's words, Monster Prince Duyu was angry to the point of vomiting blood, but he simply didn't have any means to change her mind. He continued to glare at Lin Ming. If looks could kill, Lin Ming would have died 100 times already. Monster Prince Duyu grit his teeth and ultimately decided to follow them. Old Blue's wounds weren't fully healed yet, and even if he were to recover, he still needed to undo the tracking rune on him. For a time, he couldn't be counted on to provide any help. If he were to lose Xiao Moxian and return himself, there was no way he could explain what happened. Moreover, he was worried about allowing Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian to go together. If something happened between the two of them, he would regret it for the rest of his life. I might not have an accident if I go to God-Burying Ridge. Perhaps there might be a lucky chance for me also. Monster Prince Duyu thought, comforting himself. He followed behind Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, eventually arriving at the West City. After making several inquiries, they located that Zhou Shiyan the old imp told them about. Zhou Shiyan lived in a 3-story building. This building was formed with expensive array formations, and the back garden was planted with all sorts of spirit flowers. It looked beautiful and refined, as if spring was blossoming here all year round. This Zhou Shiyan is quite wealthy. Lin Ming thought to himself. In Heaven Devil City, the value of land was high enough to give one a seizure. Back in the City of Discord, the price of a house was enough to cause an ordinary Divine Lord Powerhouse to feel powerless and desperate. But in Heaven Devil City, land was several times more expensive. If this Zhou Shiyan could live in a relatively large house in Heaven Devil City, this proved that he had some skills. It looks like this Zhou Shiyan is fairly reliable. If he can gather such wealth, it is likely related to God-Burying Ridge. If he really is familiar with the situation around God-Burying Ridge, then whether it is as a guide or hunting for treasures himself, he can likely make a fortune doing so. Lin Ming entered the small building. As he did so, array formations immediately appeared, blocking him. To Lin Ming, these array formations weren't anything at all. However, he still stood with manners and poise outside of the array formation, waiting for the master of the house to come out. Soon, a fat man in a blue robe appeared at the entrance. This fellow was half a head shorter than Lin Ming, and his entire body was plump, brimming with health and vitality. His chins were pushed together and his two small and bright eyes looking at Lin Ming and the others, filled with happiness. Are you here to discuss business? We want to go to God-Burying Ridge. Lin Ming went straight to the point. God-Burying Ridge? Good. It seems that you little fellows are becoming increasingly brave. 3 divine transformation youths want to go to God-Burying Ridge? Well, let me tell you ahead of time that I will only be guiding you there. Your life or death will be in your own hands. I understand. Although Lin Ming had a rough map, he still didn't know which route to enter God-Burying Ridge was the safest. Each person will be 2 million origin energy runes. If all 3 of you are going, then I'll give you a discount and charge you 5 million. Fatty Zhou stretched out his palm and showed 5 thick and short fingers. 3 million, no more, no less. Lin Ming replied. Although he didn't care about an extra 2 million origin energy runes, he didn't want to put on a display of stupidity, otherwise others would treat him as a fool. At that time, they might try to deliberately trick him and lead him into some dangerous situation. Haha. It looks like you've already considered the price beforehand. After being exposed by Lin Ming, Fatty Zhou laughed, not embarrassed at all. Deal. These people are also going to God Burying Ridge? A day later, Lin Ming was led by Fatty Zhou into his house where there were 7 or 8 martial artists waiting. These people were mostly young, but 2 of them were middle-aged. Out of these people, 3 of them attracted Lin Ming's attention, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had extremely bright eyes and she stood very high. Even when compared to Lin Ming, she was only a tad shorter. Her thighs were round and filled with potent power. She wore a short leather jerkin that exposed her flat belly, and her large chest nearly exploded out of it. Her skin was pale and as bright as her eyes, and on her back she carried a case of javelins, and tied on her fair and strong thighs was a sharp dagger. Javelins? Lin Ming was surprised. This was an extremely strange and rare weapon type. Normally, a martial artist would carefully craft a single weapon instead of a set of them. This woman had an early divine lord cultivation. And beside this woman was a man at the middle divine lord realm. He seemed to be a companion of this woman. He had a large build with a big cloak thrown over his shoulder. A black heavy sword hung on his back. This heavy sword was taller than an adult human and as wide as half a door. It looked extremely heavy. Once this heavy sword was slashed out, the might behind it could be imagined. Moreover, what astonished Lin Ming the most was that this man and woman had extremely powerful bodies, faintly exuding the atmosphere of astral essence. These martial artists both dual cultivated body and energy, and Lin Ming could even feel a faint yet familiar aura from them. This is the dragon race bloodline. Lin Ming was slightly amazed. If God-Beast bloodline did not originate from the same source, then it would be very difficult to sense. Before, Lin Ming had swallowed the bone of an azure dragon. Now he was able to feel a faint resonance with the man and woman in front of him, leaving him surprised. This man and woman seemed to be owners of a dragon race bloodline. They should be geniuses of some universe's monster race. Lin Ming guessed. In the 33-layered heavens, the monster race could be considered a very large and separated tribe. The monster races of many other universes were often far stronger than the monster race of the divine realm. As Lin Ming was observing this man and woman, they were also observing him. They were from the Dragontongue family, and the Dragontongue family did possess the bloodline of a true dragon. This sort of bloodline was inherited within their very bones. Even after multiple generations, their bloodline still wouldn't diminish. Of course, when compared to a monstrous genius like Xiao Moxian, whose mother was a true god-beast, they were far from being able to match up to her. That man also has the aura of dragon blood within him, the leather-armored woman said with a true essence sound transmission. It's the blood of an azure dragon. He should also have noticed us. However, this person's azure dragon bloodline purity is limited. He should have encountered some lucky chance and managed to transplant it post-birth. This sort of bloodline can't compare to ours. Yes, but such lucky chances are extremely wonderful for ordinary people. Thus his foundation is also very solid. Moreover, he seems to dual cultivate body and energy just like we do. He should have his own skills, and if he dares go to God Burying Ridge at the Divine Transformation Realm, then he is confident in them too. God Burying Ridge had a grim and ominous reputation, one that was well deserved. Even these 2 dragon siblings only dared to go to God Burying Ridge after reaching the Divine Lord Realm. If a Divine Transformation Realm martial artist were to go, they had to have absolute confidence in their strength, otherwise they would only be idiots. Besides these 2 dragon siblings, there was also a youth in a black tight-fitting outfit that caught Lin Ming's attention. This youth looked to be around 15 to 16 years old, and his hands and feet were wrapped with thick bandages. He had black hair and held a long sword in his hands as he sat in a corner of the house. Where he sat, a faint force field emitted from him, making it seem as if he was hidden in the dark. If an ordinary person were to step into this room, it would be easy to ignore him, not sensing him at all. This person clearly excelled at concealing himself. He was likely some sort of incredible assassin. So many masters. This really is a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Ming silently appraised. Martial artists that came to the Great Desolate were all outstanding individuals to begin with, and those that dared to take missions in God-Burying Ridge were the most amazing of all of them. Are these three little fellows also joining? From the corner of the room, a voice suddenly sounded out. The one speaking was a middle-aged man in silk robes. His eyes were shaped like triangles and his eyebrows hung downwards. He seemed to be a very strong and bold character. This person had a half-step Holy Lord cultivation. Besides Fatty Zhou, he had the highest cultivation here. However, in Lin Ming's eyes, his strength was only so. He wasn't young anymore. Compared to the dragon siblings, he was far inferior. That's right. What, are you worried that someone's going to drag you down? Fatty Zhou smiled as he spoke, his eyes curving into two little crescent moons. The middle-aged man grunted. Although he didn't state his meaning, it was obvious. Lin Ming didn't respond at all, but Xiao Moxian wasn't willing to allow this insult to pass. Hey Triangle Eyes, who do you think you were speaking to? Maybe you'll be the one to hold everyone back. Xiao Moxian had never been someone willing to freely suffer a loss. She immediately poked at the middle-aged man with her words. The middle-aged man flew into a rage. Just as he was about to do something, Fatty Zhou suddenly stepped forwards and blocked the two from fighting. Everyone, please give me some face and calm down. Now that you are all in my team, you will have to listen to my orders. If something like this were to happen in God-Burying Ridge, and you do not listen to my orders, then I shall have to kick you from the team, so you don't get everyone else killed. As Fatty Zhou was speaking, his voice began to turn icy. For this person to survive in a den of powerhouses like Heaven Devil City, he certainly wasn't as harmless as his appearance suggested. The middle-aged man coldly humphed and no longer spoke. Everyone is here. Let's leave then. Fatty Zhou waved his hand. Like this, the team of 12 people set out towards God-Burying Ridge. And at the same time, just outside of Heaven Devil City, a similar team of people had just entered city. The one leading them was a white-robed youth that rode atop a large horned wolf. The youth said to the old man beside him, Mr. Zhou, your world detection art can't be maintained forever. I fear it won't be easy finding that boy in a place as large as Heaven Devil City, especially if he's using an appearance-transforming technique. This white-robed youth was Naki. After he entered Heaven Devil City, he constantly inspected everywhere around him, hoping to catch Lin Ming's trail. It's truly not easy at all. That little beast is a crafty one. We cannot be too noticeable in our actions, otherwise he will leave Heaven Devil City early and deliberately hide himself. I have confidence that when I find his scent, I will be able to see through that little beast's disguise, no matter what he tries. As Mr. Zhou spoke, his eyes were closed in meditation. In order to continue using the world detection art, he lowered the usage of all other energies to a minimum. The principle behind this technique was to rely on the memory of a person's aura to search for that person in an area of dozens of miles. Even if they used an appearance-changing technique, he could still see through them. Since Mr. Zhou says that, I can feel at ease. When I find that little brat, Naki cruelly smiled, killing intent filling his eyes. When that time comes, don't interfere. I will deal with him alone. I will return double the shame that I felt in the battle at the chaotic blood continent. Mr. Zhou, all you need to do is prevent him from escaping. Once I defeat him, I will waste away all his martial arts but let him keep his pathetic life. Then, I will bring him back to the saint race to make into medicine. His mortal body should be at sufficient standards as an alchemy ingredient. Haha. Well said, Your Highness. At that time, that will surely be a great merit. Your Highness' status in our race will rise even further in the future. Some people flattered from all around. Naki only coldly smiled. In truth, he didn't have full confidence in defeating Lin Ming. But now, he had especially prepared a card to deal with Lin Ming. Naki continued to think of ways to use Lin Ming's mortal body, as well as how to use all the advantages and merits he would gain from killing Lin Ming to further advance his status in the saint race. But at this time, he completely failed to realize that a group of modest-looking martial artists had walked towards his direction. This team of martial artists had 12 people. It was Fatty Zhou's team. We are about to leave the city gates. After we leave the city gates, everyone must listen to my commands. This is a must. Remember it. If you do not want to follow my rules, then do not enter my team. Fatty Zhou continued to hammer in this point. There were many impatient responses. These people were all arrogant geniuses of their generation, so how could they be willing to obey others? As Lin Ming saw Fatty Zhou's gaze sweep over him, he lightly nodded in return. At this moment, his expression froze. He saw a group of martial artists at the city gates. This group had over 20 people, both men and women, old and young. Some of them were dressed like underlings, and there were 3 or 4 people leading them. These people all rode vicious beasts that they had tamed in the Great Desolate. Their auras were powerful and their foundations were solid. And as Lin Ming saw them, his heart turned cold. Among this group of people was someone he recognized, Imperial Prince Naki. Naki, he also came to adventure through the Azura Road? Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. However, this was also well within reason. At the time of their battle, Naki was in his best cultivation period to journey through the Azura Road, so it wasn't strange for him to come here. Even humanity's Dragon Fong, Hang Chi, and the others should also be at the Azura Road. However, Lin Ming simply hadn't met them yet. Beside Naki was also an old man. This old man's eyes were closed tight, with rapid movements occurring behind his eyelids as if he were using some arcane technique. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He could faintly sense countless threads of divine sense spread out to cover a distance of dozens of miles. This caused Lin Ming to feel a sense of dread. This old man had a World King cultivation, and there were 2 other middle-aged people near him that were half-step World Kings. Naki, did he realize that I'm here? Lin Ming began to ponder past events. He had left behind the Lin character upon the Emperor's Stone, and if Naki also went there, then he might have made that association. Although the saints and humans had signed a temporary peace treaty that forbade them from recklessly slaughtering each other, there were still some limits to it. This treaty was restricted to the scope of the divine realm. If it were in the Azura Road, then the saints were free to chase him down and it still wouldn't violate the terms of the treaty, and thus no one would need to worry about backlash from their heart demons. If Naki had truly guessed that he was in Heaven Devil City, he would inevitably do everything he could to hunt him. Maybe, just maybe, that old World King man is using some secret technique to search for me, Lin Ming immediately thought. As Fatty Zhou's group walked forwards, Lin Ming and Naki came nearer and nearer to each other. Naki rode a large horned wolf, his eyes casting all around with a superior attitude. In fact, within Heaven Devil City, Naki was a superior individual. Just Mr. Zhou alone was enough to shock many people. Naki's vision swept over Lin Ming, but he didn't spare an extra glance towards him. Naki's eyes only paused on Fatty Zhou's body for a brief moment before ignoring his troop. Beside Naki, Mr. Zhou's eyes were closed as before. Occasionally he would form a few seals with his hands. These seals would spin up and dance in the air, looking extremely mysterious. Mr. Zhou was searching for Lin Ming by using the aura that Lin Ming had left behind on the Emperor's Stone. The world detection art was a secret technique that sensed someone based on the aura. It was a high-level tracking technique several times more accurate than using one's eyes. However, when Lin Ming and Naki crossed paths, Mr. Zhou was still forming seals with his hands. There was a faint cracking sound as these seals constantly faded away in the wind. From beginning to end, he didn't open his eyes, nor did he sense Lin Ming. Lin Ming remained as calm as before. His appearance-changing technique could change his appearance, aura, and soul fluctuations. Not even a great world king could see through his disguise. Lin Ming's only worry was that Monster Prince Duyu would betray him. Fortunately, Monster Prince Duyu simply didn't know who Naki was. Currently, Monster Prince Duyu had a very grim expression as he worried over what would happen during the trip to God-Burying Ridge. Like this, Imperial Prince Naki and his group entered Heaven Devil City. As for Lin Ming and the others, they left Heaven Devil City with no accident at all. Imperial Prince Naki would never have imagined that he just passed by Lin Ming. Your Highness, where shall we head first? We'll go to Heaven Devil City's Black God Fort. There might be some clues we can find there. This boy Lin Ming, if he really did enter the Great Desolate, then Heaven Devil City is a stopping station that he cannot avoid. After entering Heaven Devil City, he should have gone to Black God Fort to search for missions he can complete to obtain God runes. We'll see if we can find him at Black God Fort. If we can't, then we'll look for other traces of him. Your Highness is too wise. Then Imperial Prince Naki and his group walked towards Black God Fort. As for Lin Ming and the others, as soon as they left the city, all of them launched their movement techniques and flew off with lightning speed. The 12 of them flew for several quarter hours of time, passing over 10,000 miles. Only then did Fatty Zhou slow down. We'll soon arrive at God-Burying Ridge. As Fatty Zhou said this, the group slowly landed. Lin Ming looked ahead. In the horizon, he could see a long and meandering serpentine black mountain range. This mountain range emitted an ancient and desolate aura, making it seem very special. Lin Ming even discovered that the closer he approached God-Burying Ridge, the fewer vicious beasts there were. It seemed that the vicious beasts feared the aura of God-Burying Ridge, so they deliberately avoided it. Hey, Fatty, do you know what sort of origin God-Burying Ridge has? Xiao Moxian suddenly asked, curious. Many people also looked towards Fatty Zhou, wanting to know what the history of God-Burying Ridge was. This sort of strange and menacing place was likely not naturally formed. Fatty Zhou chuckled. After being directly called Fatty by Xiao Moxian, he wasn't angry or annoyed at all. It was a well-known nickname of his. I don't know the origin of this place. I've only heard that God-Burying Ridge has already existed for over 10 billion years. Within that place, many evils lurk about. Upon entering, everyone needs to stay close to me and don't act out on your own. If you die, then there is nothing I can do to help you. Fatty Zhou slapped his belly after he finished speaking, continuing to lead the way like a waddling penguin. Close behind Fatty Zhou was Xiao Moxian. She had a relaxed and slightly excited expression on her face. This was in stark contrast to Monster Prince Duyu. From the moment he left the city gates, he had remained utterly silent. And now, his face was so dark and gloomy that it seemed he would drip water. He could faintly feel that within this group of people, although he wasn't the weakest, he was in the lower middle reaches in terms of strength. Many of these people were inferior to him in talent, but their cultivation base was much higher than his. The only two people here with similar cultivations were Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, but those two were simply freakish abnormalities. Fatty Zhou's pace was very slow. From noon to evening and then to night, they only traveled 100 to 200 miles. During this period of time, they didn't encounter anything at all. All that surrounded them were endless barren mountains and plains. There were very few plants, and even the rocks were exposed and weather-beaten. Fatty Zhou, I think you are walking far too slowly. It's been a full day, but we've only walked less than 200 miles. I've heard that this God-Burying Ridge extends for tens of thousands of miles. If this continues, won't it be several months before we reach the end? The one who spoke was a Saint race youth. They were walking so slowly, and yet, let alone the legendary dangers that existed in this land, they didn't even see the shadow of a ghost. He was growing increasingly tired of journeying at such a slow pace. You want to walk to the end? This is God-Burying Ridge. Going several thousand miles in and emerging alive is already your good fortune, and yet you still have the gall to say you want to walk to the end. It's as if you don't want to live, Fatty Zhou bluntly said. The Saint youth frowned. After being rebuked like this, he was inevitably unhappy. I'll say this politely, but we are your guests here. If we can join this team, that means that none of us are common mortals. Even those 3 divine transformation martial artists probably have some extraordinary background. I don't think you can afford to offend even the likes of them. Hey, who are you talking about? Xiao Moxian unhappily said after being classified as one of those 3 divine transformation martial artists. At this time, because of the appearance-changing technique she used, Xiao Moxian didn't seem cute or pure at all. The Saint youth simply didn't buy her act. He just snorted, no longer speaking. As the group continued forwards, Fatty Zhou seemed to intentionally go against the young saint's complaints. Not only did he not increase his pace, but he even slowed down. In the previous 20 hours, they had nearly crossed 200 miles. But in the following 8 to 10 hours, even though Fatty Zhou led them all the way through dawn, they only managed to cross 40 to 50 miles. This was a pace even slower than mortals. Moreover, he would often lead the group around in large curving arcs. These arcs would often take over double the time of walking in a straight line. To a martial artist, this distance would only take the blink of an eye, but underneath the leadership of Fatty Zhou, everyone sluggishly moved over the path like snails. This caused many people to feel morose. Fatty Zhou, why do you lead us in so many circles? If we continue like this, we won't be able to find God-burying stones even in the next year. The saint youth who complained before became increasingly impatient. This slow speed was simply far too outrageous, and he always felt that this Fatty Zhou was messing around with him. Although there clearly weren't any dangers, he would still walk in a circle around random areas. Who knew whether or not these circular paths were necessary? It was as if Fatty Zhou wanted to demonstrate his own special sense of the existing area and deliberately led them through long circling detours. This saint youth even began to suspect that Fatty Zhou was a swindler, that he was working together with the staff of Black God Fort to trick money out of the trial challengers. In truth, this Fatty Zhou was simply a nonsensical guide who knew nothing at all. I lead you in circles to avoid some possible danger zones. Although it can't be said that there are definitely dangers, the chances of dangers in those places are far higher than normal. It's better to be safe than sorry. Going a bit slower is far superior to losing your life. Fatty Zhou patiently explained. However, the saint youth didn't believe this at all. You're the only one saying there are dangers. How do we know whether these danger zones are really danger zones? We've come this far, and yet there hasn't even been any threat to us at all. As the saint youth spoke, Fatty Zhou's complexion darkened. His voice was icy cold as he responded. Once the dangers of God-burying ridge appear, they will often take your life. If you want to curse yourself to death, then that is fine. But don't bring your bad luck to our door. Fatty Zhou's words contained a faint killing intent. The saint youth frowned but didn't speak further. If you don't believe me, then you don't need to follow me at all. You can walk your own path. Fatty Zhou coldly tossed out these words before continuing forwards. His pace remained as slow as before, and he would continue walking in circles occasionally. Lin Ming followed behind Fatty Zhou, rubbing his chin. He also had the thought that Fatty Zhou might have been working together with the old imp staff member from Black God Fort, but just from sensing the aura from Fatty Zhou, he could feel this person wasn't simple at all. In short, he preferred to believe in Fatty Zhou's credibility. Even if Fatty Zhou was swindling them, he still had a certain understood into God-burying ridge, otherwise, he would have died in God-burying ridge long before he could trick people several times. The complaining saint youth grimaced, his expression changing several times. In the end, he didn't go off on his own and continued following Fatty Zhou in his slow pace. The rumors of God-burying ridge were far too fierce and far too dangerous. Even if this Fatty Zhou was a mysterious con artist treating them all as fools, at least they had all still been safe until now. From noon to midnight, from midnight to noon, the skies above God-burying ridge seemed forever covered by a faint fog, without a single ray of sunlight making it through. Here, ancient dark green rocks littered the land. These stones had experienced the river of endless years, as if the landscape of God-burying ridge had never changed for the last several billions of years. The group of 12 people had already penetrated 300 to 400 miles deep into God-burying ridge. Then, something finally occurred. The slow and steady Fatty Zhou suddenly jumped up like a dog chasing a rabbit. His speed increased to incredible velocities, and even the ground shook beneath him, causing everyone to be startled. Lin Ming reflexively jumped backwards. His right hand traced his spatial ring, and the phoenix blood spear came flashing out. All this occurred in the blink of an eye. Beside Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian wasn't any slower. Her bloodline began to roil within her as she grasped her whip, ready to transform into her phoenix true form at any time. Lin Ming's first reaction was that Fatty Zhou had encountered some sudden danger, and he had decided to flee and leave them behind. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that even though all of this had occurred, the surroundings were still quiet. The wind blew at a low speed, and the mountain stones remained as bleak and barren as before, as if nothing had occurred. As for that fatty Zhou, after jumping out several hundred feet he suddenly stopped. His right hand thrust out like an arrow and there was a light slapping sound as if he had struck something. Then, fatty Zhou bent over and picked something up. As he did, his round and tubby body seemed as if it was giving him a hard time in trying to bend over. After that, fatty Zhou walked back, his face flushed red with health. He held a red spirit grass in his hands. As he turned his palm, this spirit grass was received into his spatial ring. Haha, lucky. I've actually managed to pick up a blood-dripping orchid. I can trade it for quite a bit of money or I can even refine it into a pill. It's not bad either way. This blood-dripping orchid will try to dive into the ground and escape. So if you're not fast enough it will manage to flee. Fatty Zhou casually said. But as he spoke, let alone the saint youth that had been complaining all this time, even Lin Ming wasn't feeling all too well. This fellow, could he really be relied upon? It wasn't a problem for him to pick a spirit grass. After all, in these sorts of mystic realms, whoever discovered the treasure was the one who owned it. But before this, every step fatty Zhou took was careful and as slow as a snail. He had even said it was better to be safe than sorry, and going too fast could easily lead to death. But when he discovered that spirit grass just now he happily leapt forwards even faster than a rabbit, crossing hundreds of feet in an instant with no problem at all. Are you fucking playing with us? The saint youth violently shouted out in anger. Fatty Zhou smirked, immediately responding. If you don't believe me you can leave by yourself. No one asked you to follow me. In fact, personally I would rather a person like you leave early, so you don't drag us into your vortex of bad luck. What did you say? The saint youth almost attacked, but at this time several other people persuaded him to calm down. Consider this over. Don't fight here. Now that we're halfway there, there's no way you can leave by yourself. On the contrary, it will be extremely dangerous to go anywhere alone. No matter if we are being tricked or not, it's much safer if we are all together. The one who spoke was the older brother of the dragon siblings. In order to not offend Fatty Zhou, he used a true essence sound transmission. Humph! The saint youth coldly snorted, suppressing his anger. Zhou Shiyan, I will remember your name. Do whatever you want. There are many people that already remember my name, so who cares if you do too? Fatty Zhou hummed as he continued to lead the way. The 12 people continued to advance forwards. Fatty Zhou was still as slow as before, as if he were challenging the saint youth's bottom line. However, this time, there were far fewer people complaining. Currently, many of them were spreading out their scents, thinking to find some of the precious medicinal herbs in God-burying Ridge. The blood-dripping orchid that Fatty Zhou picked up just now was quite valuable. Even though these people came from decent backgrounds, they were still tempted. If they managed to pick up some heavenly materials, then that would still be a good lucky chance even if they didn't find any God-burying stones. After 10 miles of walking, the saint youth's heart suddenly stirred. Not too far away, there was a spirit grass growing beneath a large boulder. This spirit grass was only 3 inches high and there was a pigeon egg-sized fruit growing at the end. The entire fruit was blood red in color. Is that a monster blood fruit? The saint race was shocked. In the legends, when a monster beast with a royal bloodline died, such fruits would be bred from using their corpses as fertilizer. It wasn't only the saint youth that saw the monster blood fruit, but he was the fastest of those who did. He hurtled himself towards it. These several hundred feet passed instantly. Stop! Fatty Zhou's complexion rapidly changed. Don't touch that fruit. Fatty Zhou's voice and appearance were stern, but that saint youth only returned a contemptuous glance at him. Are you stupid or sleepy? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? You just want this monster blood fruit. If I believed you again, then I would be the idiot. As the saint youth spoke, he plucked the monster blood fruit. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he saw this, all the muscles in his body tightening. The truth was that out of everyone here, he had been the first to discover the monster blood fruit because his divine sense was the most formidable out of everyone here. However, he didn't want a monster blood fruit so badly that he was willing to desperately rush out without regard for anything else. And more importantly, The moment he discovered the monster blood fruit, he also had a foreboding feeling pass through his heart. Now that he heard Fatty Zhou shout out to stop, Lin Ming immediately raised his guard to full alert. And standing around Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, the dragon siblings, and even that taciturn, 15 to 16-year-old looking black-clothed youth had also silently drawn out their weapons. The black-clothed youth's weapon looked like a saber. The blade was black and shining with a cold brilliance. This was because Fatty Zhou's words had placed them all on alert. They would rather believe in potential dangers than be caught unprepared. However, that saint youth didn't seem to encounter any dangers. As he grasped the spirit grass, he loudly laughed. "Ha ha! This fruit is worth over 100 million, and it often can't be found in any city. I just happen to be close to breaking through to the middle divine lord realm. Once I refine this fruit into a pill, it will greatly enhance my blood vitality." Awesome! Even if I don't obtain any god-burying stones during this trip into god-burying ridge, I've more than recouped my losses. I fucking had enough with this swindler tricking us all this way. I'm sick of his shit. As the saint youth was speaking, Lin Ming felt a chilling air crawl up from beneath his feet and shoot straight up his back. He saw an extremely strange and horrifying scene occur. The monster blood fruit that the saint youth was holding in his hand suddenly stretched out a root hair to grip the saint youth's arm. Then, it began to wantonly absorb the blood essence in the saint youth's muscles. The saint youth's arm began to wither away at a visible speed, but the saint youth himself didn't seem to sense anything wrong. He still remained ecstatic from his find and glaring at Fatty Zhou in triumphant disdain. "Then again, I should also thank a useless swindler like you. Without you leading the way, I would not have picked this monster blood fruit. Ha ha ha." At this moment, the saint youth's self-pleased laughter was already standing in sharp contrast with the left half of his body that was completely decayed. This strange scene left a nearly unforgettable impression. There is no need to think about it. He is already dead. Fatty Zhou's complexion was pale. There was no one else in the group that was gloating over the saint youth's misfortune either. Instead, it left them increasingly fearful of how dangerous this trip was. According to normal trends, they shouldn't have encountered such a strange existence at this distance. "Did someone die? Why do you all have such expressions?" The saint youth shouted out, panic beginning to rise in his voice as he saw the pity and panic in everyone's expressions as well as their guarded stances. A feeling of intense restlessness surged in his heart. "What is going on? What are you looking at?" A foreboding feeling appeared in his mind. Then, he turned his head to look at the left half of his body and saw the most terrifying scene of his life as well as the last scene of his life. His left half had completely rotten away, and things that looked like red roundworms were wriggling around in his flesh. This incomparably disgusting and horrifying scene caused him to cry out at the top of his lungs. However, just as his cry started, a cold light shimmered through the air and pierced through his throat. See, with a light sound, blood splashed in the air. The saint youth's throat was stabbed through and his voice was immediately cut off. Lin Ming's eyes widened. The one who attacked was Fatty Zhou. He could not be allowed to scream. It would lure other things here. "We must leave here immediately or that thing will attack us too." As Fatty Zhou spoke, he launched his movement technique and rushed deeper into God-burying ridge. Lin Ming followed behind. The scene that just happened was shocking to the mind. This God-burying ridge had strange things everywhere. The group of 11 people rushed forwards a dozen-plus miles in a single go before stopping down. All of their complexions looked unwell, as if they mourned over the loss of someone in their group. The tragic death of the saint youth just now had caused them to shake with fear. Even the normally flippant and happy Xiao Maxian had an unnatural expression. Just what was that? It was disgusting. "I think we should turn back." The one who spoke was Monster Prince Duyu. Without a doubt, the one who had been impacted the most just now was him. He had secretly estimated the strength of that saint race youth who had just died. His final estimation was that he wasn't much stronger than that saint youth. If he were to have fought that saint youth, although he could have won, it would have been a difficult victory. If that saint youth had died so miserably, then if they had exchanged positions, he would have suffered the same fate. If you want to return, then return yourself. We have no plans of doing so. The one who spoke was the young girl that carried javelins, the young sister of the dragon siblings. As she looked at Monster Prince Duyu, her eyes were filled with disdain. This disdainful gaze left Monster Prince Duyu infuriated. He regretted his impulsive action that had led to him following Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian into this damn danger zone. Fuck. I hate meeting those brash idiots that think they are some big tiger. He died and nearly dragged us down with him. Fatty Zhou foully cursed. Luckily, we didn't encounter any dangers when we left, nor did we deviate from the road I am familiar with. Fatty Zhou looked all around. After determining their approximate position, he finally let out a sigh of relief. What killed him? Lin Ming suddenly asked. What Lin Ming cared for the most was how the Saint Youth had died. Even after searching through his memory, he couldn't think of any evil plant that could kill a divine Lord Realm genius in such a strange and quiet way that didn't even elicit a single reaction. Fatty Zhou's head shook like a rattle. I have no idea. There is a 90% chance that this God-burying ridge is a Dao field left over by some extreme character of the past. This Dao field has nearly become its own self-contained and separated world. Moreover, it has existed for billions or even 10 billion years. Do you know what sort of concept that long of a time span is? A planet can spontaneously form life in billions of years and complete countless samsaras of species, much less something like this Dao field. Over the years, God-burying ridge has gathered countless types of mysterious energies, force fields, domains, and all other sorts of phenomena. It's incalculable just how many commoners, geniuses, powerhouses, mortals, vicious beasts, and demons have all died here. This separate world has already evolved into an unimaginably complex situation. If you see a plant, it might not be a plant, and if see you something alive, it might not be alive, so if you ask me a question, even I wouldn't know about it. As Fatty Zhou spoke, Lin Ming was gravely startled. In truth, not to mention a place like the God-burying ridge which had been sealed up for billions of years, even if some poisonous insects were sealed into a jar, they would cannibalize each other until a mutated poisonous bug queen appeared. Currently, God-burying ridge was like a massive poisonous bug pot. Here, countless powerhouses of numerous races converged, as well as vicious beasts, monster beasts, ghosts, demons, spirits, and all sorts of existences. Over the billions of years, these existences swallowed each other, slaughtered each one, and constantly evolved all the while. It wasn't strange for some evil beings to grow out of all this chaos. Even Lin Ming's group of 12 people could only be considered poisonous insects in a poisonous bug pot. As for the Saint Youth who had died, he was the first to become fertilizer. Oh! At this time, in Heaven Devil City's Black God Fort, the old imp responsible for issuing mission badges was reclined on a chair. His two stubby legs were resting on a stool, as a completely satisfied expression crossed his face. He had already been resting for a good while this afternoon. Then, at this time, his eyes widened and he suddenly took his legs off his stool, standing upright. Not too far away he could see 3 Saint Race martial artists walking towards him. Among these 3 Saint Race martial artists, there was an old man whose cultivation he couldn't sense. The other 2 had a solid foundation with vibrant blood vitality. It was clear they were outstanding geniuses. Such people likely came from a great background, and these types of people like to be extravagant in their actions. Moreover, looking at the appearances of these people, it was clear they had just arrived at Heaven Devil City. Maybe they were trying to obtain some information from him. If so, that would be a good chance to earn some extra income. Several guests? Are you here to look for missions? The old imp said, his face wrinkled with smiles. No. I want to ask you something. A few days ago, was there a divine transformation martial artist that accepted an extremely difficult mission? The person asking this question was precisely Imperial Prince Naki. In these past days, Naki and Mr. Zhou had searched Heaven Devil City for Lin Ming, but still couldn't find any hints to his trail. Naki believed that Lin Ming hadn't stopped at Heaven Devil City but had directly left here to continue deeper into the Great Desolate. Or, Lin Ming could also have accepted some mission in Heaven Devil City and currently be completing it. Naki believed that the latter had a slightly higher possibility. If Lin Ming was on a mission then, he definitely would have chosen an extremely difficult one that far surpassed the limits of an ordinary divine transformation realm martial artist. If so, then the staff of Black God Fort would have a deep impression of this person. Naki believed this was the best possible way to find Lin Ming. This? The old imp turned his eyes, rubbing his hands together. Every day there are people accepting missions. It's hard for me to recall such specifics. Before the old imp finished speaking, one of Naki's subordinates tossed a jade slip filled with origin energy runes towards him. The old imp's eyes brightened and he quietly received this jade slip. He said, "Ah, well, now that I think about it, several days ago there were a few divine transformation realm martial artists who accepted an extremely difficult mission, a trial at God-Burying Ridge. What did they look like? There were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were common-looking, nothing special at all. The girl was pretty, but not some stunning beauty." Naki and Mr. Zhou looked at each other. Mr. Zhou nodded and said with a sound transmission, "It really might be them. They could have used an appearance-changing technique. As for that woman, she might be Xiao Moxian." Xiao Moxian humph. Naki coldly coughed. He was also well aware of the agreement between the Saint race and the Divine Realm's monster race. The good fortune Saint Sun would marry Xiao Moxian in order to solidify their status as allies. But now, Xiao Moxian was actually traveling so closely with Lin Ming. Although the relations between Naki and the good fortune Saint Sun weren't harmonious, and their rivalry could even be described as water and fire, Naki still didn't want to see a mere human cuckold the good fortune Saint Sun. "What else do you know?" Naki looked at the old imp. The old imp rubbed his hands together, a pensive expression on his face. "Give it to him." Naki's subordinate took out another origin rune jade slip. The old imp's eyes lit up with joy. "That's right, I remember. Haha, the 3 people you are looking for went to the West City to search for Fatty Zhou as a guide. This Fatty Zhou especially leads people to God-Burying Ridge. He's a man that's always sniffing for any profit. Unless there was some accident, they should have already left by now. Countless people have died in God-Burying Ridge over the years, but the guides who dare travel through God-Burying Ridge all year round have certain understandings into the safer routes and entrances of God-Burying Ridge. If you look for another guide, you might be able to overtake them on the road." "Oh? So there's something like that too. Where do I find a guide?" "Hee, this information is complimentary. In the East City there is a pair of brothers called the Red and Black Spiders. They are skilled in shamanistic arts, tracking techniques, and curse techniques. Out of all the guides, their strength is the highest but their price is also the highest. It would be best if you look for them. In God-Burying Ridge it is extremely important to have a knowledgeable guide. Otherwise, if you randomly wander through that desolate land you'll die without even knowing how." "Red and black spiders? I understand." After obtaining this information, Naki demonically grinned. He had more or less confirmed that Lin Ming had entered God-Burying Ridge. Now it was time for the hunt to begin. "Mr. Zhou, there was someone I asked you to contact a few days ago. Have they arrived yet?" "They are close. In fact, even without that person joining us, we will still be able to kill the little beast easily. It's better if that person assists us. Even a lion must use their full force to capture a rabbit." Although Lin Ming only possesses a divine transformation realm cultivation, he has a great destiny upon his body, and his life is hard to crush. Even though Mr. Zhou is at the World King realm and there are also 2 half-step World King senior apprentice brothers here, it's hard to guarantee that we will be able to kill Lin Ming after finding him. If that person comes, then our chances of success will rise to 99%. Moreover, that person already has a grudge with Lin Ming. Even without us telling him to, he would do everything in his power to chase down Lin Ming. He should be thanking us for giving him this chance to begin with. As Naki spoke, Mr. Zhou faintly smiled. "Your Highness is right. Since there's a free helper, we might as well make use of him. Let us go search for the guides first." 2 hours later, Naki's group found the red and black spiders that the old imp spoke about. These were 2 blood brothers that were together called the Red and Black Spiders. The older brother was called Black Spider and the younger brother was called Red Spider. Both of them had Holy Lord-level cultivations and were from the imp race. The two brothers were short and their bodies were wrapped in black and red cloaks. Their skin was shiny and dark and their eye sockets were deep to a terrifying level. Just from their aura alone, one could tell that these two were amazing martial artists within their level. Naki and his group paid enough origin energy runes that the Spider Brothers agreed to lead them to God-Burying Ridge alone and no one else. Half a day later, everyone gathered at the city gates. However, none of them were in a hurry to leave yet, as if they were waiting for something. After another hour passed, Mr. Zhou looked up towards the horizon. He smiled and said, "He's here." As Mr. Zhou's voice fell, the space tore apart not too far away from them. A sharp sword tore out from the void, cutting through it like paper. Afterwards, a tall martial artist in black robes walked out from the space crack. This person was pale, with handsome and elegant looks. He had an extremely young appearance and his pupils were blood red. His entire body emitted a dark demonic energy. After Tian Mingzi's identity as a spy was unveiled by Lin Ming, he had no choice but to give up the Skydark Holy Lords and flee to the Saint Convocation Heaven, where he could fully rely on the saints. Otherwise, Empyrean Divine Dream would not have let him off. The foundation he had spent tens of thousands of years building had been destroyed in an instant. Moreover, because of his chase into the Sky Spill continent, he had lost a hand. Having to retrain this hand would place a massive delay on him breaking through to the Empyrean realm in the future. Perhaps it would even be a curse that made him unable to make another breakthrough in his lifetime. If it weren't for Lin Ming, then Tian Mingzi could have smoothly lurked until the outbreak of the war, providing all sorts of intelligence to search for the greatest benefits. His enmity with Lin Ming could be described as absolutely irreconcilable. Great! Sage Tian Mingzi, you should also have an approximate understanding of the situation. Your mission this time is to work together with us to kill Lin Ming. If there is a chance, then I would like to fight alone with him, but if there isn't, then kill him first to eliminate all future troubles. After this matter is finished, I will prepare a generous gift for Sage Tian Mingzi. Even if you didn't offer me anything, I would do everything in my power to annihilate him. Tian Mingzi's expression was calm and his voice was icy cold, but his heart was raging with emotions. He hadn't revealed the secrets of the Sky Spill planet to everyone. His conclusion was that Lin Ming's rise to fame was concerned with the Sky Spill planet. After he returned from the Sky Spill planet all those years ago, he searched for all the information he could on the history of it, and he finally was able to piece together an idea of what happened there. Whether or not his guess was right, Tian Mingzi was positive that the Sky Spill planet's lucky chance was absolutely obtained by Lin Ming. If he could kill Lin Ming, then he could obtain these secrets for himself. At that time, not only would he have made up for all the losses from losing his palm, but he could also obtain a tremendous advantage that would allow him to break through to the Empyrean realm. In the bleak and desolate earth, exposed rocks littered the ground, vast and endless. God-Burying Ridge occupied an area of tens of thousands of miles. It had slightly more surface area than a small planet. Besides mountain ranges, there were also valleys, dry lands, and deserts. In short, it was a completely barren world. The group of 11 people had already penetrated 2,000 miles deep into God-Burying Ridge. They had spent more than 10 days to come this far. Everyone was closely gathered together with Fatty Zhou. Even though Fatty Zhou seemed a bit unreliable when he randomly sprinted out to gather some spirit treasure, the others still didn't act rashly. They had already learned from the Saint Youth's mistakes. There was no treasure here that was more important than their lives. Of course, there were occasionally some treasures on the road that were obtained by them. In Lin Ming's eyes, these treasures weren't tempting at all, but some people were actually moved. "I found this first," a black-clothed girl with long hair said. "I was the one who clearly found it," a tall girl with a bountiful chest said, standing her ground. The two women arguing were the young Dragon Clan girl and Xiao Maxian. They were both fighting over a precious and beautiful gem that contained a pure energy within it. To an ordinary martial artist, this would have been a priceless treasure. But people like Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and that Dragon Clan girl wouldn't necessarily care about something like this. The reason they quarreled was because their personalities didn't mesh at all. Whether it was the young Dragon Clan girl or Xianxia, they both had arrogant and aggressive characters. After traveling together for over 10 days, they would occasionally come into verbal conflicts with each other. However, because neither party would yield, the result was that the tension between them only intensified. Lin Ming and the Dragon Clan youth could only wryly smile about this. However, these occasional arguments were actually a seasoning to this extremely arduous and boring journey. Beautiful ladies, I think we should rest here first. Once we pass through that mountain in front of us, that is when we truly entering God-burying ridge. The dangers will be greater than ever, so it's best if you preserve your strength to deal with them. Fatty Zhou smiled as he stepped up to mediate their argument. God-burying ridge's inner ridge? Are you saying that we've only been walking through the outer ridge? The Dragon Clan youth asked Fatty Zhou, startled. There is no such thing as an outer ridge. We've only been walking along the very edge of God-burying ridge. We've walked for over 10 days and that was only the edge? Many people were depressed as they heard this. Through all of these days, there had only been a single instance of danger. But for the rest of the time, everyone still maintained full vigilance so that they could immediately react to any possible dangers. This caused all of them to feel mentally exhausted. However, Fatty Zhou just told them all that they had only been meandering along the edges of God-burying ridge. They couldn't help but find this hard to accept. How do we define the boundary between God-burying ridge's inner ridge and outer edge? Lin Ming asked after a brief moment of thought. That's a good question. The way we define the inner ridge and outer edge of God-burying ridge is using God-burying ridge's Tao field as the divisionary threshold. There are some rumors that say God-burying ridge's Tao field is left behind by the Azura Roadmaster and had already existed for countless billions of years. However, no one really knows how it came to be. But perhaps because the Tao field is too ancient, or perhaps because the person who laid down this Tao field had intended it to be so, there are actually over a dozen entrances into this Tao field. We are currently going to go through one of them. The entrance we'll be passing through is the safest one, and could also be called the only possible one for us to go through. All other entrances will cause near immediate death upon entry. Azura Roadmaster? Fatty Zhou's words left Lin Ming speechless. As for everyone else, their mouths dropped down in astonishment. In their minds, the Azura Roadmaster was a legendary existence who likely exceeded every other past or present powerhouse in the universe. Now, Fatty Zhou was actually saying that this God-burying ridge Tao field was left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. Those are only wild speculations, of course. No one can truly say how the God-burying ridge came to be. As I said before, the God-burying ridge Tao field has already formed a self-contained world. Once you pass through the entrance, the dangers will dramatically increase. All of you must be psychologically prepared for anything to happen. After listening to Fatty Zhou's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If the God-burying ridge Tao field was analogous to a poisonous bug pot, then they could now be considered as truly entering the poisonous bug pot. They would have to face all sorts of evil beings that had evolved over billions of years. Among these existences, some could be considered living creatures and some couldn't be considered anything at all. They could be sentient fields of energy or even accumulations of corpse energy or ghost energy. These sorts of things had no intellect at all, only an instinct to swallow everything. They would swallow energy and food, continuing to grow until they even swallowed the memories of martial artists. After gathering enough energy and soul wisdom, they would eventually evolve into demons. In short, the inner ridge of God-burying ridge was an extremely bizarre and strange world with countless mysterious species. Even a world king could die within. If one's cultivation was high, they still might not necessarily be able to live, but if one's destiny was great enough, then even a divine lord realm powerhouse could safely enter and exit after finding a God-burying stone. Only an Empyrean could rely upon their tyrannical power to freely travel through God-burying ridge. But if an Empyrean were to enter to deepest depths of God-burying ridge where tragic Death Valley lay, even they would die in vain, never to emerge again. Fatty Zhou led everyone a distance until they reached a rift valley. This rift valley extended deep underground. The further one walked, the deeper they went. This rift valley was only 100-some feet wide, and the walls were cliffs that extended tens of thousands of feet high. It was difficult for even monkeys to climb. The ground of the rift valley was slippery, glowing all over with moss and giant mushrooms. It was an eerie and terrifying feeling. At this time, Lin Ming saw a dazzling brilliance appear in front of him, as if a paradise was hidden at the end of this rift valley. Faintly, Lin Ming could hear the sounds of birds and even the fragrance of spirit grass. After walking several more steps, Lin Ming confirmed his guess. Through a crevice in the rift valley's cliffs, there was a world of auspicious and beautiful lights. From a bleak and desolate world to suddenly this fantastical and wondrous scene, this immediate change was shocking. Don't be fooled by what you see. What you see might not be the truth. After entering the inner ridge, use your vision as little as possible and use your divine sense as much as you can. Anything you see can be a threat to you, even things that aren't actively attacking you. Do not try to bump into anything lest you draw a disaster upon yourself. As for things you cannot see even with your sense, treat them as illusions that do not exist. As Fatty Zhou spoke, he led everyone through the entrance to this paradise. The entrance was overflowing with origin energy, but as Lin Ming approached, he could actually feel a faint killing intent. The origin energy here didn't seem auspicious at all. Rather, Lin Ming could faintly feel that the light of the entrance was so dense that it condensed into a storm of lightning and fire, able to burn anything that passed into ashes. This is the entrance, but there is no easy way to enter. You can only rely on your own true essence to protect your entire body and forcefully pass through. An ordinary middle divine lord martial artist will be charred to ash. Can you enter? Fatty Zhou looked over at Lin Ming and the others. Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian, and Monster Prince Duyu had the lowest cultivations out of everyone here. They were naturally the ones Fatty Zhou was questioning. Let me warn you ahead of time. When I said that a divine transformation realm martial artist entering God-burying ridge is seeking death, this is the reason. Moreover, there is also you fellows. Fatty Zhou's eyes swept over the Dragon Clan girl and the black-caped youth standing not too far away. The two of them were at the early Divine Lord realm. As the Dragon Clan girl saw the doubt in Fatty Zhou's eyes, her eyes flashed with disdain. A middle Divine Lord cultivation isn't anything at all. In fact, it is extremely simple. Because of my race, I don't even need to use astral essence or true essence. With the intensity of my body alone, I can resist it. As the Dragon Clan girl spoke, she looked at Xiao Maxian, a thoughtful look in her eyes. But as for you, you should be careful not to die. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Maxian bent over laughing as if she had heard the funniest joke of her life. I don't need true essence to enter or exit. Those flames and thunder won't even touch the hem of my clothes. As Xiao Maxian spoke, the other martial artists were startled. This was simply a bit too exaggerated. If Xiao Maxian was an unrivaled genius that could fight a middle divine lord with her late divine transformation cultivation, then they could accept that. But for her to say that she didn't even need true essence to pass through the curtain of thunder and flames unscathed was a bit too ridiculous. They had already seen how fierce God-burying ridge could be. Even Fatty Zhou said that an ordinary divine lord powerhouse wouldn't be able to enter. Then it must be true. He certainly wasn't the type to exaggerate. The anger of two proud girls really leaves me speechless. Fatty Zhou forcefully smiled. Don't try to cause trouble. It's not easy to pass through. If you think you can show off by not using true essence, you might end up losing your life. A late divine lord martial artist said from the group. However, the two women clearly didn't want to listen to him. The Dragon Clan girl smiled. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Then let me see just how you can pass this energy attack unscathed without using any true essence at all. As the Dragon Clan girl spoke, she was already stepping forwards. She flew straight towards the entrance, not using any true essence at all. And behind her, the Dragon Clan youth was only shaking his head, clearly not worried about the safety of his little sister. As for the others, their eyes were wide. To not use any true essence but instead rely on her powerful mortal body to resist the energy within that space. Were her defensive capabilities really that strong? Pong pong pong. A barrage of energy exploded over the Dragon Clan girl. Her skin shined with a cold light. She was indeed using her body to resist this attack. The clothing she wore was a superior spirit artifact. Even under the barrage of this intense energy, she didn't seem harmed at all. She's this strong. Many people thought that the Dragon Clan girl was only exaggerating, but they never expected she would actually use her body alone to resist the impact of energy and pass through. This level of talent was frightening. It's the defensive dragon scales. Lin Ming had the blood of an azure dragon flowing within him, so he could feel that when the Dragon Clan girl passed through the entrance, faint dragon scales appeared over her body. By depending on her dragon scales and high-grade spirit artifact vestment, she was able to easily resist this energy. The cold light that shimmered over her skin was reflected from those dragon scales. Many monster race martial artists would have defensive scales appear over their bodies when they transformed. But it was difficult to freely manipulate this transformation like this Dragon Clan girl did, instantly changing her body. Those Dragon Clan siblings aren't ordinary at all. I wonder which level universe they came from. As Lin Ming was thinking this, Xiao Moxian also moved. Although she only had a late divine transformation cultivation, she didn't seem weaker at all. Without using any true essence, she also rushed through the entrance. As Xiao Moxian rushed into the entrance without using any true essence at all, the other martial artists nearly gasped in shock. The reason that the Dragon Clan girl didn't use true essence to pass through the entrance was that she cultivated dual body and energy, as well as her divine Lord Realm cultivation. But Xiao Moxian's cultivation was only at the late divine transformation realm. The difference was far too great. Moreover, this black-clothed girl seemed unlikely to be a martial artist who had reached large success of body transformation, yet she still wasn't using any true essence at all. In a spark of light, Xiao Moxian had already broken through the entrance. The entrance dazzled with a golden light, overflowing with the chaotic powers of thunder, flame, wind blades, and even space and time, everything weaving together into a web of death. Xiao Moxian didn't even use her phoenix true form as she rushed into this web. See, with a light sound, Xiao Moxian's body was struck by a bolt of thunder. The watching martial artist's pupils shrank. Without any time to respond, they saw Xiao Moxian's figure vanish, leaving nothing behind but an afterimage. This terrifying speed didn't surprise Lin Ming and Monster Prince Duyu. However, the other martial artists felt their eyes widen in astonishment, even as disbelief colored their faces. It was hard to imagine that this terrifyingly fast Xiao Moxian was only a divine transformation realm martial artist. In the web of chaotic energies, Xiao Moxian erratically drifted about, leaving behind a series of afterimages in her wake. She was like an enchanting spirit of the night, dancing through the skies and leaving a trail of ethereal smoke, freely traveling through the web of energies that was nearly impossible to avoid. When people thought that Xiao Moxian had nowhere left to dodge and she was about to be struck, she used an inconceivably fast movement technique to pass through gaps within the barrage of energies. Finally, those attacks of chaotic energies only struck her afterimages. How terrifying! How is she doing that? Just looking at that dense web of attacks, no one believed that someone could simply use a movement technique to dodge everything and pass through the entrance to the inner ridge. This was simply incredible. Among the many martial artists watching, there were some who saw how Xiao Moxian was dodging. For instance, Fatty Zhou and the Dragon Clan youth. Although the chaotic energies at the entrance look crowded, the truth is that energy attacks come in waves, and there is a brief gap between these waves that lasts for less than an instant. That black-clothed girl can see through these gaps and pass through them, the Dragon Clan youth slowly said. But this explanation was even more shocking. Although this approach seemed simple, it was nearly impossible to accomplish. It needed an incomparably horrifying level of observation and calculating ability. Every moment, one had to include countless variables to figure out where to dodge. Just a single mistake would mean one would be struck by the chaotic energies. Whoosh! Xiao Moxian passed through the inner ridge entrance and steadily landed down without using any true essence, as she had said before. Moreover, the chaotic energies hadn't even touched her clothing. As the Dragon Clan girl saw Xiao Moxian land, her complexion became ugly. Compared to Xiao Moxian's light and sprightly movements, her using her bodily defensive capabilities and high-grade spirit artifact vestment to withstand the barrage of chaotic energies seemed clumsy and oafish. Moreover, she had to admit that she was inferior to Xiao Moxian in movement techniques. As Xiao Moxian looked at the Dragon Clan girl's complexion, she smirked. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Is that girl really at the divine transformation realm? In terms of movements, I am not even capable of a tenth of what she can do. Perhaps she has some particular talent in terms of movement, but what she did just now needs not only power, but also talent in observation and instantly calculating the situation. Her perception must be terrifying. Many martial artists didn't know that Xiao Moxian was the descendant of a true god beast. If they knew, they would be so surprised that their chins would hit the floor. After all, she was a proud beauty that even the heavens would be jealous of. In fact, Xiao Moxian wasn't just talented in movement. She was strong in all aspects, and her movement abilities were only a part of her strength. Beside Lin Ming, Fatty Zhou traced his chin, secretly dumbfounded. He originally thought that out of all the guests here, the dragon siblings and short black-cloaked youth were already extremely talented. But he never imagined that there would be someone so bizarre. It was no wonder that this divine transformation realm girl would be so brave as to enter God-burying Ridge. After Xiao Moxian passed the entrance, everyone turned to look at Lin Ming and Monster Prince Duyu. These two people had come together with Xiao Moxian and were also at the divine transformation realm. Just how strong were they? After being looked upon by so many people, Monster Prince Duyu's complexion was extremely poor. In his innermost heart, he didn't want to go into the inner ridge, but at this time it wouldn't be safe for him to return alone either. His only choice was to steel his mind and continue forwards. What shit luck, Monster Prince Duyu calmly thought to himself. He revolved his true essence to the limit and directly impacted towards the entrance. Ka-ka-ka. Thunder and flames crashed onto his body. It wasn't easy for him to withstand such a fierce destructive power. In fact, it was somewhat straining. When Xiao Moxian was at the middle divine transformation realm, her strength already far surpassed Monster Prince Duyu's. Now that she had stepped into the late divine transformation realm, the difference between her and Monster Prince Duyu increased even more. Who? Monster Prince Duyu also steadily landed on the floor. From start to finish, his performance was satisfactory. It looks like these three people are all unrivaled monstrous geniuses, and that black-clothed girl should be the most magnificent of them all. Even so, it's incredible if just a single one of these monstrous geniuses were to appear, so why would three of them show up together? Fatty Zhou breathed out a sigh of relief. He could feel that this black-clothed girl's movements and talent already surpassed the scope of his understanding. This little brother, it seems you'll be able to easily pass too. Fatty Zhou smiled at Lin Ming. From just the aura emanating from Lin Ming's body, he could feel that Lin Ming was also a dual body and energy cultivator, and his foundation was shockingly solid. It was hard to imagine how strong he was. Lin Ming nodded. Then, he activated his movement techniques and rushed towards the entrance to the inner ridge. In terms of speed, Lin Ming had the gate of wonder and high attainments in the Thunder Laws, allowing him to surpass Xiao Moxian in this aspect. In terms of perception, Lin Ming was on par with Xiao Moxian. For him to pass through the entrance like Xiao Moxian had done wouldn't be a problem at all. However, Lin Ming had no need to do that. Using true essence to protect his body was the simplest and easiest method. The power of thunder and fire wrapped around Lin Ming, creating a barrier around him. This power just happened to counterbalance the chaotic energies. No more, no less, just right. After several breaths of time, Lin Ming passed through the entrance. This youth isn't simple either, but he doesn't seem to be as amazing as that black-clothed girl. Many people secretly speculated. Of course, it was hard to see just how much strength Lin Ming was holding back by him passing through the entrance. It looks like we can't regard these three as ordinary late divine transformation realm martial artists. Although that young man didn't have some startling performance when he passed through the entrance, his skill in controlling energy was sublime. He didn't waste a single speck of energy at all. It's clear that he has high achievements in the laws. As Fatty Zhou thought this, he protected his body with true essence and passed through the entrance. Behind him, the others began to follow one at a time. Some passed through with ease and some didn't. You're quite skilled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am called Dragon Cloud, and this is my little sister Dragon Moon. As the Dragon Clan youth arrived beside Lin Ming, he turned towards him and spoke with a smile. The talented and the strong always attracted the attention of others. When Dragon Cloud saw the strength of Lin Ming's group, he immediately wanted to become friends with them. Lin Ming and Monster Prince Duyu weren't too startling in their performance, but Xiao Moxian was stunning. My name is Lin Lanjian, Lin Ming said, introducing himself. My name is Ji Xiener. Xiao Moxian giggled. As opposed to Lin Ming, who had given a fake name, Xiao Moxian had given her true name. The surname of Empyrean Demandon's direct lineage was Ji. Xiao Moxian's birth name was Ji Xiener. Xiao Moxian's name that she usually referred to herself as was one that was conferred to her in a smelting trial. Xiao Moxian, the little demon fairy. Fatty Zhou was extremely careful as he led the group forwards into the inner ridge. He pulled out the compass and constantly adjusted direction using divination's arts. His speed was even slower than when they were walking through the outer ridge. Even so, no one complained. As they continued to walk forwards, Lin Ming was silent. He looked all around him, using his sense to probe the inner ridge's Dao field. In the legends, God-bearing ridge's Dao field was left behind by the Azura Roadmaster and had evolved through billions of years of time. As Lin Ming investigated his surroundings, he could faintly feel a deep and boundless aura. This aura gathered into vague lines of the great Dao that slowly flowed through the world like streams of stars. These great Dao lines. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He could feel that the great Dao lines were somewhat familiar, however. He couldn't immediately recall where he had seen them before. Could this be the Jade Pendant's map? Lin Ming's mind shook. He seeped his divine sense into his spatial ring and began to verify the lines within the Emperor Jade's map with what he could sense around him. Finally, he was able to confirm that this map within the Jade Pendant was a chart of God-bearing ridge's Dao field. In other words, the Azura Roadmaster had once carved the entire chart of God-bearing ridge's Dao field into this Jade Pendant. As Lin Ming realized this, he shuddered. If so, then this Emperor Jade was far too valuable. With the entire Dao field chart of God-bearing ridge, let alone the value it had in exploring this land, just the concepts, laws, and all sorts of principles within the Dao field itself were more than enough for Lin Ming to gain massive insights. As Lin Ming continued forwards with Fatty Zhou, he simultaneously verified the Emperor Jade map's lines with the Dao field around him. Seeing the map was one thing and personally experiencing it for himself was another. Now that Lin Ming was able to verify this Dao field with what he knew, the previously mysterious and impossibly profound Emperor Jade was actually able to allow Lin Ming to discover all sorts of deep and mystical principles. Every 2 hours, Lin Ming would gain new comprehensions. To branch out a part of his concentration and divine sense to meditate on the Emperor Jade was extremely dangerous in God-bearing ridge. Although Lin Ming practiced the divine dream law and his sense was formidable, even he wasn't an exception. However, sharpening one's axe wouldn't delay the process of cutting wood. Preparing himself for this area would be far more beneficial. This also allowed Lin Ming to understand the essence of God-bearing ridge. This was something that Fatty Zhou couldn't compare with. Although Fatty Zhou could guide one into God-bearing ridge, this was due to the sum of countless predecessors who had traded their lives for more experiences. The master passed their knowledge to their apprentice, and this knowledge continued all the way until now. Although these experiences were easy to use, they couldn't explain just why God-bearing ridge was the way it was. Everyone continued forwards slowly and calmly. Then, at this time, a gray tornado appeared in the skies. Wind howled and the faint moans of ghosts wafted in the air. These ghostly beings were formed from all sorts of energy fields that had existed here for billions of years. They could be called bizarre and incomprehensible. Even a holy lord would feel dread facing these existences. Ignore them. As long as they don't take the initiative to attack us, then we don't need to bother with them. I will use this heaven net compass to shield the vitality of the 11 of us. These ghosts do not have eyes, nor do they have divine sense. They only have an instinct to devour life. As long as they don't smell the life coming from us, they will not find us. As Fatty Joe spoke, many array symbols began to spin around them, sticking onto everyone and wrapping around them. This was only a light force field with some runes. This thin barrier blocked out the ghosts that could rush towards them at any moment, wanting to steal their lives. Woo! 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 Fierce winds swept up and the cries of ghosts became increasingly loud. Then, from within the tornado, the figure of a ghost king that was several dozen feet tall appeared. This ghost king's body had already substantialized, and it had the facial features of a person. 2 soul flames flickered within its hollow eyes. It was clearly intelligent. This intelligence was gathered from the ghost king swallowing the souls of numerous martial artists. By eating up the wisdom of living beings, this ghost king had eventually evolved its own form of a soul. Ghost King. Fatty Joe frowned, a dignified look on his face. From the time he entered God-Burying Ridge, Fatty Joe had always been extremely careful and slow in his pace, but he had also been smiling the entire time. This was the first time he showed such a grim expression. Is the situation very bad? Some people asked with a true essence sound transmission. Fatty Joe nodded. Yes. If this fellow discovers us, then some of us will certainly die. The force field that Fatty Joe laid down was not invincible. If these ghosts were powerful enough, they could see through his force field. At that time, all of them would be in danger. This ghost king was extremely difficult to deal with, and it was likely that several of them would die in the ensuing battle. But the most terrifying part was that the echoes of their battle would likely attract other evil beings over here. Once that occurred, their losses would be astronomical. Everyone maintained full vigilance. Every single martial artist here was an extraordinary individual amongst their level. As they grew up to this point, they had encountered many brutal battles. Facing such a grim scene, all of them appeared solemn but not panicked at all. Luckily, the force field that Fatty Joe laid down was extremely stable, locking down the life force of everyone here and not revealing the smallest trace. The Ghost King didn't notice their existence at all. The black winds faded. The Ghost King seemed as if it would leave soon. Everyone began to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Not facing a life or death battle was the best possible outcome. The further the Ghost King went, the more relieved Fatty Joe became. The moment he was about to tell everyone to begin moving out once more, a sudden change occurred. A mysterious and invisible strength emerged from the air, smashing into Fatty Joe's force field and causing it to wildly shake as if it would shatter at any moment. After that strike just now, the Ghost King that had been leaving stopped in its tracks as if it had sensed something. What is happening? A half-step Holy Lord Trial Challenger asked, his complexion darkening. Fatty Joe's complexion was grim and unsure. Bang! With another strike, the force field became even weaker. Fatty Joe's palms began to drip beads of sweat. He had confirmed a terrifying fact, and that was that someone was attacking them. Not the evil beings of God-Burying Ridge, but other people. What is happening? Some other people also discovered that something was wrong. Curse technique. This is a curse attack that we God-Burying Ridge guides use. Someone is using a secret curse technique to attack us. A God-Burying Ridge guide was an extremely special occupation in Heaven Devil City that had an incalculably long inheritance. Masters passed their knowledge to their apprentices, and their apprentices passed their knowledge to their students. This included all sorts of secret techniques, including divination, feng shui, array formations, curse arts, and so on. Since long ago, the God-Burying Ridge guides would compete with each other. They competed for customers, and for the reason of stealing away their rivals' knowledge and inheritance, they would even kill them. They could use all sorts of secret arts to interfere with the other party's abilities. In particular, this was true for when the other party was under attack by the evil beings of God-Burying Ridge. Using secret techniques at this time was the most vicious and ruthless method. Curse? What kind of curse? Fatty Joe's words aroused unease in everyone. Curse techniques were extremely mysterious and almost impossible to guard against. As long as this other party had locked onto their soul aura, they could attack from afar. Even among the common mortals there were sorcerers that could harm people by stabbing a little strawman figure of someone, much less martial artists. Normally, using curse arts against martial artists of a similar level didn't have much effect. But the crucial point was that this curse attack that struck Fatty Zhou at this moment was the straw that would crush the camel's back. This curse technique? Could it be the spiders? As Fatty Zhou realized this, his complexion became extremely ugly. Amongst the god-burying ridge guides, the Spider Brothers were a notorious duo. They were infamous for murdering others to steal their possessions, and it was unknown how many fellow guides had died under their hands. Even their own customers might be killed by them. Spiders. Lin Ming had never heard this name before. Now that they were being attacked, he naturally associated this with Imperial Prince Naki. Could this be his doing? Thinking back on it, he did leave some flaws behind in his methods. It was possible that Naki had chased him all the way to God-burying Ridge. The main point was that Lin Ming never expected he would meet Naki at Heaven Devil City to begin with. And now that he realized this, there was no time to make up for these mistakes. Bang! Fatty Zhou's force field shook again, as if it were about to shatter. As for the Ghost King, it had also discovered that there was something strange here. It opened its mouth and let out a deep and ghastly roar. At this time, 1,000 miles away, a giant red spider and a giant black spider were lying on the ground. These were the Spider Brothers' contract beasts as well as their mounts. And between these two spiders, the Spider Brothers were sitting cross-legged in the void. A gray crystalline sphere shimmered in front of them, clearly reflecting the image of Fatty Zhou's face. I didn't think you would have this sort of method. I will increase the agreed-upon rewards. Imperial Prince Naki smiled with satisfaction from behind the Spider Brothers. They had been casually recommended by the mission issuer at Black God Fort, but after he had hired them, he had been pleasantly surprised with their skills. Hee. Us brothers are the strongest god-burying ridge guides of Heaven Devil City. The several other guides are all within our control. We've already secretly placed tracking symbols on their bodies. Red Spider cackled, his voice hoarse. The Spider Brothers were imp race martial artists. They originally excelled in tracking, cursing, poisons, and assassinations. Many years ago they obtained a set of god runes that allowed them to mark the other guides and quietly track their positions. Once these guides obtained a rare treasure from God-burying Ridge, they would kill them and steal their goods. Now they were using this tracking technique to locate Fatty Zhou and attack him with a curse technique. Because they were too far away, the curse technique wasn't too strong. But using it at this exact moment actually had a wondrous effect. We have already fulfilled your requests. With our interference, it will only be a matter of time before we catch up to them. My only fear is that those several little fellows can't withstand us playing around with them and will be eaten up by the evil beings of God-burying Ridge. Black Spider said with a faint note of disdain. Haha, if that man can be directly killed off, then that is for the best. But as for that woman, do not kill her. She is still useful to me. Imperial Prince Naki happily laughed. Since he was doing all of this, he might as well do it to the limit. After killing Lin Ming, he would steal Xiao Moxian away. But he had to be careful in how he dealt with Xiao Moxian. If he were to do anything to her, then he would have to cleanly handle the matter. He couldn't allow even a hint of a rumor to escape, otherwise the alliance between the Saints and the Divine Realm monster race would shatter. If so, then it would be difficult for him to escape severe punishments. Moreover, his greatest opponent, the Good Fortune Saint's son, would take this chance and launch an all-out attack to eliminate him while he was down. Thinking of this, Naki licked his lips. He was very willing to make this future Saint Sovereign senior apprentice brother of his a cuckold. Don't even dream of it, a cold voice suddenly said. The Spider Brothers frowned. They turned their heads, looking towards a black-robed man. This black-robed man had handsome and elegant features. His skin was pale and his dual pupils shined with a blood-red light. This person was Tian Mingzi. Seeing this person with a great world king cultivation, the Spider Brothers choked on their response. They could only suppress the mocking words they wanted to spit out. This fellow Lin Ming, I understand him very well. If you think that a mere curse technique will kill him, then you're simply fantasizing too much. Tianmingzi had no scruples when he spoke, even mocking Imperial Prince Naki. Although Imperial Prince Naki wasn't happy, he didn't refute these words. As the saying went, the one who understood you most was not your friend but your enemy. And against someone like Lin Ming, Tianmingzi indeed had the right to say all of this. It doesn't matter if he doesn't die. First we will ruin them. It's best if we can make that fatty leading them lose his combat strength. As long as they don't have that fatty leading them, then the others will be nothing but headless flies. It will be easy to capture them all then. Imperial Prince Naki gloomily said. Oh, Kacha. A large section of the force field that Fatty Zhou laid down was torn apart. A ghostly wind swept up the rocks, howling towards them as it carried infinite moaning screams. This is bad. Fatty Zhou was in a dire situation. His fat face was wet with drops of sweat. At this time their only choice was to fight. Be careful of this wind. It isn't ordinary wind but restless ghost energy. Fatty Zhou shouted out. But as he spoke, there was a miserable cry as a middle divine lord martial artist had his arm touched by this black wind. In a mere moment, that man's arm seemed to be cut by countless knives. Flesh and blood flew off in rapid chunks, rapidly swallowed up by ghostly spirits in the air. Soon, there was nothing left of that arm but white bones. Ah! The martial artist cried out in pain and terror. The other people also felt a creepy chill crawl over their scalp and spine. As martial artists who had fought through endless slaughter fields, they were used to seeing life or death situations. But this gruesome scene was 10 times more horrifying than dying normally. Someone couldn't resist the pressure of the black winds and turned tail to run. Do not run away. If you leave, you'll just die faster, Fatty Zhou shouted. However, it was too late. The martial artist who fled was immediately sucked up into the black winds. The mourning cries of infinite ghosts became even louder. The Ghost King suddenly stepped forwards, its claws grasping towards the chest of that fleeing martial artist and instantly sucking away the flesh and blood of his heart. The martial artist screamed in agony and fear. In just several breaths of time, he turned into a dried-up corpse that scattered to dust in the wild winds. His flesh and blood was sucked dry. Fatty Zhou frowned. Now there were only 10 people left in the group and one of them was severely wounded. The weaker ones amongst the 10 all paled as the blood drained from their faces. Perhaps the next one to die would be from among them. We must cause heavy damage to that Ghost King. I will attack, you people defend. Fatty Zhou roared out. As long as they could destroy the Ghost King, there was no need to fear the other ghosts. Everyone was in a critical situation. Dragon Cloud and Dragon Moon took out 2 10-foot-long dragon spears. These spears were magnificent and grand. Every strike was able to turn several ghosts into ashes. The others also hastily attacked. The most eye-catching among them was the small youth with the bandage-wrapped hands. He held a black sword and repeatedly slashed out. Every time he did, 1 or 2 ghosts would be savagely killed. Although this was less than the dragon siblings, his sword speed was extremely fast and his total kill count was no lower. As for the others, they were weaker than Dragon Cloud and Dragon Moon. That terribly howling black and cold wind placed a tremendous pressure on all of them. Hoo! With blazing seals shining in his hands, Fatty Zhou threw a burning charm towards the Ghost King. At the same time, his round body leapt up like an overweight rabbit, hopping towards the Ghost King. With a wave of his right hand, a massive thick cleaver appeared in his grip. Without further ado, he chopped straight down at the Ghost King's head. Bang! The charm exploded and the flash of fire caused the Ghost King to slow for a moment. Fatty Zhou's cleaver came chopping down, cutting off all avenues for the Ghost King to dodge. However, not only was the Ghost King not startled, it began to cruelly chuckle. Its ugly and fierce head turned to the right as it used its shoulder to forcefully withstand Fatty Zhou's cleaver strike. Kacha! Golden light radiated outwards. A thick black plate of armor had appeared over the Ghost King's shoulder, stiffly blocking the cleaver strike. Its body paused for a moment before it stretched out a claw towards Fatty Zhou. What a terrifying defensive ability! Fatty Zhou rapidly flew backwards. At the same time, The dragon siblings as well as the small youth rushed forwards like ghosts and gods. Although this was their first time combining attacks, they actually coordinated well with a tacit understanding of what to do. 2 spears and a sword thrust forwards, allowing no chance for the Ghost King to dodge. However, the Ghost King didn't plan to dodge at all. Armor shimmered over its body once more, and with a series of loud ringing sounds, the 3 attacks were all resisted by the Ghost King's armor. The Ghost King's complexion only distorted a little, but there was no damage to it at all. Too strong. The 3 people's expressions changed. And at this time, a black tornado came shrouding down over them, enveloping all 3 of them. With their strength, breaking through this black tornado would only take the blink of an eye. But the Ghost King wouldn't give them this time. It cackled as it thrust its claws towards the 3 of them. Its icy cold claws glowed with a ghostly green light. They were clearly poisonous. If this Ghost King were to grab them, then they would either become its food or be poisoned and eventually become its companions. "We will block. You break through this black wind," Dragon Cloud shouted out towards the small fellow. As he did so, he thrust his spear towards the Ghost King. They had to delay for enough time for this small fellow to break through the black wind. Otherwise, they would all be doomed. And as Dragon Cloud and Dragon Moon thrust out their spears, they discovered that Lin Ming had appeared behind the Ghost King at some unknown time. He was like a spirit that directly teleported to the Ghost King's rear. His weapon was also a spear. This deep red spear was slightly shorter than the dragon siblings' spears, and it looked ordinary, not particularly special at all. A spear thrust out. Spear light howled, piercing right towards the Ghost King's back. "Jej." The Ghost King queerly laughed, simply not caring about Lin Ming's attack. That strange black armor also shimmered into existence behind it. It planned to directly withstand Lin Ming's spear. At the same time, its body drew backwards. It no longer attacked the dragon siblings, but reached out a claw to grab Lin Ming's head. "Be careful," the dragon siblings cried out in alarm. If Lin Ming were to continue to stubbornly attack and his attack were to fail, then his head would be burst apart by the Ghost King like a rotten watermelon. Lin Ming's complexion was cold and determined, and there was no hesitation in his movements. Within his body, the 8 inner hidden gates opened up as the power of essence, energy, and divine fused together as one. 3 essences as one. Power of heavenly tribulation. Bang! With a loud explosion, the power of thunder and fire stored within the heretical god tree erupted forth. Thunder and fire heavenly tribulation wove together, creating a horrifying detonation. Whether it was fire or thunder, they were the elements that countered ghosts and evil beings the most, much less thunder and fire heavenly tribulation. With a blinding divine light, a sun seemed to appear in the world. Lin Ming's spear stabbed into the Ghost King's back, tearing through its armor as spear light blew up within its body. In that instant, the Ghost King's substantialized body was torn apart like a cloth sack. Thunder and fire spewed forth from its mouth and all over its body, forming beams of red and purple light that made the Ghost King look like a porcupine. "Yuwu!" the Ghost King cried out in agony. However, there was no chance it could continue surviving beneath this terrifying barrage of thunder and fire. With a loud popping sound, it vanished into smoke and ash. It's dead." Fatty Zhou's eyes were as wide as full moons. The dragon siblings and the small fellow also felt this was unbelievable. They had fought with the Ghost King just now, so they understood just how terrifying it was. Yet it was instantly killed off by Lin Ming's spear? If the horrors of God-burying Ridge had only been rumors in the past, the dragon siblings had now personally experienced just how terrifying and formidable these evil beings were with their weapons. Although they were confident they could engage in a prolonged battle and eventually whittle down the Ghost King, this was still God-burying Ridge, a land with countless dangers and tribulations round every corner. If the battle continued on much longer, who knew what else would have been dragged into the mix? If that happened, even if they weren't completely annihilated, they would still suffer tremendous losses. Moreover, in the chaotic battle, some people would have been chased down by those ghostly creatures. If these people separated from Fatty Zhou, their fate could be imagined. Even Fatty Zhou didn't have any methods to effectively deal with the Ghost King, and his cultivation was at the early Holy Lord realm. He was also considered quite strong, with many tricky abilities and methods he could use. Even if Fatty Zhou were to run into a weaker middle Holy Lord realm martial artist, he could still protect himself. But in this situation, the Ghost King that Fatty Zhou hadn't been able to do anything to was instantly killed off by Lin Ming. A late Divine Transformation Realm genius had strength equal to a late Holy Lord Master. That was leaping over two large boundaries. From the start, everyone thought that Xianxia was the most extraordinary individual in Lin Ming's group, especially when it came to movement. But it seemed that Lin Ming far surpassed her. I really have no idea how he trained this far. Although he has the blood of the Azure Dragon within him due to some lucky chance, in terms of bloodline talent, that will only make him better than an ordinary martial artist. It's impossible for Azure Dragon blood alone to allow him to reach this level. Even my dragon clan is inferior to him. Dragon Rain found this hard to accept. Lin Ming's bloodline was far inferior to her own, but in terms of strength, the late Divine Transformation Lin Ming was far stronger than she was at the early Divine Lord realm. This caused her to feel deeply frustrated at this great disparity. His talent simply doesn't come from the Azure Dragon blood alone. There must be some secret on his body, but it's hard to say what it is. Dragon Cloud rapidly said with a sound transmission. At this time, Fatty Zhou forced out a smile, saying, "Everyone, don't just stand there stunned. We're still in trouble here." Everyone finally perked up after being reminded by Fatty Zhou. Now was not the time to be distracted. No matter how freakishly abnormal Lin Ming and Xianxia were, the top priority right now was to settle the matter with these ghosts as soon as possible. By all reasoning, now that the Ghost King had died, these ghost winds should no longer prove a threat. So why was Fatty Zhou saying they were still in trouble? "What's the trouble?" Dragon Cloud anxiously asked. Fatty Zhou said, "God-burying Ridge's ghost winds are usually led by a Ghost King. Once the leading Ghost King dies, the ghost wind should disappear. However, the ghost wind is becoming increasingly fierce. This means that there is another Ghost King nearby, or possibly even the higher-level existence Ghost Emperor, an evil being equal to a World King powerhouse. That is not something any of us can deal with." Fatty Zhou was the calmest and most analytical person in the group. He had passed through countless dangerous situations in God-burying Ridge. Although Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed his earlier expectations, he still didn't think that Lin Ming would have the ability to deal with a World King-level Ghost Emperor. Ghost Emperor? World King powerhouse? As everyone heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, deafening noises filled the air as the sound of metal crashing upon metal echoed through the void. This sound was like the sound of chains being violently dragged across the floor. A terrifying aura came shrouding down from the skies, sending chills up everyone's bodies. Fatty Zhou's complexion greatly changed. Hurry and escape! He had already determined that their battle with the evil spirits just now had finally lured in some incredibly horrifying existence. In God-burying Ridge, if one lost the protection of a force field and had to face these endless evil beings head-on, the strength of a single martial artist was very minor in comparison. If there was a single mistake, then one could easily perish. Rah! A terrifying roar split the world. For a time, devastatingly strong winds rose up from all around. Evil spirits howled, and the martial artist whose arm had been withered away by the ghost winds before was directly sucked up into the swirling gale. "Ah!" The martial artist screamed out in agony. His body suddenly exploded in the violent winds, turning into a rain of bones and blood. As Fatty Zhou saw this, he no longer hesitated. He chose a direction and rushed straight ahead. Everyone followed him. Lin Ming also put away his long spear and fled with all his strength. Although he was formidable, even he wouldn't do something as risky as facing this World King-level Ghost Emperor. Whoa! Whoa! Ghostly winds whistled, causing many large rocks to break down. The evil spirits and ghost winds fused together as one, forming a fierce and gruesome devil's head that rushed towards everyone, wanting to devour them all. With everything hanging by a thread, Fatty Zhou threw out his heaven net compass. With a cracking sound, a brilliant light flashed out. The heaven net compass was smashed away by the ghost winds and crumbled away in the air. Fatty Zhou felt his heart twist as he saw this. But at this time he couldn't care about such things. With a bizarre cry, Fatty Zhou launched his movement technique and hurtled himself forwards at full speed. His body was fat and round. As he rushed forwards, he was like a plump mouse barreling forwards. He stayed close to the ground, borrowing the camouflage of the terrain to flee. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian relied on their exceptional movement abilities to keep close to Fatty Zhou. Faintly, from behind, Lin Ming heard another miserable scream. Then, a rumbling explosion sounded out. He turned his head to see a dazzling pillar of flames shoot into the skies. This was the light of a martial artist self-exploding. There was someone that had been caught and covered by the ghost winds. Unwilling to become food for the ghost winds, this person decided to blow themselves up. When a martial artist exploded themselves, the resulting attack would be over 10 times more powerful than that martial artist's all-out strike. This explosion momentarily hindered the ghost winds, allowing the others that were attempting to escape a rare opportunity to catch their breath. But this opportunity only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths of time. Taking advantage of this chance, Fatty Zhou grit his teeth and pulled out a new compass from his spatial ring. He quickly spoke an incantation and threw this compass outwards. Light sparkled. The compass exploded in mid-air, turning into a new force field. The effect of this force field was to conceal a person's life force as much as possible so ghosts couldn't detect them. Fatty Zhou couldn't be bothered with seeing how effective this force field was. He continued to recklessly run forwards. Under the shield of this compass, the remaining 8 people ran several hundred miles forwards. Then, at this time, the surroundings suddenly changed. That bleak and desolate world, filled with shades of gray, had suddenly turned into a spring paradise. Here, there were spirit flowers and trickling spirit springs. The skies were lit by a radiant sunlight and white clouds floated peacefully about. This was like a fairyland on earth, a perfect utopia. As Fatty Zhou stepped into this fairyland, he immediately paused, looking as if he had been struck by lightning. Everyone also came to a halting stop. For everyone here, Fatty Zhou's every action and movement was the law. They had to follow everything he did. Lin Ming also stopped. He turned around and saw that as the mournful ghost wind blew into the boundaries of this paradise, it paused for a moment before completely vanishing. How could this be? Dragon Cloud asked, his voice weak. After stepping into this paradise of ultimate bliss, he noticed that Fatty Zhou's complexion had become no better. In fact, it had even worsened. We seem to have fallen into deeper trouble, Lin Ming said, frowning. Fatty Zhou ruefully smiled. He glanced at Lin Ming, saying, "You also understand the landscape of God-Burying Ridge?" Lin Ming shook his head. "I do not understand the landscape, but I saw that ghost winds stop as it reached the edge of this paradise. If there is something that could make ghostly beings not dare to take another step forwards, then it must be something even fiercer. Moreover, I can sense the Tao field here contains a killing intent." As Lin Ming rushed forwards, it seemed that he was doing so blindly. But the truth was that he had been sensing God-Burying Ridge's Tao field the entire time, verifying it with the jade pendant in order to find the safest routes. He could feel that the current situation far exceeded Fatty Zhou's ability to handle. Counting on him alone would not be realistic. "Hey, you're right. I didn't think that you would also be able to feel the God-Burying Ridge's Tao field killing intent. This sort of paradisiacal land is what us God-Burying Ridge guides call Paradise Reborn. The plants here are lush and filled with life, and everything seems as beautiful as a daydream, safe and comfortable. But the truth is that this is the most dangerous illusion. God-Burying Ridge is originally a desolate death trap. No grass should grow here, and all wild beasts have become extinct. However, when things reach the extreme, they take a full circle all around to the start. When a death trap like this reaches the highest limits, it instead becomes a land filled with life and vitality. If you want to find a reason, the reason is that too many strong beings have died in this death trap. The entire flesh, blood, and even bones of these powerful beings become fertilizer. thus nourishing the land to the point where it can grow such vibrant spirit grass and spirit trees. Fatty Zhou's words left everyone shocked speechless, several of them sucking in a breath of cold air. This verdant land was actually formed by absorbing the bodies of other powerful beings. The more people died here, the more powerful they were, the brighter and more beautiful the flowers would be. Sage Zhou, please hurry and find some way for us to return to our old route. I no longer want to find any god-burying stones. The one who spoke was Monster Prince Duyu. He was able to survive the last catastrophe without any wounds. He didn't want to participate in God-burying Ridge's trial to begin with, and the only reason he came here was purely because of Lin Ming. Now that the situation had spiraled out of control, he inevitably felt a deep hatred towards Lin Ming. Return. Fatty Zhou bitterly smiled. He pulled out a broken compass. In order to escape just then, I had to break this heaven net compass into pieces. It is no longer possible for me to divine the path to return. I can only rely on my experience to blindly guess a way back. At most I have a 20 to 30% chance of returning, and it's possible I will lead you deep into a danger zone. 20 to 30%? Monster Prince Duyu felt his heart skip a beat as he heard this low probability. He grit his teeth. 20 to 30% is good enough. It's much better than staying here to die. Monster Prince Duyu glared daggers at Lin Ming. This situation was all thanks to him. That's right. Trying is always better than waiting to die. Sage Zhou, I say we try returning to our old route. Several martial artists echoed. At this time, no one referred to Zhou Shiyan as Fatty Zhou. Instead, they respectfully called him Sage Zhou. Fatty Zhou ruefully smiled and nodded once. I can try it. However, I have no grasp as to whether or not we will succeed. As Fatty Zhou spoke, a disagreeing voice spoke up. I don't think you can rely on that. If you return, perhaps you might die even faster. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. In the face of death, everyone wanted to hear hopeful words, not ones that brought despair. As they turned to the one speaking, they discovered that it was actually Lin Ming. Even though Lin Ming was strong, such words were far too bristling. Monster Prince Duyu was especially angered. We'll die faster if we return? Aren't you just speaking nonsense? If it weren't for you, why would I have come to this damned land to begin with? If you want to die, then you can stay here yourself. The rest of us are going back. Monster Prince Duyu breathlessly shouted out, his voice shaking with anger. He had already been driven past the limits of all tolerance by Lin Ming. The other martial artists were also unhappy with what Lin Ming said just now. It was true that Lin Ming was strong, but his understanding of God-burying Ridge wasn't necessarily any better than that of the rest of them, and he certainly didn't have the necessary experience to evaluate situations that Fatty Zhou said. Thus, Lin Ming's claims were all based on nothing. Dragon Cloud hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Lin, you said that we would die even quicker if we were to return. Do you have a reason for this claim? Lin Ming replied, At the entrance there will be some people that will stop us. They might have a World King powerhouse with them. Lin Ming's words caused all the martial artists to freeze in cold fear. When Fatty Zhou had spoken about the entrances to the inner ridge, in truth there was only a single one. The rest were mere decorations. In other words, if they were to leave through a single exit, it would be easy for anyone to lay an ambush for them. Why would there be a World King hunting us? Aren't you just thinking about this too much? Many martial artists said. They simply didn't believe that they were worth a World King-level powerhouse chasing them all the way here. But Dragon Cloud seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned towards Fatty Zhou and said, Sage Zhou, you said that someone attacked us with a curse technique, and that is the reason your force field shattered? Fatty Zhou nodded. This technique likely stems from the work of the Spider Brothers. Among the various guides of God-burying Ridge, they excel the most at curses. Why would they do such a thing? Do they have a grudge against you? Or are they trying to kill us to steal our treasures? We haven't even obtained any God-burying stones yet. There is no grudge between us at all. Fatty Zhou shook his head. River water does not interfere with well water. We mind our own business without interfering with each other. Then that is really too strange. Dragon Cloud couldn't understand why the attack occurred. Perhaps someone hired them. Lin Ming suddenly said. Hired them? Dragon Cloud was stunned. He looked towards Lin Ming. It seems your background is deeper than I thought. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Ming wasn't surprised by this assassination attempt at all. And he had even said they would die quicker if they tried to return, as if he already knew someone had come here to hunt him down. With his tone, it was like he knew that a World King powerhouse lying in ambush was not just a speculation but a reality. In other words, their situation was far worse than anyone could have imagined. Do you recognize those that are hunting us down? Dragon Cloud asked. He was an intelligent young man. His words were already very close to the truth. Everyone looked towards Lin Ming, waiting for his reply. Lin Ming was silent for a brief moment. Then he slowly and clearly said, Without a doubt, they are coming here for me. What? Hearing Lin Ming say this, Dragon Cloud and Fatty Zhou were still barely able to maintain their calm. However, everyone else began to seethe with rage. Monster Prince Duyu in particular was angered to the extreme. He suddenly strode forwards and grabbed the collar of Lin Ming's clothes. So it was you who sent us tumbling into this hellhole. Even if you are being fucking hunted by someone, you shouldn't drag us down with you. Just what have we done to you that you would harm us like this? Monster Prince Duyu was frantic, nearly about to attack. But at this time, he felt a thick killing intent surge out from Lin Ming. This terrifying killing intent locked onto his entire body, drowning him in an icy bath of despair, as if he would die in the next moment. Monster Prince Duyu bounced backwards as if he had been bitten by a snake. His complexion was grim as he glared at Lin Ming, licking his lips as he said, How about all of us attack him together and subdue him? Then we can take him to his enemy. If we do that, then we'll be able to escape here safely. As Monster Prince Duyu spoke these words, he felt the pleasure of revenge. At this time it was assured that Lin Ming would become the target for everyone else. He felt that Lin Ming was far too stupid. This was a matter that everyone clearly wasn't aware of, and yet he deliberately chose to speak out about it. No one liked being dragged into a mess by others. If you really wish to do so, then I'll play with you. Lin Ming's voice was indifferent. As he looked at Monster Prince Duyu, the killing intent in his eyes became increasingly thick. Everyone calm down, Fatty Zhou shouted out. But there were very few people able to calm down at this time. According to Fatty Zhou, even if they safely returned, a number of them would still die. How can you ask us to remain calm at a moment like this? We are being hunted by a World King powerhouse. No matter what world it was, a World King wasn't some random cabbage. They were able to control and overawe their own domain. We cannot be involved with him any longer. Let's ditch him here and continue by ourselves. At the very least, we won't be sneak attacked anymore. Some martial artists proposed. Well said. We're already showing him extreme forbearance by not haggling over the disaster he has brought on our heads. If we bring him with us, then sooner or later we'll end up dying here. Everyone quickly came to a unanimous opinion. Listening to these people, Monster Prince Duyu's smile became increasingly wide. Now he finally had the opportunity. He wanted to place Lin Ming in a death trap. In Monster Prince Duyu's eyes, there were dangers everywhere within the inner ridge. Without a guide to lead the way, this was an absolute world of death. Although it was true that Lin Ming was strong, this was a place where even world kings could perish. He had long harbored hatred for Lin Ming, and now he finally had a chance to retaliate against him. This made him feel far too good in his heart. And for this chance to take revenge, he was even happy that Lin Ming's enemy had hunted them all the way here, even if it meant they had been dragged into the mess. Brother Lin, you have quite the character. Dragon Cloud looked towards Lin Ming. You could clearly hide this matter, so why are you speaking out about it? Lin Ming looked at Dragon Cloud and faintly said, Why would I want to hide it? Dragon Cloud was stunned, not knowing what to say. Heh, this brat doesn't know of death or danger. He's harmed us this much, and yet he still has the airs to be righteous, someone unhappily said. Lin Ming coldly sneered. In the Azura Road, strength was the law, strength was everything. If one was weak and pulled into a disaster where they died, they had no choice but to accept their fate. The strong survived and the weak perished. This was the most basic law of the jungle. If the one being chased was an ordinary martial artist, then even if everyone here seized that person and stripped them of all their possessions, that person could only fall on their knees and beg for mercy. But now that the person being chased was their teammate Lin Ming, they could only shout curses at him. This is... I hope you see what I must do. I can only say that I am sorry. Fatty Zhou helplessly spread his arms wide as he spoke to Lin Ming, the implication clear in his words. He would comply with the view of the majority of the people here. Moreover, bringing Lin Ming with them was indeed far too troublesome. They would continue to be hunted down the entire time. Fatty Zhou didn't believe that he had any chance of living if he were chased down by the combined forces of the Spider Brothers and a World King powerhouse. Sorry. Dragon Cloud also helplessly said. Dragon Moon seemed as if she couldn't help saying something, but she finally kept silent. To her, abandoning a companion to escape was not a glorious or heroic approach to doing this. But at this moment, Xiao Maxian stepped forwards until she stood next to Lin Ming. She patted him on the shoulder, nodding as she indifferently said, "Haha, I think your social skills are far too lacking. It doesn't seem that anyone here is willing to help you. How about this little miss here be merciful and take you in?" As Xiao Maxian spoke these words, everyone was shocked that she would have such deep loyalty. As for Monster Prince Duyu, he suddenly jumped up. "Junior apprentice sister, what nonsense are you babbling on about? You want to go with him? He is a dead man walking. If you go with him, you will be killed," Monster Prince Duyu impatiently said. He wanted to grab Xiao Maxian's hand but was actually dodged by her. "I say, why must you always be such a long-winded nagger? You go and do what you want and stop trying to manage me." "Junior apprentice sister, has he taken control of your mind? Are you still clear-minded right now? If you go with him, you will die." Monster Prince Duyu was about to go insane. He had finally thrown off Lin Ming with such great difficulty, and now that he was about to see his enemy die, he was drowning in happiness. He fantasized about how, as long as he could leave safely, he could continue to journey through the Azura Road with Xiao Maxian and endure hardships with her, growing their feelings together all the while until she finally grew to love him. But now, Xiao Maxian actually wanted to join Lin Ming and die together with him. Lin Ming was also startled. He looked towards Xiao Maxian. "Why do you want to go with me?" Xiao Maxian wouldn't know that he had an Emperor Jade that was carved with the lines of the God-bearing Ridge's Dao field. According to any normal person's reasoning, if she were to separate herself from the main group, then although that wasn't complete suicide, it was still 9 chances of death and only 1 chance of survival. Xiao Maxian clucked her tongue and laughed. "Me? I'm not someone that likes to abandon their companions. Moreover, I also owe you a life." When Lin Ming first entered the Great Desolate, he had rescued Xiao Maxian. With this graciousness, there was no way that Xiao Maxian would abandon him here alone. That was truly being ungrateful and forgoing all virtues. "If you come with me, aren't you afraid of dying?" Lin Ming looked at Xiao Maxian, the corners of his lips curving up in a happy expression. He had to admit that for someone to disregard their own life or death and follow him at this moment was a touching decision. "Haha, do you think this miss will die? Stop joking around with me. I am someone who will become a true divinity in the future. Why would I perish in a tiny place like this?" Xiao Maxian carelessly tossed out these words. Lin Ming wasn't affected, but the others, including Fatty Zhou and the dragon siblings, nearly choked on themselves. Become a true divinity? Many people already thought it was exaggerated to hear others say that they had set their goal to becoming an Empyrean. But to become a true divinity, that was unimaginable. This little girl was crazy. This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's minds. But as they recalled the ghostly movements that Xiao Maxian used to pass through the entrance to the inner ridge, they were actually rendered speechless. If every other aspect of hers was as outstanding as her movement techniques, then she really did have a chance of becoming a true divinity. This was simply an incomprehensible, unrivaled genius. Junior apprentice sister. Monster Prince Duyu was extremely depressed. He knew that once Xianxia made a decision, there was no way anyone could change her mind. Even Empyrean Demon Dawn himself was no exception. As for him, he was a mere acquaintance with no weight in her heart. Wanting to change her mind was simply a dream. It's useless speaking to me. I guess you don't plan on coming with me anymore, so bye-bye. I hope that we will see you alive once we leave this place. Xianxia giggled, seeming as if she wasn't heading deeper into the perilous god-burying ridge but rather having a nice outdoor stroll in the autumn. Monster Prince Duyu clenched his fists so tightly that he drew blood. It was indeed impossible for him to continue following Xianxia. Although he desired and fervently wished to obtain her, he wouldn't continue onwards if he knew it led to certain death. To Monster Prince Duyu, his own life was the most precious treasure of all, surpassing everything else. The groups had been determined. Lin Ming and Xianxia would go together in one group and everyone else would be in another group. But at this time, a deep fragrance suddenly stirred up in the grasslands. Beautiful flower petals danced in the breeze, fluttering along with the winds. This warm and delightful spring scene should normally have caused one to sigh in joy, but upon feeling this spring breeze, Fatty Zhou's complexion suddenly changed. Bad. This is bad. What's wrong, Sage Zhou? Everyone here in God-burying Ridge could be described as frightened birds. Now that they heard Fatty Zhou say such words, all of them raised their guard. Don't breathe in that fragrance. It is the fragrance of 10,000 corpse flowers, Fatty Zhou shouted out. However, as he did so, a martial artist was covered by this fragrance. In that moment, the martial artist seemed to lose consciousness as his eyes became lost. Flower petals began to fall down from the air like butterflies, landing on this person's skin. Then, these flower petals melted, turning into a bright blood-red liquid, then sank into his body. The martial artist's body shook. In the next moment, a macabre and gruesome scene occurred. More and more flower petals fell onto this martial artist and more red liquid seeped into his body, spreading all over. Finally, even the martial artist himself began to melt apart into red liquid. Then, those bright blood-red flowers began to germinate within him, sprouting out enchanting buds. The roots of these flowers greedily absorbed the liquefied body of the martial artist. They were actually using the martial artist as nourishment. This caused a tingling chill to crawl up the scalps of these people. Don't let those flower petals touch you. This is how the 10,000 corpse flowers reproduce. A single flower petal can grow into a 10,000 corpse flower, Fatty Zhou rapidly said with a sound transmission. 10,000 corpse flowers were the most common type of creature in this paradise reborn land that used powerhouses as nourishment. They were extremely valuable for medicinal purposes. However, if someone wished to pluck these flowers, the price might be their life. At this time, the entire sky was filled with drifting flower petals. The bursts of flower fragrance met the senses, and this flower fragrance actually had the effect of attacking one's divine sense. By smelling this fragrance, one's thoughts would slow down, making it much harder to avoid the flower petals. Damn it! Stand back to back. We'll win if we can withstand this for a short time, Fatty Zhou rapidly cried out. At the same time, he drew a thick cleaver and slashed out without holding anything back. Torrents of cleaver light fell downwards, each ray cutting through 4 or 5 flower petals, causing those flower petals to dissolve into red liquid that sprinkled onto the ground. However, after every flower petal was cut apart, the cleaver light would greatly weaken. After breaking through a 5th flower petal, the cleaver light would break apart. There were simply far too many flower petals dancing in the air. Everyone attacked together. Dragon Cloud and Dragon Moon attacked with their spears. Their strength was not weak at all. Facing one side, they were able to destroy all of the incoming flower petals with their spear light. Several other martial artists stood back to back, relying on each other to resist the attacks of these flower petals. If any one of them were to fall, all of them would die. And at this time, Lin Ming and Xianxia were by themselves, soon covered in this rain of red flower petals. Junior apprentice sister, Monster Prince Duyu shouted. Leave them be, we can't even take care of ourselves, a martial artist rapidly said. The martial artists that entered God-burying Ridge had extremely fragile relations to begin with, so who could care about others when disaster befell them? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bright red flower petals were like flying knives that spun towards Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. This beautiful, fairy tale-like scene was actually filled with a thick killing intent. The two of them were instantly blocked in by over 100 flower petals. The results of this scenario could be imagined. Once these flower petals touched the body, the consequences would be horrifying. After falling into such a dangerous situation, Lin Ming wasn't hurried at all. He poured his strength into his inner world, causing a boundless aura to surge out from within himself. Grand mist space. Who? Star-heavy grand mist energy recklessly swept outwards, causing the space around Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian to immediately become as hard as a wall. The terrifying pressure pushed upon the flower petals, making them as slow as if they had fallen into a lake of molasses. What strange flower petals! Through his formidable divine sense, Lin Ming discovered that every flower petal contained a resentful spirit. Moreover, these flowers were filled with blood vessels. Rather than flowers, they were more like condensed flesh and blood essence. The 10,000 corpse flower was a flower of flesh and blood. 3 essences as one, heretical god force. Lin Ming revolved his strength to the limit. With a loud series of explosive sounds, a massive number of flower petals imploded upon themselves underneath the pressure of the grand mist space. Simultaneously, Xiao Moxian formed a series of seals with her hands. Black flames blew outwards, setting the remaining flower petals on fire. As the flesh and blood was scorched away, the resentful spirits also disintegrated. In just several breaths of time, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's combined attack completely eliminated the 100+ flower petals. This is. Even Fatty Zhou and the others who were still surrounded by flower petals were shocked speechless. They knew that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were strong, but it was bizarre to be strong to such a degree. It seemed that the two of them alone were stronger than the rest of them combined. In truth, the fact that Lin Ming could easily obtain victory was because his grand mist space was best suited to such a combat environment. As for Xiao Moxian's flames, they inherently restrained all ghosts and spirits. 30 feet to the front left, behind that gray rock, attack together, Lin Ming rapidly said to Xiao Moxian with a true essence sound transmission. As the many flower petals burst apart, he spread his formidable sense and quickly found the hiding spot of the 10,000 corpse flower's main body. The main body of the 10,000 corpse flower was extremely skilled at hiding. Even an experienced god-burying ridge guide would find it difficult to locate it. The reason that Lin Ming could accomplish this was because of the divine dream law and his powerful divine sense. Moreover, it was also because when those many flower petals exploded, the main body of the 10,000 corpse flower received a backlash of energy, causing the energy fluctuations around it to wildly pulse about. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Xiao Moxian didn't hesitate in the least. She slashed out with her whip, stirring up a terrifying wave of phoenix true fire. At the same time, Lin Ming also followed up with his spear. At that moment, from behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree appeared. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation came tyrannically crashing down. Bang! A terrifying noise sounded out as a large chunk of this beautiful paradise was ripped apart. Then, a giant scarlet root that looked like a ginseng was raised out of the ground by this explosion. For a time, it was unknown how many root hairs were torn up. Squee! The bright red root began to emit mouse-like screams in the air. It seemed to have a spiritual intelligence of its own and was struggling around in the force field in an attempt to escape. The 10,000 corpse flower was found by that youth? Fatty Zhou was completely shocked. Not only had Lin Ming broken through the besiegement of the 10,000 corpse flower, but he had also dug out its main body. The main body of the 10,000 corpse flower was not powerful at all. It only excelled in hiding. Once its hiding spot was found out, even a half-step Holy Lord powerhouse would be able to kill it. Squeak! Squeak! Beneath the horrifying pressure of the grand mist force field, the 10,000 corpse flower emitted waves of miserable screams. Its root body looked like an overfilled water bag, about to explode at any moment. Brother Lin, don't destroy it. That is a precious type of raw medicinal material. Fatty Zhou quickly reminded Lin Ming as he saw the 10,000 corpse flower about to explode beneath the force field. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Without removing the grand mist force field, he formed hundreds of seals with his hand that flew into the 10,000 corpse flower root. Divine seal art, God forbidding seal. Puff, puff, puff. The aura of a black hole came shrouding over the 10,000 corpse flower, locking down the flow of energy within it. The 10,000 corpse flower wildly cried out as it was being imprisoned by the God-forbidding seals. But soon after that there was no more sound as it was completely sealed away. As the 10,000 corpse flower died, the remaining flower petals withered and fell. They slowly decayed, turning into red liquid that soaked into the ground. The remaining survivors eyed Lin Ming and also the blood-red 10,000 corpse flower in his hands. This human youth was too terrifying. Such a dreadful disaster was easily solved by him. Fatty Zhou knew that the reason Lin Ming was able to accomplish this was because he could be called perfect in all aspects. He had used that strange force field to break through the attack of the 10,000 corpse flower's flower petals, and then he had used his far superior sense to immediately lock onto the position of the 10,000 corpse flower's main body. There was no weakness in the methods that Lin Ming had used. And thinking about his other aspects, he also surpassed everyone by far, far enough that they couldn't look up to him. This was a true extreme genius. Little sister, it seems we were mistaken about something. He does have the blood of an azure dragon within his body, but his achievements are not because of this blood. Rather, this bloodline is simply something that improves upon his perfection. Dragon Cloud looked at Lin Ming, a strange feeling in his heart. As someone who was proud of his Dragon Clan bloodline, he was thoroughly overwhelmed by Lin Ming. Hey, let me take a look. This thing looks really fun. Xiao Moxian commented as she looked at the 10,000 corpse flower in Lin Ming's hand. She reached out a curious hand to pinch it. Even when facing such a dreadful thing that was rank with blood, Xiao Moxian could still see it as a toy. One couldn't help but sigh with admiration over how strong her nerves were. A martial artist's life was filled with life and death. That was something she was long used to seeing. She had killed countless people already. And as for something like a 10,000 corpse flower, she simply didn't care about the dangers it brought. This was the inherent risk-loving nature that Xiao Moxian had. The 10,000-year corpse flower resembled a blood-red ginseng, but its main body actually felt meaty, as if it were formed from flesh and blood. Looking through its skin, one could even see lines that were filled with red liquid. It seemed like an animal but also a plant. This thing is similar to the 10,000-year corpse grass in the eternal demon abyss. Even the name is similar. What a strange coincidence. Lin Ming mused. The 10,000-year corpse grass he captured in the past was also a spiritual plant that grew on the corpses of powerhouses. Of course, compared to the massive number of powerhouses that died in the Azura Road, the powerhouses of the eternal demon abyss could only be considered common mortals. Without a source of good nourishment, the 10,000-year corpse grass was far from being as powerful as this 10,000 corpse flower. In truth, the eternal demon abyss and God-burying ridge both had sealed force fields. Moreover, they were lands where many powerhouses perished. It wasn't strange for these two different lands to evolve similarly strange spirit plants. What use does this have? Lin Ming asked Fatty Zhou. Brother Lin's 10,000 corpse flower can be refined to make a great number of pills. Eating it directly is also beneficial. In particular, if it were given to a contract beast to eat, it can help quicken the evolution of the contract beast. After seeing Lin Ming show his great skill twice, Fatty Zhou became increasingly respectful towards him. Quicken a contract beast's evolution? Xiao Moxian excitedly said. Her first thought was Big Yellow and having Big Yellow eat this plant to help hasten his growth. But the main work of capturing this 10,000 corpse flower was due to Lin Ming, so it wasn't considered hers at all. Make pills? Lin Ming thought for a moment. He didn't know what sort of pills the 10,000 corpse flower could make. Brother Lin, I have here a jade slip that records the details of many magical treasures of God-burying ridge. and there are also many various uses for them. You can take it for a look. After looking through it, you can simply destroy it. Fatty Zhou tossed a blue jade slip towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming received the jade slip and swept through it with his divine sense. The contents were indeed as Fatty Zhou had said. It displayed tens of thousands of magical and mystical objects that had been found in God-burying Ridge before. Among the records of some magical things, not only did it list their weakness, method of capturing, and even specific dangers, there were also many ways listed to refine pills from them. However, most magical things only had an extremely short description. It was clear that this was because the information was lacking. It was obvious that this jade slip was quite valuable. It was certainly one of the main inheritances of the God-burying Ridge guides. To the guides of God-burying Ridge, the most important inheritances were skills to live in God-burying Ridge, divination techniques, and methods to judge the danger of various landscapes. This sort of core inheritance was what Fatty Zhou relied on to find food. It was the sum of all information that Fatty Zhou's predecessors had slowly gathered over time in exchange for their lives. He certainly wouldn't give such a core inheritance to Lin Ming. Moreover, it wasn't something that Lin Ming could learn in a single day. Thank you. Lin Ming began to skim through the jade slip. His divine sense was powerful and he had a photographic memory. Not to mention the many records of magical things listed in the jade slip, Lin Ming was even able to quickly and perfectly memorize the endless mysterious Ajura Sutra from the Emperor's Stone. In just a single incense stick of time, Lin Ming finished reading through the jade slip. Then, in front of Fatty Zhou, he crumbled the jade slip to dust. Farewell and goodbye. I wish you all the best and hope you can leave here alive, Lin Ming said. Then, he looked towards Xiao Moxian and said, Are you sure you won't change your mind? Of course, Xiao Moxian said, rubbing her chin. Are you very moved by how heroic I am? Well, a bit. Lin Ming was startled for a moment before he laughed. Like this, the two of them walked side by side into the far-off distance. Soon, their figures vanished in the sea of flowers and grass. As Fatty Zhou saw this, he didn't know what to feel. Big brother, I think that separating from them might have been a mistake. Dragon Moon whispered from beside Dragon Cloud. Dragon Cloud shook his head. If we went with them, we would have encountered more dangers. We've come with them all this way. But have we been short of people dying? Dragon Cloud rhetorically asked. Dragon Moon could only agree. Just because Lin Ming was able to survive a disaster didn't mean that they also had the ability to do so. In a life or death moment, no one would risk their own survival in order to save a stranger. We have to be cautious, and in truth, if Lin Lonjian wants to survive through dual crises of escaping a World King powerhouse and also traveling through God-burying Ridge, his hopes of doing so are near zero. No matter how strong he is, he cannot be stronger than a World King powerhouse. As Dragon Cloud said this, many people agreed. Even Fatty Zhou wasn't an exception. The disparity between the Divine Transformation Realm and the World King Realm was too great. It was impossible to overcome a gap of 3 great boundaries. Moreover, there were far more terrifying dangers in God-burying Ridge that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to deal with. If he didn't understand the terrain here, he could easily step beyond hope of redemption. Let's go. Fatty Zhou waved his hand. Everyone turned and walked away, beginning their life or death journey anew. Oh, they seemed to have separated. Several hundred miles away, in a mountain valley, the imp race Spider Brothers were using a compass to divine the situation. However, their tracking mark had been placed on Fatty Zhou and not Lin Ming. They weren't sure if Lin Ming had really separated from Fatty Zhou or not, but had extrapolated this from the available information and signs they had. Separated. Imperial Prince Naki traced his chin. If they separated, then they must have realized something, otherwise they wouldn't have done something so stupid such as dividing their forces. However, Lin Ming shouldn't know just who is hunting him down, and separating randomly in God-burying Ridge is no different from suicide. Naki quickly thought. If Lin Ming separated himself from Zhou Shiyan, it would indeed be far, far more difficult to find him. Let's speed up. This? The Spider Brothers had awkward expressions. The faster they went, the more dangers they would have to undergo. Are you questioning my orders? Naki frowned. We do not dare. We understand. The Spider Brothers could only grit their teeth and agree. When one was underneath the house of others, they had no choice but to lower their heads. If they were being employed by a World King powerhouse, that meant higher rewards, but at the same time they also had to swallow any insults and suffer even greater risks. Several lords, the entrance to the inner ridge is not too far away. As long as we enter the inner ridge, that means we will all be in the same sealed-off Dao field as the person you are looking for. At that time, we can use our divine sense to search for them. But doing so may alert unknown existences there, bringing in even more dangers. The Spider Brothers cautioned. They had already arrived in front of the inner ridge entrance. In the grand and rolling desert, strong winds cut like knives. The endless yellow sand buried the bones of strange and unusual beasts, looking bleak and desolate. This place seemed like a death trap, but as Lin Ming saw this scene, he actually let out a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped the paradise reborn lands that they had fled into. Lin Ming only had a basic understanding of the Dao field traces left behind by the Azura Roadmaster in the Jade Pendant. But by using this little bit of knowledge, he was able to emerge from Paradise Reborn. Moreover, by verifying the terrain with the Jade Pendant map, he obtained an even more profound understanding of the Emperor Jade. I must say, Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian smirked as she spoke, a playful tone in her voice. She had called Lin Ming by his true name and not Lin Longjian. What? Lin Ming asked Xiao Moxian. How come you don't have any reaction at all? Although your identity is already obvious. If I suddenly call you by your name, shouldn't you at least be shocked or surprised? After suppressing it for such a long time, Xiao Moxian was finally able to tear down Lin Ming's secret identity. She was originally anticipating seeing the surprise on his face. That would at least give her a little bit of a sense of accomplishment. However, Lin Ming's reaction was far too calm. This was like someone doing their best to correctly guess a riddle, but the riddler themselves wasn't affected at all. This made Xiao Moxian feel a bit unhappy. Didn't you know a long time ago? Moreover, I already knew that you knew. Lin Ming faintly smiled as he indifferently spoke. Well, that was boring. Xiao Moxian spread her arms wide in defeat. What do you plan on doing next? Not only are you being chased down by a world king, but you also have to face the perilous God-burying ridge, a land of almost certain death. And what is worse is that the World King and his group have guides to lead the way while we are like headless flies in this chaos. No matter how you look at it, we're going to die without a doubt. If you knew you were going to die, then why would you follow me? Lin Ming said, smiling. I said that I owe you a life, and since I saw you about to die soon, I thought I should lend you a hand. But you seemed pretty confident, so you must have a plan of some kind. Why don't you tell me? Lin Ming shook his head. I have yet to think of a good plan. Frankly speaking, God-burying ridge isn't too threatening to me. The greatest threat is from that World King powerhouse chasing me down. Now, what I have to do first is to feel out the specifics of God-burying ridge's Dao field and verify it with what I know in my heart. If I can familiarize myself with the environment here, then I can control the landscape and the advantage. Only then will I have the ability to contend with a World King. Lin Ming casually said. But as Xiao Moxian heard this, she was secretly surprised. Without a guide to lead him through God-burying ridge, Lin Ming actually said that God-burying ridge didn't pose too great a threat to him. Did he have something he could rely on? What shocked Xiao Moxian the most was that Lin Ming said he wanted to familiarize himself with God-burying ridge's environment and use this advantage to contend with a world king. This was simply incomprehensible to her. If it weren't for Lin Ming acknowledging his true identity just now, Xiao Moxian might have suspected he was someone else who had inherited the legacy of some God-burying ridge guide. While Xiao Moxian was basking in her amazement, Lin Ming was searching the Jade Pendant with his sense, looking for a place where he could hide himself and prepare for a guerrilla battle. But at this time, Lin Ming suddenly felt a light sense wash over him, lasting for only the most fleeting moment. This caused Lin Ming to be startled. Although this sense was incomparably vague, his intuition wasn't wrong. Someone was using some arcane searching technique to find his location in God-burying ridge. In Heaven Devil City, there were innumerable martial artists. As long as he used an appearance-changing technique, there was no search technique that would have any effect on finding him. But now he was in God-burying Ridge, a land where there wasn't anyone within 10,000 miles. As long as someone found him with their searching technique, regardless of whether or not he had changed his appearance, they would still find him. This other party clearly knew what happened to him after he entered God-burying Ridge and was looking for him. "We've been discovered." Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Without Lin Ming mentioning it, Xianxia had also noticed that faint detection sense sweep over them just now. If someone dares to recklessly use a searching technique like this in God-burying Ridge, they must really not fear any evil beings they might draw in. It seems your guess was right. We really are being chased down by a world king powerhouse. Xianxia couldn't smile at this time. They were stuck in a danger zone and also being hunted down by a world king. "Follow me." Lin Ming turned towards a direction and used his movement technique, instantly launching forwards. At this time, several hundred miles away, Imperial Prince Naki and his group of people were surrounded by a mob of ghosts, engaged in a fierce battle. With the Spider Brothers to guide them and also force fields to hide them, Naki and his group could have easily ventured deep into God-burying Ridge and obtained all sorts of treasures. However, as soon as they entered the inner ridge, Mr. Zhou and the others had used all sorts of searching techniques like the heavens spying art, making them shine like a lighthouse at night. This caused all of the surrounding evil beings to come hurtling towards them. "How troublesome!" Naki frowned as his halberd smashed through a corpse devil. With 2 World King level powerhouses present, there was no threat from these evil beings. Even so, this undoubtedly hindered their speed. At this time, from beside Naki, Tian Mingzi suddenly said, "We should divide our group into 2. Naki looked towards Tian Mingzi. "It is far too inefficient to search for them as we are now. If we split up, it will be much quicker." In their group, they had 2 World Kings and their searching techniques overlapped to a great extent. If they could divide their group in half, it would indeed be much faster. Naki and Mr. Zhou looked at each other. And then Mr. Zhou said, "All right." With Tian Mingzi's great World King cultivation, he simply didn't need a guide to walk through God-burying Ridge. A great World King was only inferior to an Empyrean. Unless he ventured into the few absolute death zones in God-burying Ridge, there was nothing here that was a threat to him. Of course, the premise for all this was that they didn't enter Tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley was a place where even Empyreans would die. Tian Mingzi nodded. He launched his movement technique and readied himself to fly away. "But I hope that I can leave a tracking rune on your body. This is also for your own safety. How about it?" Just as Tian Mingzi was about to leave, Mr. Zhou stopped him with some words. A tracking rune appeared on his fingertip. This was one of the Azura Road's god runes and symbolized the laws of the Azura Road. Once this rune marked his body, then it was impossible for even someone of Tian Mingzi's cultivation level to remove. Tian Mingzi frowned. He didn't like to be followed, but after a moment's hesitation he nodded his head in assent. Mr. Zhou flicked his fingers and the rune shot into Tian Mingzi's body. Then, Tian Mingzi didn't delay any further. He turned and flew away. Looking at Tian Mingzi's vanishing back, Imperial Prince Naki said, "If that fellow suddenly proposed to divide into 2 groups, he must have some other reason to do so." Naki was someone who believed everyone was plotting something, and Tian Mingzi was someone who was particularly good at scheming. If he suddenly wanted to split up the group, he was definitely trying something. He might have discovered something. Perhaps he wishes to explore a lucky chance by himself. Or perhaps he found Lin Ming and is in a hurry to kill him so he can plunder the secrets from his body for himself. As Mr. Zhou spoke these words, Naki wrinkled his eyebrows. "Yet you still let him leave. Even a tracking mark is useless. It will only take an instant to kill Lin Ming with the difference in their cultivation. At that time, all the secrets on Lin Ming's body will be taken by him." Mr. Zhou said, "Imperial Prince, Your Highness, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Lin Ming has a great destiny on his body, and even if all of us join together and attack him now, killing him won't be easy. Even Tian Mingzi only guarantees our chances to be higher." If Tian Mingzi can really kill Lin Ming, then even if he takes all of Lin Ming's secrets for himself, we will also have gained. I suppose. Naki would certainly be happy if he didn't need to pay any price to kill Lin Ming. Of course, this was based on the fact that he simply didn't know what secret Lin Ming had on him. If he knew about the existence of the magic cube, then perhaps even the good fortune Saint Sovereign would personally tear apart God-burying Ridge. He might even engage in all-out war with the soul race for that reason alone. Mr. Zhou's guess was correct. Whether it was in strength or sensing ability, Tian Mingzi surpassed Mr. Zhou. Even Mr. Zhou's heaven-spying art was unable to compare with Tian Mingzi. A moment ago, Tian Mingzi had already found Lin Ming's location. A man and a woman traveling alone. That was undoubtedly Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. The reason he proposed to divide the group into two was because he wanted to have sole possession of Lin Ming's secrets. Lin Ming, the end of your days has come. Everything that you have will be mine. Tian Mingzi's eyes shimmered with an ominous light. He had waited for this day for far too long. He desperately wished to kill Lin Ming. As Tian Mingzi's sense passed over Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, it was even clearer than it was a moment ago. Lin Ming's mind chilled and he stopped where he was. There is no need to continue running. The enemy has arrived, and he is much faster than we are.